And welcome, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. We are here live with the Mega8 Autumn Cup up in Johannesburg, Randburg to be specific, and I'm joined by my co-caster Hayes.
Yeah, good to finally be in the hot seat here, getting ready for one of the first major events of 2017. Although it's an online event, we're still getting a taste of what's to come this year. So I'm really excited to see what's happening. It's a platform for the teams to give us a showcase on what they've been working on, what they've been producing at these boot camps. We know WRG, for example, are all playing from one location. So these teams are taking this seriously, and that makes me excited.
No, I completely agree with you. When it comes down to that scenario that we're not playing in a LAN event, and you're seeing the extra effort, especially with all the changes this year. I mean, there's been a major roster change in a lot of the teams. Additional, obviously, taking out the dust impact. I mean, this is the first event live scenario that we're going to have that, and well, just as an example, we're coming up with XD, one of the latest formed sides in this top 8 event, as well as WRG.
Yeah, they're kind of a pug team, I guess. You know, they're not too permanent. They're having roster changes here and there, subs coming in constantly. So, I mean, just to confirm, their roster for tonight is Spoof, Beast, Makmur, Blaze, along with 30 Silver. So 3 of those 5 players were COD players together in a previous team. So all of them have made the transition to CS, and as you can see, they've all been successful playing for one of the top flight teams here. They qualified through the qualifiers impressively, and they've got a difficult game to start off here. WRG, let's chat a bit about them. They got second seed going through the qualifiers, so definitely showed that they're here to mean business, and yeah, they're going to be putting it up to XD.
Yeah, I think that's what's going to need to be happening here if they want to make sure. I mean, XD has actually beaten WRG, not the exact same lineup, but they have recently beaten them in a best of one. Actually, I lied. It was a best of three, so it was in the qualifiers, and I think that's obviously a little aspect to play in the minds of WRG. They know that they're not unbeatable. They are a freshly formed side with Latas at the helm.
Yeah.
Nice in-game leader there, and he can really lead in a good example. He's got a great major amount of experience. The exposure that he's got from the international different tournaments that he's gone across for, it really has a massive impact, and the players do when they do listen. I mean, obviously everybody goes through those moments that you believe you can do a little bit better than the person calling, but when that happens and they are synchronized and they get their movements right, they really are playing as a well-gelled team.
Yeah, and I mean they're going to be tested because they're playing against that puggy mentality. So even though XD are going to be doing this impromptu CS, they've got Spoof at the helm, and he's a really intelligent Counter-Strike player. So that means that even though they're going to be playing some frantic CS, there's still going to be that structure. He's got so many different strategies behind him. So WRG definitely going to not, they can't go into this lightly. They need to make sure that from the first round they're showing XD that they mean business, because we know that there is emotion involved in that team. So if they do start dropping a few rounds, we could see XD actually taking the first map away from them, and then all of a sudden WRG have to play from behind. So I think it's very important for WRG to make sure they get off to that good start.
Very, very important. I think without that scenario, that like exactly like you say, they don't get off to that good start from WRG's perspective, it could really turn into a heated battle. And I think with the live scenario is with the live scenario, it's obviously a different situation. Even though we're not seeing them in a LAN event, they are playing in a close quartered environment.
Yeah.
They're able to communicate not necessarily only through TeamSpeak.
Yes.
And and that's really important to make sure that they maintain that. It would be the first time that they would probably do that as well, straight after boot camping up in Cape Town, as you were mentioning earlier. And it's going to be very important to see that. Something I did mention earlier about Latas being IGL, it's actually Sunny. But Latas obviously with that helm exposure experience, he's going to be almost a second end game.
He's brought so much, he's brought a wealth of knowledge to the team, just so many years of experience playing in top flight teams in South Africa. So for him now to join WRG, who's a fairly developing team, always they're making new strides, he's going to be able to mold them in some great ways. So I think it is an exciting prospect for South African Counter-Strike in 2017. WRG definitely one of those teams to watch out for, and yeah.
Well, as we've seen, I mean, if we have a look at Rage 2016 in March, I mean, WRG were out on the first day, they never picked up a map, and now you're at a situation where they've molded a difference in the team. They've picked up one or two brilliant almost molders, as we were saying again, somebody that can create that structure for them and allow their natural abilities to jump into the effect of Counter-Strike and effect of how they're moving as a team. As we're saying again, I mean, XD is coming from 3 COD players,
Yeah.
a very known thing now in South Africa with the Battlefield and COD players, a lot of them moving over, a lot of them getting into that scenario where CS, which is also something that develops, is that major headshot ability. I mean, with the COD players in general, even look at Makmo's AWPing ability coming out, it's really the first bullet hit, which is the key.
Yeah.
In CS, it's often the second bullet that matters, where from the original players, where they're trying to slow a player, going for the headshot depending on the style,
Yeah.
whereas here, their first bullet headshot almost every time.
Yeah, it's instant.
Yeah, so it's really good to see, and it's good to see how they're going to be obviously playing up against a team that has come from the bottom and been able to prove their way all the way through to a top 8 and almost seeding first.
Yeah. Well, exactly. I mean, they beat Flipside in a really good marathon game, and they took some other good wins in that qualifier too. But I mean, just looking at WRG, they've got Sinner Halkies rather, who's from Battlefield himself. So I mean, it's just like you said, it's this whole concoction of South African gamers all culminating in Counter-Strike. Because I mean, at the moment, that's the most competitive title in South Africa. So it just goes to show how interested cross game actually becomes. As you were saying, they bring new and different aspects to the table. We used to say that the best players were the ones who played 1.6 and Source for the longest, but now players like this Makmur and even just looking at JT, he's in one of the top teams in South Africa all of a sudden. He's only been playing Counter-Strike for 2 years, or Counter-Strike Go for 2 years, and it just goes to show that it's changing.
Just as you say that, talking about the changing, let's maybe have a chat about some of the other teams. Now we have a look at Bravado, obviously often well spoken about team, very up in the top ranks, have a lot of expectation on their shoulders. But in this case, they're obviously going through a patch where they're ensuring that they are going to mold a young developing team into something where it's going to use the abilities and the skills of those extra and pro players that are really knowing what they're doing. And with that regard, I mean, if you've got a Scent at the helm of a Bravado and trying to manipulate and adjust your different team mentality and strategic movements, it really does come out on top. I'm just going to jump straight into the bans in this situation. It was Cash and Inferno banned out. Inferno, Cobble, and Mirage has been picked. And the first map, obviously, Overpass, picked by XD, followed by WRG's pick on Cobble, and then we're going to have a third playoff in Mirage. So interesting. Let's have a chat about the maps then.
Yeah, Overpass to start off with. It's going to be such an interesting map, and I love this map. This is personally my favorite map. I love the diversity and how long you can actually run the clock down as terrorists as long as you've got the map control. That's all this map about is on the T side. So it's if XD or WRG, whoever's capable of making sure they take that map control and manipulate the clock to their advantage, is going to get a good advantage going into this.
Yeah, then that's it. The advantage is all that matters, because when you start taking away specific strategic points on Overpass, like construction, like the bathroom area, going into Monster, if you can take deep control of those areas, it's very difficult for the CTs to gain anything. And it almost forces out the mistake on the CTs here, which really shows your technical and your team playability to be able to push at the right times. And if a CT needs to be able to check before flaming, etc., it's really important to make sure that those areas are not taken by the opposition, and that is very almost prominent in this way, and especially the way WRG plays. I've seen them quite a few times, obviously on Overpass, especially with Lighters up in front, and he's really adamant about taking control of lows.
Yeah.
And if he can get that right with these guys, I think XD are going to find themselves in a little bit of trouble. They actually
This
lost
is their
to XD.
pick, though.
Yeah, and XD, they actually beat them on this map.
Okay, yeah. Well, on the opposite side, as CTs, that real estate, that map control is really important to try keep hold of. If on the opposite end you can hold deep, if you can hold the bathrooms, and if you can hold connector, it forces the Ts to use a lot more equipment and time taking that map control instead of it being instantly available. Sometimes you see CTs adopting the strategy of sitting all the way back on A site and waiting on the back of B, and you give up the entire map to the Ts, and I mean, you've got no information to work with. You can't make the adjustments through rotation, so it becomes a guessing game. And so if you are capable of taking that map control as the CTs, it's definitely something to put yourself in a position to do.
And taking control, as we were saying, is specific. Obviously, now with the teams being a new makeup, especially from XD's perspective, having a new makeup as a team, it's going to be very important that they don't over push or overplay themselves, especially if they get into a strong position where they take 3 or 4 rounds off and even maybe break the economy of of WRG. If they are able to do that, they need to just take a step back, and that's where Spoof, I think, will come into play. I think it'd be very important that he keeps that calm level head about it and makes sure that they don't overdo whatever they're getting right. And also change it up slightly, but don't be to the point where you're changing something that works, because then it obviously just ruins the whole concept.
Well, XD going to have to be figuring out what works for them, as we said. So they've got 2 subs in this lineup, and that was a lineup which was created a mere few months ago. So they're going to be playing on the back of mid-round calling and their individual skill, just relying on what they all know, trying to put it all together into the rounds. And well, just try to work around that play. But like we were saying, let's talk about WRG a bit more and just how this is their opportunity now to really show their worth. They did well in the qualifier. They've got a great seed going into this. And now they're starting in the first round of games, an opportunity to get a win right under the belt from the first game, get that confidence, show that the boot camp is worth what's going on, and, you know, just to show themselves that they're capable of taking this team to the next level.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, talking about taking to the next level, let's talk about some of the other teams in the tournament. I mean, we've got on the mainstream at the moment Energy versus Veneration, but
Rejects.
It's Veneration Rejects, yes. So, I mean, that's obviously a massive... almost, I wouldn't say it's a natural upset if they had to take a game, because in this situation it would be that they've got all this way already, but now to prove it on an environment where the pressure's on. It's not about just getting points in a log, it's actually about taking to the next round and taking those additional map and the points to turn around the map. As we know, South African team's very, very strong at getting a bulldozer going. Once the bulldozer is going very heavily, it's very hard to stop. Bravado are very good at that. And before I even get any further into it, let's get involved with the live game.
Well, yeah, not wasting any time. We did say that this was XD's pick, which means WRG gets to choose sides. Now, they've chosen the T side. Now, at the same time, Overpass is one of those maps that has got an incredibly potentially powerful T side, and so I'm not surprised to see them go with the T side. They're going to be even making their way towards A. It just shows that they've got some strategy. One smoke, 2 flashes to work with, going straight for that drop control, which you said Lighters enjoys, and well, they managed to get through uncontested. So there's that map control we were talking about. XD has put some focus towards long, so they've actually let WRG get full up through toilet here, and they're not going to even know that there's 5 players. So the rotations are going to come through, but WRG is already so up aggressive. There's an opportunity for them to get onto the side here with no resistance. Hulkies does find the one player, that's Spoof. Beast is able to get the reply. Hulkies getting a second trades, and Frags just getting traded back and forth. Beast somehow finding a 3k in long. WRG just getting picked apart as they pushed in, not able to get it done, and somehow the rotations come through. They managed to get the frags, and XD pick up the first pistol round.
Very, very important to notice there that WRG got exactly the map control they needed. But unfortunately, no one else firing out except Hulkies. And in this situation, when you've got so much control, maybe just a step back before you come running in. It's one of the strats they used against them last time. They actually won that pistol round, and in this case, they didn't make it that way. But that's, I also believe, they over-exceeded what they were trying to do, and they really almost took it for granted, the advantage that they already had in the first few seconds.
Maybe getting a bit ahead of themselves there as they go for the Tech 9 armor full buy up here. They've got no more equipment. That one flash they just flew was their entry into long, and now they've got no smokes to work with. There are 3 XD players here in long at the moment, so it's going to be an 8-player run into each other here as Beast is getting himself the double. It is a slaughter. Not even one player getting taken down from the side of XD eventually. Sin is able to find the consolation frag, but that's probably all it's going to be at this stage as well. He managed to find a second, rattling the shots off with the Tech 9, getting some good damage done. Oh, it became a fairly interesting situation there. In the end, not able to close it out. And well, XD have gotten this off to a good start here. WRG not able to get anything done on the force buy. You know, equipment is so essential. So going into that round with no smokes and no flashes to work with, it's going to be difficult.
And we speak about that time and time again, especially on the situation where you are trying to buy up some Tech 9s or force the buy out, even go on a quasi-buy, level out the economy. Use that extra $200 on the flash, because as you said, they got into long on the flash, and that was it. There was nothing further. And if they had a second flash, they could have got pretty much into the direct long area just before the site.
And next thing you know, those two flares are flashed, you manage to find some quick frags, and you get the A sites. But anyway, that is in the past, as we now in the third round, as they've got one flash to work with. There's a Steady Silver going for the map control. He's going to get taken down. So on this hard eco, they find the first frag, get a UMP. That's going to signal our rotations. You see XD using the map control really well here, finding out there's no one in lowers, and they've committed fully to the B site. So if Hulkies manages to push up long here, it's Sinner rather, manages to push up long here, he's going to get the information and it's clear. XD have fully committed to this B site. Slowly WRG are figuring out that A is open, and it's going to be too late as WRG have managed to get control of the site, so it's going to have to be a retake here, and that means WRG should be able to get the bomb down. Slowly making its way around. Hulkies is going to have the first point of contention here. He takes the dual spoof, he gets the frag. I must remind you that this was a full eco to begin with. Beast and Blaze able to bring it back here. Blaze picking up the double, Beast picks up a double of his own, and it falls to pieces. But some nice potential, nice little shots coming out there from WRG.
Yeah, I think that was very needed for them. When it came out to the situation of being 2-0 down, even though you don't realize that in the heat of the moment that you're actually in a situation of a full save, being able to get those extra 3 or 4 kills in a full save changes your full mentality for this buy round.
As well as resetting the economy on the CT side. Economy is so important on CT side, so when you get those extra frags with the pistols, it does a lot of damage. But here's the first buy round, so here's the really important stage. Both these teams, WRG is going to be wanting to get themselves on the board here. 5 AKs to work with. They've got smokes across the board. Double AWP coming out of the block straight away here on XD. We know that Makmo, we know his capabilities with the AWP, and we know that Spoof was also the AWP on Carbon for quite some time. So both very capable, and no surprises, especially on Overpass. But now WRG using that time to get that map control. They've got their feelers out. They've managed to get control of outside bathrooms, getting lowers control. Synoptical over to B. So XD happy to give up that map control, sit back on the sites and wait for the executions to come through.
And a very important round this will be to test that, just as we were saying in the past a few minutes, that sitting in the back and waiting, giving up all their map control can be the major problem. But in this situation, they've taken the control from the WRG side, and they're not at all rushing into the situation. They're getting a scenario where they can take control and actually suss out what's happening, not just going for that initial play. And, well, at this point in time, as we can see, a B movement is the intention. And the rotations will come, but probably not as quickly, otherwise we will have a bit of a problem should they do a double fake.
Well, XD have held their equipment for quite a while here. There's still some Molotovs for them to work with. Sinner's going to get one. Makmo gets the frag onto Lighters, but that's going to be insignificant at this point. As the push is going onto the B side. It's all up to Blaze to try hold down. He picks up 2. So he does way more than he needs to in that situation to keep XD in the round. WRG managed to get the bomb down. Puffy and Hulkies in the 2 versus 3 here to try and find WRG. All 3 players coming from the same angle though, so this could create quite an undynamic attack. Hulkies gets the first, not really a second to expect the second to be so close, but he does spot him out. Puffy gets the second. All of a sudden, 2 versus 1. Makmo has no idea how he's ended up in the situation. He's been completely abandoned by his teammates, and WRG get themselves onto the board and save both of the AWPs, which they didn't even have to buy one of.
Interesting, very interesting to see.
Both AWPs on T side too, must be said. That is interesting.
Maybe a situation that obviously both not communicating quick enough to drop it, but not really a problem here because in the end of the day, that obviously put XD onto a full save, breaking the economy completely now. So obviously I say a full save, but getting a couple of heavy pistols out. But a full 5-man stack towards the bathrooms, not going to be too much until seen. And now it's going to be a 5-on-5. Can we see a situation? They're really taking advantage, but they're overpassing it, and we need to get a kill out of this. Hulkies and Synoptical gets 1 and 2 to make sure, and then Hulkies a third. And now again, Hulkies making the savior scenario, also shooting at his teammates.
Yeah, XD managing to get 2 frags of their own on this hard eco, so that's going to be fairly valuable to them. Makmo is still alive, and they're not sure of his forward position, but Sinner does check it and gets the frag. So XD only going to be down to 1 save. They're going to be able to buy back into this. They're going to have the AWP for Makmo as well, so an opportunity for them to fight back into this here. And well, this is traded rounds back and forth, so this is straight out of the bats. We've shown that we're going to have our game on our hands here. WRG managed to show some momentum, and well, with both the AWPs, I'm interested to see how they're going to be running this. Of course, naturally, you would think they're going to take their time and try and let the AWPs find some frags around the map.
and importantly so, to get that control again. But something I wanted to point out earlier is just that perspective of how each one of those rounds, as you were saying, was so close, and this is such a good game in our hands, because every team that's been disadvantaged has been actually taking the advantage in the beginning of the rounds, only to just lose it by 2 or 3 players. And now that seems a lot, but not if they're sitting on 15 HP and where they were fighting those 5 originally. So it's going to be important to make sure that they seal out the rounds they're supposed to be winning. As we always say, you know, you got to win those, and those important ones are those anti-ecos. You got to watch for those coming in and make sure that you do get your round, have a couple of the SMGs. Cine obviously taking a nice pick there onto Icarus, and importantly done to keep that control.
And the problem with that, 30 Silver's playing openly in water, watching the short tunnel, and there's no XD teammates in lowers, so he's constantly aware, he's constantly, okay, I'm going to drop my words and pick this up right here. Beast picks up a double kill, and he does get taken down eventually, but giving a small window of opportunity to XD there. Just going back to my point, basically what I was saying is 30 Silver wasn't covered from lowers, and that goes back to the pugginess of the team, just not having that cohesion. But 3 versus 3 here, an AWP apiece. Clock down to 35 seconds. Execution's coming into B. Blaze with a nice concealed position in the back corner, gets himself the first. His teammate giving us an extra support just. Synoptical gets Blaze. They do know where the second B player is. It is Mukma with A1 rather, gets taken down. 1 versus 1. Ample time to get the bomb down here. Spoof is going to be coming all the way from the A site. Synoptical taking his time, even trying to get the fake out here. This has given Spoof an opportunity to actually get in a favorable position here. Synoptical's not going to be able to get off the site. Spoof goes for the spam, so he gives his position away straight away. And Synoptical now knows where he is, but he peeks out and Spoof gets the frag. So patient as ever, gets the 1 versus 1 clutch. XD pick up their 4th.
Exactly as you were saying earlier, a Spoof with the calm, collected, structured mentality. He knows that if he drops, that's the time he's going to peak. And unfortunately, Synoptical didn't have that little bit of extra patience. He needed about 10 or 12 seconds to hold behind, and it would have forced Spoof into the play. Knowing he had the AWP additionally, something that he is a perfect place that if he's going to shoulder peek it, you can't shoulder peek it a second time. And in the end of the day, he didn't even get half his body out. Spoof was onto it, and not as maybe well oiled and gelled as the other players for the last couple of years that have been having that exposure to this, but nothing to take away
Gets
from
the
him.
job done at the end of the day.
Exactly what matters.
But just an interesting point is Spoof has been holding the AWP with Mukmur on the team. Spoof has been taking the AWP ahead of him, so I wasn't quite expecting that, but interesting decision nonetheless. XD have been putting quite a lot of emphasis on this long control. They've quite regularly been having 2 players over towards long. They don't mind. They don't mind giving up toilets control and lowers control, but they have been putting focus on long. So they don't mind playing A from the site so long as they know that the long is not an option for the terrorists. Synoptical going to pick up the first onto Blaze.
Going back to that team mentality there where you were saying the puggy style, I mean, you got that advantage, already got the headshot onto Synoptical. Now you're maintaining the boost, which is always going to force somebody else, and that's exactly what the communication came in. Pretty sure something came from Lighters or from the communication. But just before they go to Monster, Icarus takes down 2. Well, technically Synoptical kills Puffy, and that is a big problem now as WRG are 2 players down and only 1 team on the hands of Cine.
It's all falling. I mean, that just happened too quickly. They got that first frag, and all of a sudden they put it at a disadvantage. So Lighters is maybe going to try and get something done towards the A site. Yeah, he's going to pull the rotation of the bomb around. There's only 1 player on A at the moment, so this is the prime opportunity for them to make the hit. Of course, they don't know this, but the execution comes through nonetheless. Flashes and smokes in, and Spoof is forced all the way out. So WRG may be able to get themselves on the site, not before Spoof lands a great shot onto Lighters. That's going to delay the bomb, manages to skate across. They do know he's here, though, because they just killed Beast, and Beast was not the player there originally, but Mukmo comes in with the support, and some impressive plays coming out here from XD in the beginning.
And very importantly to notice the way that cohesion was so much better than the previous. Obviously, you were saying watching into that lowers area. Well, he wasn't getting covered. It was Beasus, or was it? It was Icarus. And at that point in time, they quickly reversed that role, changed it onto the A site, and just an example, taking Spoof, taking all the attention onto Truck as a push comes up from the lower side. It's an easy shot for Mukmer, and make sure he seals. He's not going to miss those. And the only scenario he had that situation with a 2 facing 1 was he had an AWP last time. And the only time, as you were mentioning, that he's had the AWP extra is when they're doubling. And Spoof holding onto it, definitely proving his worth.
Well,
I mean, that initial shot was key.
It was key. Didn't let the get the bomb down, but WRG going to be forcing into this. I mean, that's a fairly large commitment going into the rounds. They've got the Tech 9s, they've got the armor, a little bit of equipment, and they've got the aggression coming out here. Once again, XD playing further up here. 2 players in long, and have a look. This time they're not staying all the way back. They're quite happy to get a little bit closer. Makmu with the AWP landing a shot, taking down Lighters. That's going to be good information as well. But WRG are not slowing down off the back of that. They're continuing out to the toilets, which XC have been happy to give up time and time again. So they've gotten all the way up onto the A side. Makmu's going to be up close. He gets one, but this means that the A is open up again. Oh, Beast fully flashed. Somehow picks up Puffy. Helkies with the AWP is probably the last opportunity for them to come away with this. He gets one. Okay, 1 versus 3. They know his location and they have equipment. This is almost a situation where you want to think that he should back off and go for the eco. Of course, it is rare, but when he's so far at a disadvantage, you don't stand much of a chance. In the end of it, he gets taken down, and XD managed to salvage the double AWP.
And again, trading between each other as both these teams are coming very close to winning each of the rounds, and it's just based on those secondary plays. The initial plays have been great from either side, taking out the trade, taking out the initial kill. XD were getting the damage on, but then maintaining. The situation happened in the 3rd or 4th round where they were running through bathrooms and just ended up lining up. They're both crouching. I mean, with a specific situation of ensuring the crouch is happening between the whole team, you can't be in a line. Yep. All it's going to do is end up forcing you into, well, 1, a TK, which happened, and 2, spray through, and block. That causes such a problem.
Yeah.
And another setup here going towards towards B and not A in this case, as they really don't seem to want to push too hard. They did it earlier, they did it the first round, they did it the last round, and both of those didn't end up working out. They get as close as they can to site, but then don't have the maintaining ability to ensure that that site remains theirs, and their post plants. I've heard Lighters talk time and time again with his team, and ensuring that every single thing is all based on post plant positions. They're doing very well to get into a site fast or slow, but they're not post planting, and I think that's why they would want to take that away. And while a complete confusion in the site, as 4 of the players already gone down from WRG, and Spoof finishes it off as he's come through the spawn, which showed a little bit too long now, taking with the situation they could put straight through A.
Well, that's the problem. When you're on the eco and you commit all 5 players to one place, you can't waste too much time, because the counter-terrorists naturally are going to find that information and make the rotation, so you're going to be running into a stack with rifles, and so WRG maybe needing to up the ante a little bit there. In the end of it, not getting anything away. They managed to get the AKs with the win bonus, of course. My mistake previously, but the AWP up close here for Spoof once again. So 2 players, they're very happy to continue with the setup, and it's working for them, so why not? Lighters is going to come close to face, spots them both out. He's going to get the support coming through now, but it's not going to be enough as Beast finds the double. Once again, just shutting them down. WRG not seeming to find the answer just yet. Someone going to get aggressive to try and even it out, and he is able to. So 3 versus 3, and the B bomb site's going to be open, but there's a fair problem with that, and that's that the bomb is all the way back towards T-spawn. So these players in the B sites are going to have to hold it for a little bit while the bomb comes around.
Yeah, and very importantly so, again, the secondary play being the main important part of this round. After getting those 2 frags, XT find themselves again on the back foot with the situation of now at a 2 versus 2, but also a little bit of a too quick of a push coming from Makmur, going into a little bit of a smoke danger, and that's where he gets taken out. And, well, with a total of 59 HP on the one side and a total of 9 on Stomskills, it's going to be 1 bullet touch first for the first kill, give the advantage, and now both players are low from WRG. Can it come down to Beast? It's all going to go down to the AWP, and obviously no communication can be had about this HP, so it's just a roundabout figure that they're going to go with, and the AWP is his option. And now back to this situation of playing around the pillar. Is he going to get there? He spots him out, but he's facing the other way. Beast is going to play a little bit of ring around the rosies, and he catches him out.
I think he's got it. Beast has got it.
Yeah.
That's insane. XD are really putting their foot in WRG's mouth at the moment, and we spoke. I mean, look at Beast. He's come in as a sub right now, and he is 15-6. So some really untapped potential there, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see Beast making a more permanent appearance in the team. On the opposite end, Lighters is still yet to find a frag, and that's a bit of a problem. When you're on the T side, you need at least all your cylinders to be firing, and at the moment, we can see what a problem it's causing for WRG. They find a frag here and there around the map, but they're not even capable of getting into the site, and they may get the bomb down, but it's always a 2 versus 3 disadvantage. So the retake is always on for XD, and WRG gonna have to. I mean, they've tried the slow plays, they've tried their A. At the end of the day, XD are still doing the same CT setup time and time again. Yeah, they're constantly playing 2 players towards long, 1 in toilets, and 2 players towards B. So WRG need to get a hold on this. They need to get a read on the situation and start adjusting their players accordingly. They need to take that early control in toilets, wrap around and along with the dual flashes, stop Beast from getting double kills. I'm not sure how you do that.
Don't line up.
You don't line up. Make sure that the refragging is there. It's just a few basic things coming out for WRG at the moment. Although this is XD's map, WRG wouldn't like to get too far behind before they start pulling this back. I mean, T-side, they need to have at least 6 rounds to work with to go over to the CT comfortably.
Yeah, no, you would want that. I think on a situation where you aren't winning the rounds, that you've got an advantage, and something that's going wrong at the points, exactly like you're saying again, that secondary play, capitalizing on the initial advantage, or retaking the advantage and then capitalizing. It's ending at that point. And XD are just riding on it. They're allowing them to play their map, and I think what's key here is WRG are trying to play their version of this map without adjusting quickly. They're playing as nice shot by Lightus as he does get his first frag, and very importantly so, as we see obviously they're going to move on to that B bomb site, well at least Puffy does, and tries to catch him off. Icarus, he does catch him off, which is going to force the rotations, and he has that advantage. Now it's going to be the key moments in time, because it's a 3v5. The players could be anywhere, as they are rather split up with regards to Cine and Lightus, and they're both on the other side, or sorry, Synoptical and Cine. And, well, that's the important situation. It looks like it's going to be a little bit of time taken. The bomb has taken his time to get onto site, and could be even a double play as it does go. Lightus wanted to trick it up completely, but I think also Spoof is going to be waiting for something like this, at least. Well, I thought he would.
Makbo going straight with the AWP. He gets taken down. It is the wrap double fake around as WRG are going to A, but the 2 players on B aren't able to hold down. They get taken down, and that's going to... Yeah, XD now aware that the bomb's down on A. They're going to make the rotations back around, and somehow they've managed to find an opportunity in this round. Sinner doesn't get the frag. Now it's a 2 versus 2. That Molotov is going to cause a lot of trouble. Yeah, he's going to have to commit the smoke to take that out. That smoke would have been lovely on the bomb, taking them out of toilets, but in the end of it, now they're going to have to take the raw aim jewels. They've got the AWP on Spoof to work with, and oh man, that smoke's also just not going to be helping both of the players back off in toilets. They're just going to hit the double peak as soon as the tap comes through and make it next to impossible for the CTs to get this defuse, unless Beast can go absolutely massive. He gets one. There is another one left. Lightus coming around, Spoof gets the frag, but not enough time. So in the end of it, WRG going to be getting it, but way too close in the end. That they could have hit B, and they would have had B. They had B for a solid 20 seconds before any XD members rotated. And WRG just second-guessing themselves at the last second, not following through with where they've got the frags. And in the end of it, that nearly cost them, but still able to close it out. And with XD's economy situation, they're now going to be on that eco, even though they won 5 rounds in a row.
It's actually quite scary to see the cost of the CTs if you aren't careful, and if you aren't picking up weapons and keeping players alive. That exact example, but too close for WRG. I think at the end of the day, oh, nice shot by Chris. Can he get a second? He doesn't. Hulky's on the trigger. He gets 2 already, and now City's going to have to do something. He keeps them out to make sure that he at least gives himself a full advantage, but a 3v1 means nothing in this situation as 1 goes down already, but not enough again. And Lightus is going to pick up his 3rd kill already. He's tripled from, well, he's gone a little bit higher than he was earlier, but that complete change, 3 kills in 2 rounds, and the change of the score is already 2 different rounds in their advantage.
Sure, but this is going to be the test. I mean, this is going to see whether it's a fake or whether they're really making some sort of arousal here on the T side, and going against the buy coming out from XD. They've got the 2 UMPs, full equipment across the board, Spoof with the AWP, everything they could be asking for, Puffy with the Tech 9. So, slight disadvantage in that, but not too bad as we know how powerful that weapon is, but just want to have a look here at the setup that's coming out. They've got 3 players over to B, so they have been adjusting a little bit slightly, whether they swing that player from toilets. Either they give up the toilets map control and play an extra one at B, or they play 2 at B. Sinner from lowers. He's done this time and time again, gotten the kill into water, so XD falling prey to it once again, and he's aware that there's a second player there, so now becomes a bit of a problem. But WRG still happy to play slow. Spoof with the AWP, finding another frag.
Yeah, Spoof really is doing justice for his team with that AWP, making sure they have a second advantage. Sinner not going to be happy with that. That made, and Synoptical not going to fall for Icarus in the corner again, as he isn't peeking slowly, but does that quick movement out, and the quick step is all that matters when you're trying to step out for the legs, that leg shot. But Makmur going to get shot at as they go towards that B side once again, and a situation where they're actually going in blind with a situation of rushing in and going for the headshots, and maybe even a delay with a couple of flashes, but nothing to come from it.
Synoptical just single-handedly opening up the sides. He's gotten himself 3 kills this round and managed to get WRG into the site, and this was a really big round for them to pick up, because this is going to put them now in contention for the 8-7 half. XD are going to be forced into an eco next round, and all of a sudden things are looking much better for WRG.
Something I would have liked to see, and I would have preferred not such a Russian mentality, because I think that's also why they
A
stopped
Russian mentality.
Russian.
Russian, or it's the same.
A Russian
Either
rush. In that scenario that they're rushing in, they aren't finding their post-plant positions to be the best. I think they're getting a little bit ahead of themselves when they get into that side so quickly. A little bit of overconfidence in that scenario. It's hoping that the pug mentality coming back to retake will be that situation that they'll win on.
Yeah.
And then getting into situations where they are actually past their bomb plants. And just as we saw the other previous round where who was it? It was Spoof that ended up dying right at the end with a bomb. It was exactly that they had pushed one player too far and just try to create. I know you're trying to create this element of surprise or unknown. If it fails, it almost can destroy every bit of the round that you've created.
Well, XD trying to go with some surprise here as they push 3 through lowers, getting really close. Sinner's by himself, so maybe an opportunity for him to get taken down, and he does. So 4 versus 4. And WRG, no map control, just off of the back of that. All 3 players here still backed up with the bomb. Slowly, one player making his way through Monster. His job is to try and get this control on the B site. Synoptical up close again to Blaze and his teammates. He's going to get the first, but Beast is going to get the reply. And now the rotations are going to be coming through. He's by himself on B once again. 5-7, not going to be enough to find another frag. 3 versus 2, and becoming pretty close for WRG once again. XD seems to be making it work on these eco rounds, pushing through the smoke. Muckmoor does get found out, and now you don't see too much going more into this round for XD as 30 silvers in the 1 versus 3.
And unfortunately, Muckmo is coming into a situation that he's trying to take the element of surprise through the smoke, and he's done it twice or 3 times, and players have picked up from the first one already. I'm pretty sure that Latas is also calling out to his players, watch for that push from him coming through. Muckmo obviously having a deadly headshot ability, coming through with that AWP would take an initial shot off the player. So it's very important that they start focusing on getting into sites together and rather waiting for that retake, the full retake, and not just a temporary situation of getting a frag or a trade and then forcing the last player or 2 to try and take out 2 or 3 each time.
Well, 30 silver would love to get an exit frag. He gets himself 1, potential for the second, going to run out of ammo, and that's going to cost him as he's not able to get the second. In the end, XD going to be able to get a buy up in the last round of the first half here. And it's kind of swung from both ends so far. XD running away with it, but WRG making a good comeback here with 4 rounds in a row as we go into the last. Puffy with the AWP. P90 on Spoof. Now, this is certainly a signature weapon of his. He loves the P90, and I mean, we saw him using it time and time again in Dubai, so certainly not something that he's shy of picking up.
No, not at all. And well, as we can see as well, I mean, on the other side of things, that we've got a P90 onto Spoof to try and get up that close combat. And I'm combining with that with the AWP from Puffy. I mean, you've got a different distance battle, but when Spoof is coming up, I mean, I've seen him in Cobblestone going time and time again into drop and taking 3 or 4 players. It actually rocks you because of the fact that the gun usage, the fact that there's 50 bullets rather than who's or what's killed you, because that situation that's almost considered an advantage to have so many bullets, being able to run, spray, gun, not even look, doesn't really matter as long as the players lined up. And the way WRG have found themselves in time and time again, they found it that they had players lining up, and maybe just getting Spoof right up and close could cause a little bit of havoc.
Well, he's got it over towards the B sites at the moment, but that's going to be negligible as the bomb's going over towards long. So WRG, for one of the first times this half, actually getting control of long. So Optical's going to have the job of faking. There's the P90 coming in, finding the first. And now that means that there's 3 XD players over towards B, which is the problem because the hit's coming on A. WRG are right up close to long. Hulkies gets dropped, which means the bomb is now down, and that's enough information for some more rotations for support to come through. So they're able to get 1, but Blaze with the double, somehow locking WRG out. Puffy with the AWP is tasked to try and salvage this for WRG. He finds himself the first. Support is quite a while away, but it's coming through long, which means Puffy's going to be sandwiched here, and it's just going to be such a difficult situation for him to try and come back from. He's going to have to turn this into 2 1 versus 1s. He's managed to get his back safe from long. Waiting for Muckmo to come up. He's got the Tech 9 close here. Muckmo coming up, not even needing the support of Spoof, getting the frag, and that means XD is going to make this a 9-6 half, which I think is fairly fair, which is fairly even for both teams, as neither one would be too upset with it. I think at the end of the day, perhaps XD should have felt they would feel they should have got more rounds on the CT side.
No, no, I definitely agree with you. I mean, with that situation where you're 8-2 up, I mean, you don't want that situation of coming back 9-6. You really feel you've got the advantage. You've won the half. Now it's kind of just to finish off the map. And it's going to be very important to make sure that WRG don't overextend. They also make sure that they hold their angles and use their advantage of what they've seen from how XD have played. And obviously, especially with that scenario that XD are not keeping it the same. They're not just doing a default. They are trying all sorts of different things. And as expected, we thought it was going to be a bit of chaotic play. But when the chaotic play came out, there was a lot of structure behind certain plays, but when it failed, it was due to the fact there was no synergy.
Yeah. Well, new half, new synergy. 4 players for WRG over towards the B sites. It's a full stack, and 1 player's pushed through all the way. So he's the information player, and he does spot out 1. So they can continue with the stack with him at such a forward position. Lighters is able to get 1 onto B. So XD a little bit rattled now. There's 1 player so far up aggressive. It's Puffy. He's so close. He gets fragged, but not able to translate it into a second. Blaze being taken down to 5 HP. But he has done a fair enough job at the end of the day. Bomb making his way back over to B. WRG going to split the hold. 2 players on B and 2 players on A.
And very, very interesting to see how WRG held that. They put all 4 players there. And normally once you don't get that quick initial break into the site from the T's, you actually end up rotating 1 back. Instead, they pushed through, took control of Monster. And then at the same time, we had Puffy that didn't actually fall all the way back. So with that positioning, it was so brilliant to see how the way, obviously a couple of knives coming out the corner and 1 or 2 bullets, and you've already put Blaze down to 5 HP as well. And now a full advantage as both the guys on B side, all 3 actually dropped down to Sunny. And well, a very good hold there coming out from WRG on the first round of the second half.
There we go, the pistol round, yeah. They've now picked up their first pistol, as XD also picked up the pistol on the T round, on their CT side rather. And XD going to be replicating what WRG did once again. 5 Tech 9s, 5 full armor, and 2 flashes, no smokes to work with. So that's surely a B hit coming through, as we do see all 5 players making their way straight to monster tunnels. So it's going to be some early battles here for the WRG players on the B sites. Execution coming through, flashes to follow. They managed to get onto the B site, and Jules coming through much more against the first. They're getting so close, but the SMGs are getting the work done. They managed to get the bomb down, and they find some frags off of the back of that. It's still a 3 versus 2, so lots of work to try and get done here, but not going to happen in the end, as Puffy and Synoptical are able to close it out. And looked a bit chaotic for a second there, but able to hold against those Tech 9s. They were able to get the bomb down at the same time, that bit of extra economy to work with. So they need XD2 won't be too disappointed.
Yeah, I think the WRG needs to be very careful. In that scenario, it could have been a completely different situation. Synoptical came running around the corner with a nade. Previously, he's coming running out of the corner with a knife. We've also seen him just running into side without flashes. If that works the opposite way, the next 3 or 4 rounds have really got a diminishing factor onto it, especially when you're trying to win out of a tight bar situation, and you don't want to lose too many guns in the first round that you've got an SMG bar.
Have a look at what XD are doing here. They've actually gone into a half force once again here with the Tech 9s and armor. They've saved about $1,000, so they're really relying on getting the plant down here. And Halkis is tasked with stopping it. He picks himself up too. After dropping, XD may able to get the bomb down, but the rotations have now come through, so XD still not even trying to get the bomb down. In the end of it, they get taken down, and it's just really disjointed at this point. And with this extra investment into the round is going to mean that they're not able to get full equipment going into the next one. As we see, not even AK and armor going to be able to be afforded on Beast, so maybe getting a little bit ahead of themselves with that force buy there.
Yeah, I think trying to catch them off guard in an unnecessary situation, you really didn't need more than maybe 1 or 2 Tech 9s, maybe a P250, get some damage in, but also get maybe an M4 down or something that they've had to rebar from that second round, where they lost a couple of players. And now all you've done is allowed them to rebar up everything without causing any major havoc, not needing to lose many weapons at all. And, well, again, straight into B. So, again, a bit of a pug mentality you were mentioning. And Echo's going to take that 1 on 2 on the headshot on 2 Lighters and Alkis, which is not going to be wanted from their team, as WRG now is going to have to take a 2 versus 4 with the sight already gone. Echo's trying to fight him off. He's trying to fight him off there. That was a good battle, but uncommunicated, trying to just give him a bit of a poke with the gun.
So XD, the straight into B rush, manages to get them a bomb down. They've got 2 players who are fairly low, and they're taking Jules and not hitting the shots. Synoptical now comes in and he gets 1, so the job not done just yet. They do have a smoke and a nade in their possession. Spoof playing up closer. He gets himself 1. XD shut it down. So well done, Spoof by the end. Well done by Spoof in the end there, and XD managed to come back and WRG they're gonna be able to buy back into this one, but after this round, it's gonna be touch and go. So very important round coming in for the CT side here.
No, extremely so, extremely much so, extremely much so. I'm trying to combine
It's okay,
today.
that's fine. You're in Joburg, so it
I'm going to
works.
say it's the air. Extremely so, as it comes down to that position where if we aren't careful, you're going to get a little bit of heated mentality. We're already onto 2 pistols up in WRG, so it isn't a favourable buy. Anything here, though, as an advantage, would give them a double win with the situation. And Muck are already coming flying through that smoke.
Have a look at this aggression once again. They're so happy to get really fast and fast-paced. Puffy picks up the double, so keeping WRG in the even trades. But have a look at the weaponry on WRG's side. It's 2 5.7s with armor. On some players, no UMPs, but some players fully forced up. I mean, that shows a bit of a lack of communication, perhaps, and that could cost them the lack of arsenal. But Arsenal, okay. Well, Lighters picks up 1, so that gives them a bit of an opportunity here, but Blaze does get the return, and 2 versus 2 now. No equipment for WRG and a ton to work with for XD, as well as a minute left on the clock. So WRG are going to be splitting up here, 1 player on A, 1 player on B, and just hoping that they're able to get something done before they get taken down.
And going back to those basics, coming around the corners with knives, misbuying, those slight little errors can change the entire round format and also throws you off your game for the next couple of rounds. So it's very important to make sure these things don't happen consistently. And while the M4 might end up saving them on A just in the beginning, but it could be quite a bit of a problem should they lose that. Then it's really down to the wire of, well...
Sinner gets 1. So at the end of the day, he does what was at least the best thing he could have done. He gets a frag and... leaves Hulkies with an opportunity in this. He's got a 5.7, he's got full armor, and Spoof has opted to stay on the site. He's got no idea that the rotation's not coming through behind him, so he's just going to commit fully to this. He catches a dink, but he tanks it and continues forward as he gets the frag. So WRG get taken down in that force buy, and XD now have an opportunity to start running away with it. We know, we said they're that puggy team. We've seen so far in their past 2 buys that they've been very, very aggressive from the beginning. And I don't see them slowing down. I think that this is the style that they're going to be adopting on the T side. We see the P90 now for 30 silver. And WRG in that hard eco. And you said that was a misbuy. I hope it was a situation of a misbuy and not actually just not actually. I'm saying it not a plan, but more just not caring.
Yeah,
it wasn't a mistake. It was more just
scenario.
Exactly. I mean, they're still very far ahead of this. So I guess they're still very far in this. So can't make any assumptions yet. As Blaze finds the first, he gets taken down to 4. XD reverting back to a much slower playstyle, knowing that they're up against the pistols, just holding and waiting for a push from WRG, just trying to find themselves those early advantages.
Yeah, I think WRG are getting a little bit frustrated. You can see in their movements, they're also rotating quite a lot, very quickly, and also without really consideration of the way that they're rotating. In that regard, on the knives, the guns, who can rotate, who has the nade, and what positions they're holding. So it's almost the pre-plant positions which are causing an issue. And in this situation, we also know that from XD's lead coming out from Spoof, we know his teams are very characteristic to be coached into a very aggressive stance, take the initial control, and very nice to see that structure coming to play to make sure they don't do it consistently round after round.
Well, Carbon was his baby. Carbon, we saw that aggressive play style, and we just see exactly how it's translated. He knows to kick a team when they're down, and he has 30 silver with the P90 picking himself up a double. Puffy, well, he was all that was remaining until he was taken down, and XD get themselves the 12th, so 4 rounds away from completing the first map. It was their pick, and you did say that they have beaten them on this map before, so WRG need to make sure that they pull this back, and now sooner rather than later. You don't want to, if they lose this, then they're looking at a 14-9 scoreline, and the comeback seems fairly difficult at that point. They've got the rifles, they don't have the AWP on Puffy. There's no actually AWP in this round, and so we're going to be seeing some really sick aim duels coming out now. Blunt, raw, AK versus M4.
And very much something, again, going on those lines for how aggressive that XD have been and can be. I mean, we've seen Makmo come through the smoke as if there wasn't any smoke and just get the first initial pick.
Call of Duty.
Exactly. And if he can get that right, I mean, the first 3 times it didn't work, but again, you never know when it's going to be happening. You don't know which smokes he's behind. And as soon as they've got that initial pick, WRG are getting very restless and quickly rotating or changing up a position and making sure that it isn't that scenario that they are battling one-on-one, because that's all that's ended up happening. WRG are ending up forcing out the rotation, allowing a change player to move around. Now, when that's happening, XD are so aggressive and so quick onto site that those changes are not even able to set up on the alternative players, and that's forcing up your cross-up being broken, and then no off angle.
Yeah. XD, check how far back they've actually left the bombs, so they're really not committing to anything in this round, and one player over towards A and one player over towards B both get taken down, and that really hinders their attack because they kind of rely on those feelers to find a frag and then work it from there, but not able to do it, so it's down to the remaining 3 players to try and get this done. 35 seconds left and still not a decision made. They're still waiting for these players to try and find an opening on one of the sites. Blaze slowly making his way in, spotting the player on Heaven, but that's going to prompt the repeaks coming out from the teammates here. And as he gets taken down, surely that will implicate the A push.
And very well played by WRG, forcing themselves into the back foot with the loss of that previous round before the save, and now knowing that they're on their back foot, and making sure that they're not overextending and keeping themselves in a position where if XD just walk into site, which is exactly what they did, they played to their game style. They played into WRG's hands. WRG waited back. XD didn't come in for those first 2 frags. They didn't walk in with Makmur, and Blaze didn't walk in with anything but their weaponry. They weren't flashed in. There was no smokes. There was no flames. And it was just an initial simultaneous push to try and distract. And now once you drop 1 or 2 of those players in any situation, even if you take a player down, you're not going to take more than 1 at that range. And if you do, you're going to have to be there alone. And then there's no scenario because you're forcing up a rushed rotation, and WRG played perfectly to that.
Well, WRG able to pick up that all-important round as they keep themselves in it here. Going to have to be the comeback going forward, and it's going to be a situation that they have to win 2, 3, 4 consecutive rounds. They can't do this by losing back-to-back rounds or just after winning a round.
No, especially not, especially when the bonuses start getting into play, and that typical position of sitting into the corner. It was very important there for Lightus to get the initial pick, but then no support to take any second or third. So it's very important to make sure that WRG have got their crosses like they had previously, not allowing them to get into controlling positions. Makmur is taking down 2, and now Puffy takes down Beast, and Makmur taking down a second himself, as Blaze and Makmur are really tearing pieces apart to this WRG side on the B side.
Blaze picking himself up the 3rd, and that's a reset on WRG. And XD, all they did, they sat outside the back of B site, they waited for an opportune moment, and then they made a hardcore execution. And so it's still that rush mentality, just a bit later in the round, and it's just working out. So they've gone B 3 times with the rush, and they've won B 3 times. So WRG, knowing that, are going to struggle, and now that's going to pull the extra rotation across, and all of a sudden the whole structure has been disrupted. So XD now an opportunity to pull this away, as they are against that full eco, and knowing this, they make sure that they don't split up too much. They don't want to give WRG any opportunity in this round. Sinner, he's going to take opportunity as he finds himself 1, but the push into B has come through. Lightus gets himself 1 as well. So 3 versus 3, and once again we talk about this damage being done, damaging the economy, making sure that XD can't just build up this monolith of an economy. Puffy picks up 1 with the AK-47, and all of a sudden it's a 2 versus 3, and WRG have some sort of opportunity in this round, and I think XD would be much better off trying to go over towards A here, because all 3 players are coming from the monster and the short position, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Slowly but surely, Blaze is making his way up, and the bomb is following him around. A is completely at the open at the moment, with 1 rotator coming across.
Completely baffled, it looks like, as WRG wondering what the holdback is, and obviously they're going to realize soon enough, as they do have that player back at A. I think that's Hulk, he's up there. Yep. With that P90, he's going to have enough bullets to hold them down if he can from a 1-on-1 perspective, but it didn't work out. And now a 2 versus 2. The rotations are going to come in, and it's going to be quite late, but very, very nicely done by XD, and I think well communicated. Some calls must have been coming out there from Spoof.
100% nice, cool, calm, and collected. Synoptical, a USP, no armor to work with. Puffy and AK, no armor to... he's actually managed to get armor. He's fine. Or he had armor, so that AK has some potential going into this. Synoptical with the USP, he's rattling off shots as Blaze going to shoot him. Eventually, he does come to his senses, but he's been brought down to such low HP that Puffy has an opportunity in this. He's firing off for some reason. Blaze is committing to it. Even though he knew he wasn't sticking for the defuse, Blaze even came back for seconds, and eventually he does get the frag, but
Interesting.
making it very, very difficult for himself.
He gave himself a bit of a disadvantage intentionally. It seemed like
Yeah.
he had.
He didn't shoot at Synoptical for some reason.
I think he had that scenario where he was almost zoned into his sight on the
Tunnel
bomb.
vision.
Tunnel vision completely, and the player was on his screen on the middle right even, but saw nothing besides the bomb.
Yeah.
And I mean, coming out from that and still killing both players, it's something that really shouldn't happen. Those are the situations you really need to make sure you're winning. I mean, WRG came from a save to ensure a 2 versus 2.
1v1.
And a 1v1.
Yeah.
And then they still ended up, unfortunately, pulling back. And again, the kit being the problem in that situation.
Well, at least Blaze doesn't have to suffer the consequences of his mistakes as XD do pick up their 14th, and it's a very spread out setup here from XD as they're just trying to find that map control across the board. We spoke about this map control time and time again, and 30 Silver picking up that frag on Sinner is going to be so much because it means that Long is completely uncontested and it forces the retreat from the bathroom players, which means XD have now ample opportunity across the entire map, Synoptical being the most forward player as he's holding an angle at the back of toilets. And well, with so much time left on the clock, WRG going to have to start throwing their equipment out here to keep XD at the bay as they've got no information to work with. And there's Blaze finding Synoptical, who goes for the information play, but you can't be playing for information by yourself. On a map like Overpass, you need to have your teammates with you. There's Hulky's going straight through the smoke, and that's really big because he finds that there's no more players at B, which means the extra player can rotate across. Puffy with the AWP, he's holding the close angle. It's going to be up to him to try and find that first frag, even it out to the 3v3. XDs do still have that man advantage. The smokes are causing some chaos. Makmu with the flames gets one, and with the gun gets a second, and 30 Silver gets TK'd by Blaze. So 3 versus 1 now for Hulkies. He's got the A1. He goes in, he gets himself one, spots out the second, so that's some information for him, but Makmu in prime position to get the third. XD get themselves to 15, and WRG all of a sudden, well, not all of a sudden, I suppose it's been a while coming now that they're just being chipped away at, and it's showing in their confidence in and amongst each other, in their duels, in their positioning. Their pushes seem to be individual, and in the end of it, yeah, this is just an example of what's actually been going on in these rounds. And, I mean, look at this buy coming out from WRG, really nothing to speak of.
Unfortunately not, and it's like you say, chipping away at them and eventually just left them in a scenario they had nothing left. A really unnecessary push though coming from Synoptical into bathrooms that last round. They were already 4 versus 5, and even though you're trying to get that rotation to force them into B, XD haven't once stayed in the site or gone straight into the site besides a rush that forces them into that scenario of taking that bomb site. And that because of that hasn't been picked up. I think WRG are still playing their own version of this map. They're not adjusting their plays, they're not discussing and finding out what XD are doing and playing differently to that. They're just getting into the scenario of, we'll take this position because we're good at this position, and then we'll handle the rest from there. And it isn't working out for them because XD are changing it up and they're rotating players faster than they can actually get into position.
They've got such an even frag distribution across the board. I mean, this is pretty impressive from XD here in the first map. Not so even on the side of WRG. Sinners on 20, 23 for Hulkies, so they're showing some flames, but you need more than just 2 players as XD have found themselves the first in the round, and now they're starting to capitulate towards the A site. They get themselves through towards Long. They push through that smoke, and all of a sudden there's just flames all over the site. 30 Silver's completely flashed out. Somehow comes to his senses, finds the frag, and now the attack comes, and there's just frags being taken by XD left, right, and center. And WRG have been forced out of the first map 16-10. As even though it was XD's map, I'd say that's a bit of an upset coming through there.
I definitely say so. I mean, they in the initial first half, it was already 8-2. That was already the upset as it is. But then to come back and ensure it, they literally just doubled it up. And they 16'd them as quick as they possibly could. And, well, in that situation, they really only lost 1 round that they shouldn't have. And they won the rest and pushed WRG onto 4 spars and 4 saves.
Well, I hope WRG have the ability to come back in the second map and just try and put that first one behind them, because they have still got 2 maps to go here if they want to try and get back into this one. We're going to take a short break here as we wait for the second map, which will be Cobblestone, which is WRG's pick too. So a good opportunity for them to get back into this, as we'll see you guys just before that begins.
My name is Dimitri Achapaskali, known as Detrony. I'm 26 years old and I play for Bravado Gaming. I've been playing for Bravado Gaming since around 2006 competitively, My hopes for this year for Bravado Counter-Strike is to maintain all our title wins locally, try win everything for the rest of this year and eventually go overseas again. Our fan base in South Africa has been really positive. To me personally, it's been a tremendous effect in a good way for new and upcoming players, specifically Counter-Strike related. I would suggest getting the hang of the game, understanding the game as an individual. You don't need to get too competitive in the beginning. Play to rather understand the game as a whole. But starting off, I think you just need to realize whether you want to get into this as a profession. What do you want to achieve out of it at the end of the day? Do you want to play it socially? Do you want to play it competitively? Because if you do want to play it competitively, it's not just the game, it's really got into the level where you need to take it as seriously as any other sport and other athletes do in other sports. My name is Mega8 known as Destiny. I'm 26 years old and I play for Bravado Gaming. I've been playing for Bravado Gaming since around 2006 competitively. My hopes for this year for Bravado Counter-Strike is to maintain all our title wins locally, try win everything for the rest of this year and eventually go overseas again. Our fan base in South Africa has been really positive. To me personally, it's been a tremendous effect in a good way for new and upcoming players, specifically Counter-Strike related. I would suggest getting the hang of the game, understanding the game as an individual. You don't need to get too competitive in the beginning. Play to rather understand the game as a whole. But starting off, I think you just need to realize whether you want to get into this as a profession. What do you want to achieve out of it at the end of the day? Do you want to play it socially? Do you want to play it competitively? Because if you do want to play it competitively, it's not just the game, it's really got into the level where you need to take it as seriously as any other sport and other athletes do in other sports.
And welcome back, everybody. We are now in the CSGO tournament of Autumn Cup of Mega8, sponsored by MTN. We're in the first round of this live finals, and we are up in the situation of XD versus WRG. First map going to XD, a little bit of an upset caused in that scenario, 16-10, but very well played by XD, forcing out that initial aggression and then trying to change it up, and that worked out in their favor. I'm Wham, and I'm joined by my co-caster, Hayes.
Yeah, welcome back everybody for the second map, and I think we've got a pretty good one in store here as we go into WRG's map, and they're going to have to fight back into this one. They were one of the favorites coming into this, so for them to now drop the first map is definitely not expected, as this means that they would go straight into the loser bracket where they will be fighting for their lives, and it's best of ones as well in the loser bracket. So that's not a situation that you exactly want to be in.
No, not at all. Not at all. And not at a situation where you're boot camping 5 together. The morale is very difficult to try and maintain at a good level, or even try and come back from that scenario. We saw maybe a couple of frustrated moments from the WRG team when they were losing a bit of momentum in a couple of rounds. They gained some strength, but well, this situation is all down to this map then, because if XD can prove again that those long ranges and those quick rotations, forcing in the quick aggression again, changes everything up, then WRG are going to find themselves in a bit of trouble if they don't keep their wits about themselves and have a little bit of a listen to your RGL, have a listen to Lighters, listen to the exposure and the experienced players, and see what happens from there. But maybe some players to talk about.
Well, some players to talk about. Spoof, for one. I'm interested to see what he produces on this map with XD. We know Carbon were historically fairly strong on Cobblestone. They used to give Bravado some decent runs on the map. And so going forward with XD now, are they capable of fulfilling the roles that he's going to be putting them in? And if the answer to that is yes, then I think we're going to see a really awesome T side coming out here from XD, because there's so much to do. Also on the T side of Cobble, there's so much that you can get done. There's so many ways that you can mix it up, and when it comes to that sort of situation, then Spoof is the man you want controlling it.
Yeah, and I mean, with the experience and the exposure of Spoof, with even using an AWP and having Makmur's ability to use the AWP, I think the other three players coming from the COD or other backgrounds really going to find themselves in an advantage if they can get close and up in the face of WRG. And WRG mustn't falter what they do best. Stick to your crosses, stick to your trades, stick to the initial play. Don't try and go and excessively push. Try and get additional information you don't need, especially when you're man down, and keep your basics. You stick to basics against teams that are on a newer formed level, or a newer almost created gel. You need to make sure that you break that gel, and the only way you're going to do that is making sure you stick to your basics and not doing anything overboard fancy until you know your basics are working.
As well as trying not to read too much into the other team and rather focusing on your own basics, as you're saying. But here's the pistol round going in now, and it's full aggression from WRG into the long area, and it's 30 silver to meet them. He gets 2, so he does really well there coming out in the end, and 3 versus 3 right from the beginning. No more. Well, they do have one more smoke on Sinner, and they're actually going straight through onto A, as he manages to land a couple of shots here. XD being kept at bay, and WRG managed to get themselves control of the A site here. Going to be able to get the bomb down, and Makmur now in a 1 versus 3 to try and salvage this first round. It's going to be difficult. There's a lot to get done. No kit to work with as well, so he doesn't have too much time to use up here. Getting onto the side, Puffy right up close. He's going to spot him, but he's not even going to get a shot off. It might have got a bit of damage, but in the end of it goes down, and WRG pick up the first round. So that's always a good start. When you've lost the map and you go into the next one, you pick up the pistol. It gives you that confidence and that drive to continue going forward to try and pick up this map. And like we said, this is WRG's map. XD's choosing to start on the CT side. They're going to have to get some rounds on there.
Yeah, they are, and I mean, WRG are a team that's going to be based on a lot of momentum. They're going to need to be able to pick that up from the beginning, and if XD aren't careful, WRG are going to be 6 or 7 rounds up quickly, because they are capable of doing that, and doesn't mean what happened in the first map is going to occur again. But, well, if XD have anything to say about it, they know that they're going to make sure that their crosses and their players are at least as sporadic and unexpected as possible.
Well, when you've got 5 USPs, that's what it's against 5 UMPs. That's what's going to have to happen. Lighters not wasting any time for him to get himself onto the frag board this time. Makmur with the unsilenced USP, he gets himself 1. Not going to be able to get anything more, but quite interesting that XD opted to fully force to fully save in that round. It's going to mean that they've got a real load of money going into the first buy round. They're going to be able to get double AWP setup if they want to, full equipment. So it is a valuable commitment to make. As we see 2 Zeus's, okay, Blaze and Makmur picking up a Zeus apiece. That's going to be interesting to see what they try and get done with that.
Yeah, that's going to be some really close play. I think they're going to go for that long push, ensuring that... oh, no, they're not. Oh, is it? It is a 4-man rush towards the long. We're going to see what happens, but they've gone the complete opposite direction as WRG are making their way towards A, and no sound has been made. Obviously, quickly going to be picked up with the 5-man stack, but obviously WRG not going to expect necessarily. They could expect a surprise buy here, as they know the previous round was almost a full save, and going to hopefully not get too close into the face, or they're going to find themselves some tasers.
Well, Beast gets taken down, and WRG just being clinical here as they get themselves into the A site. XD, all 3 of the players have been kept out and not going to have much opportunity here to get any further than the door here. Halkins is even going to take it one step further. He goes forward with the UMP, getting himself up some nice bankroll, going to get some shots down to Makmur with the unsilenced UMP. Somehow comes up with another frag, gets the UMP. He's only on 10 HP, and he finds another frag. So in the end of it, not too bad. But XD now going into the first buy round, they're going to have that double AWP setup like we said. They're going to have all the equipment that they want, and it is time for them to pull it back here. Not let WRG get too far ahead. I mean, like we said, WRG being a confidence team, XD need to make sure that they really put a spanner in the works early and not let them get too far ahead.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think that if WRG don't come out here with a win, it's almost more detrimental that they won those first 3 rounds before, because they were getting their confidence level so high. To break it really starts raising tensions. 1 or 2 missed bars or 1 or 2 miscommunications thereafter, and you find yourself in some trouble. And I mean, it came out from the start that happened in the previous map on Overpass. It wasn't like this. It was the other way around. So it's really going to be key to see how WRG do this, and if they're going to stick to that initial slow play or go into the aggression like they do in their first couple of rounds, or they've got their saves.
Well, here's XD, 30 silver once again in the long area, picking himself up a double, and that's really going to hinder the WRG-like attack. And like you said, wouldn't be great for them to go and lose this, because it may chip away from their confidence fairly heavily. But the execution's coming into B now. Smokes and flashes. Hulky's managed to get through. The player boosted up doesn't spot him immediately, but it doesn't make a difference. Makmur and Beast individually sorting it out, and I must say, Makmur and Beast, those 2 players have been performing really well coming into this. Makmur is hitting his shots, and you almost feel like, I mean, he's so capable of being in a top flight team in South Africa, and it's just, is it a matter of time before he gets back into it? Is XD going to become one of those? I mean, they've got the potential. They could become that next one of those next best teams, but we just need some consistency in the lineups from them, obviously, if we're going to reach that point. But not wasting any more time on that. Into the 5th round here, XD. Another full buy-up and an opportunity for them to reset. WRG here, Spoof taking tons of damage. Oh, he managed to land the clinical shot to keep himself alive. He's going to be able to get the smoke off as well, just to create a bit of difficulty for the WRG players to play. Somehow 30 silver comes around. He picks himself up another double. This man just deals in doubles. He's found himself 3 double kills this map so far. Blaze getting the pushing player lighters. Eventually 30 silver is going to close it out with the triple, and XD looking formidable now in these buy rounds, and it's quite refreshing to see that even though they do go on to lose the pistol, they come back with such retent, and with the double AWP, they've got 3. They do have 3, and 1 was picked up, so maybe once again it's that miscommunication, because I don't see much opportunity to have 3 AWPs on Cobblestone CT. Let's see where they take him. Okay, so they're taking 1 towards middle. Is that Spoof? Yes, okay. So they've got 1 middle, 1 long, and 1 on B. So that's the only way you could have it. But you don't want to be getting overwhelmed on the A site, because you're not going to be able to have that follow-up of getting 2, maybe 3 frags. It's a one-and-done sort of thing. But the hits is coming in drop. Blaze is going to spot them first. He gets 1, but he gets taken down. It is the full eco. So 3 AWPs once again against a full eco is not an optimal situation. WRG changing their decision here. They're going to go back through the window. P250 once again gets the AWP, and all of a sudden these AWPs are actually becoming a bit of a liability, as all of it now Hulky's, or rather 30 silver by himself on A with the AWP. He's going to get 1, but once again it's not enough to get anything more than that done. Bomb going to go down, and this was a full eco that WRG started this round out with.
Very well played by them, and holding their wits about them. As we were saying earlier, it's so key, because all it takes is 1 or 2 misbuys and the situation's back in your hands. And XD are really a team to be reckoned with at this moment. You can't predict anything that's going to come out from them. But on the situation that both Icarus and Beast and Blaze are so aggressive on additional sides of the map, you actually should just be waiting back, and not only on a situation where they're expecting you to save and get in your face. When WRG have a full buy up, they should be waiting back, because then XD are not going to be expecting a pistol in your face.
Yeah.
They're going to be expecting something longer ranged. And when that situation happens, we've seen Icarus come through 3 times through the lower, or through the middle area, coming up from behind them. And if it wasn't him, it was Spoof in the previous round, because they're taking either slightly too long or just holding into positions where they're finding themselves at their weakest points.
Well, WRG have been quite happy to run the clock down, but this time XD taking a forward position towards Ace, so they're getting some decent information from that. They've got some long control as well as middle control right up and front, so that means WRG now have less map control to work with here. They really need to fully commit to the B sites. They need to, if they plan on rotating back around here, they need to use more time to clear out these positions, but doesn't look like that's going to be necessary, as most of the aggression is heading towards the B. They've managed to get drop control, but that's one good thing. I mean, you need to utilize that control, and one of the Orbs and Beasts is controlling that window. 50 seconds left. That's a huge frag coming through from Hulkies. That's going to mean the B sites are so much less resistance. Blaze with the jump there for some reason. He gets taken down, and it's all up to Beast. 30 Silver gives him support with the frag, and all of a sudden it's a 2 versus 2. WRG not going to have any idea how they've ended up in the situation. They've constantly been on top. Sinner with the Orb trying to get something done here just to give them that advantage once again. Spoof with the P90s managed to get him to drop. The bomb is going to be going down here. Sinner there. He does pick up Beast, and that means Spoof is in a 1 versus 2 now with the P90. Both the players peeking from the same angle. He's going to get taken down. XD did fully force into that, which means they're going to have to eco now, and all of a sudden WRG seem to be running away with it.
And doing well so. And again, something that was different from that first map is the situation that all the players are able to get some frags now on WRG's perspective. They didn't have a bottom fragger with a 0 or 1 scoreline, and on XD it's exactly the same. Spoof also started off from 1 for 5, 1 for 6 in the first map, and they just ended up picking up their momentum just by ensuring the finish off of the opposition, which didn't have 3 or 4 firing players. And well, if they keep going like this, WRG are going to come back and force them into that third map, and that's going to be something to be reckoned with, because that's going to be a situation you're playing a Mirage, and it's well, quite different to the last 2 maps.
Yeah, WRG are a solid Mirage team as well, so XD probably going to want to try and close this out in 2 maps. On a full eco here, not going to be able to get too much done. WRG taking their time, really not risking anything. Nice patient play coming out here, waiting for the information push. You know when you're playing against an eco that they have to go for information so they can understand what sort of play is coming out, where they can make their rotations. XD quite happy to commit to this B site, and that is where WRG are making their way at the moment. So they're going to be stacked up towards the correct site at this moment. Slowly but surely, WRG making their way in.
A little bit too slow play coming from them. Maybe not enough distraction onto the A site either. So it's forced all 5 players on the B site as the information was there. But with the utility and the firepower that they have, if Lights isn't careful of checking what his quarters, which he does, and at the right time, Blaze goes down, and now 3 versus 5. But a very important play, as Makmur can take 1 or 2, it's going to cause a lot of havoc because no one's checking this angle. He doesn't hit the first headshot, comes down to the AK fire, and well, that isn't any frags to be held in XD's name, and well done to ensure that WRG are continuing into that roller coaster going on the downslope.
Well, downslope or upslope depends. I mean, which one's the good one? Because that's what they're doing at the moment. They've picked up 3 in a row here again, and got not the best buy here on XD. So another opportunity. WRG, they've got the advantage. Barely any equipment besides smokes to work with for XD. They have 1 SMG as well, and WRG going for this early flat control once again. Lights is flashing himself straight through the smoke. He's all by himself, and he's going to end up going through. He still goes through. Just ensuring that XD aren't taking forward positions. Spoof doesn't have an orb. He creeps out. He finds Lights just on the corner of the smoke. Makmur is also boosted up here. Hulkies is not aware of this, especially after they threw that Molotov. He's going to make him think that it's clear. He still checks his corners and he finds the frag. So Makmur going to get taken down. Spoof has also been brought down to 22 HP, so taken quite a bit of damage so far in this round. No more equipment to work with besides that lone smoke on 30 silver. WRG running their time down. They're doing this so nicely. It's a completely changed play style from WRG now on the T side.
That's exactly it. As we were saying earlier, I mean, if they didn't go down to their basics, key basics, check all your corners, and then go to that slow play, allow your teammates to keep your crosses, which is exactly what they needed to do last map.
Well, 40 seconds left now. They're going straight onto the A. There is one player here, Spoof. We spoke about checking their corners. Are they going to do it this time? Sinner's not going to do it. That's going to be an easy peek out for Spoof. He gets one, but he's not able to get anything more. And with that position, Halkies comes around and easily gets the frag. So now Blaze to try and get XD, but the problem is this was a full buy coming out from XD, and they haven't managed to offer much resistance. Lands the dink. Puffy's brought down to 2 HP. Halkies is fairly low as well, so tiny window of opportunity here for Blaze to get himself something done. Synoptical coming out, and he's going to take his head off. So in the end, XD still being kept at bay as WRG continue their drive forward.
Oh, nicely done. They've got two full-firing players getting that 10 for 6 and 10 for 4. Lighter's complete turnaround from that first map. He obviously just needed a bit of a warm-up, making sure he knows what he's doing and with the combinations. And, well, they seem to be getting things running nicely. If they are on the same track for CT, I think they're going to hold a very good angle and a good position to go into that third map. And also, in that scenario, I think that if XD are forced into the forced rushing position, where they're constantly just getting into the aggression, I think WRG have really started to learn their lesson and just hold back, and it could see the complete wipeout for that map as well.
XD got some of those hand cannons there, trying to take off some heads, get some damage down onto Sinner, but no frags being found yet. XD have pushed up fairly aggressively here. He does get taken down, so in the end of it, not going to turn into anything. And that was a fairly good information play as well, but now that he's been taken down, it's, that source of information has been obliterated, and they don't have that to work with. But Spoof up close to the smoke, 5-7 in hand. He's got to try and get something done. Yeah, Beast with the Eagle gets one, but not going to be enough. Spoof makes the play eventually, and he gets taken down as well. So XD not able to offer any more resistance. Magmo does get one on the opposite side of the map, but that's not going to have any influence on what goes down on the B side.
Yep, and once again, just waiting out their angles, waiting on their hold. XD came looking for information. Regardless of save or not, they're very aggressive, but obviously with the buy, they're at least pulling back after taking middle. In this case, you're going to expect something to come through, and WG not getting ahead of themselves, not just trying to rush into sight. Something we saw on Overpass. As soon as they were down a round or two that they didn't want to be, they headed out into that monster rush. And in this situation, they didn't just give up in that scenario. They don't just take advantage of their 3 or 4 round win, and they go back to their strats, and that's what's key to play. Your initial players, your default. You'll hear Lighter saying it time and time again, default guys, default. Post-plant positions, default.
Yeah.
And in those kind of situations, they're getting those right, and that's what's changing the scoreline.
Defaults and basics go hand in hand, so it's a really basic call to make, but at the end of the day, it's the easiest and most consistent.
And most important, I definitely agree with
most
you.
important for sure, as XD going to get another buy up into this. Double orbs to work with as well.
You disappeared there for a second.
I did. Well, those double orbs don't have any equipment, so that's not going to be great, as we've seen WRG, what they've done, run the clock down, completely exhausted the equipment on XD. They've completely exhausted the equipment on XD, which means when they've gone through with their execution, there's been no resistance of that extra regard. So once again, running the clock down, forcing out all the smokes and incendiaries from XD, and look at what they're retaining on themselves. They've got a ton of equipment to work with still.
Yeah, and that hasn't been another important part of this, is that although that what WRG in the case of Lights is pushing down long, or every now and again Synoptical pushing a little bit further than they would as a team, that's the only play that they're making that error on, and they're making sure that if they make an error, they regroup and not just push through and not just kind of give an oh well attitude as sometimes that gets into that mode. Very well played. There, 2 players are going to go down on drop, and that puts XD into a position where those double AWPs are going to cause a bit of a problem. And well, last time it was a triple AWP that caused this. And I think that maybe a very nice shot there by Puffy. Very, very well played. Pre-firing it, of course.
Yeah, and Beast with the other AWP, he gets taken down with no resistance. So WRG turning up. Good to see them turning up, because that overpass definitely wasn't an indication of what they're about. This is an indication of what they were doing in the qualifiers. So taking that map 2 warm up, it was XD's map 2, and we could see that they'd worked on a few things. They did have some structured setups, so you can't take anything away from them. But in the second map now, WRG doing what they need to do to get back into it, as they're about to make it 9-2, get XD back onto that eco. And this is just the nature of CT Cobble. It's one of those maps that the T side can constantly just continue doing the same thing over and over. And if you physically can't counter it, then there's nothing you can do about it. This plat and drop push, which WRG have been doing every time at about the 45-second mark, has just been too dominating and aggressive for XD to deal with, and WRG have done it, what, 5, 6, 7 times now already, so they're not even scared of being predicted at this point. It's just about them using the sheer firepower.
Yeah, exactly that. And you do get those situations quite often against teams that are recently formed or very aggressive teams. They'll find, especially without the experience, you'll find that they'll either be very aggressive on their T side and be able to hold back on the CT completely, or you'll have that situation where you're getting run at very aggressively and you actually don't handle it well because you're used to countering it, their defense with aggression, not the other way around. And as you say that, they just come running straight out. I hope Lights is going to check that same corner as he does again. And he does come out this time not on top though, and Puffy going to have to fight off against, well, an AK with Spoof, and he gets him as well because he had not much HP left to go. And Beast making sure that anything that comes through that smoke doesn't even get to see Spoof. And now a 1 versus 5, so Synoptical going to have to try and sneak his way around into doing whatever he can do. And well, he gets one, and it's going to be down to 30 HP. If he can take 1 or 2 more, it'll at least do some economical damage, but a little bit too trapped in the corner.
Well, XD now need to ensure that they pick up this next round, because if they lose this following one, it's going to be massive. Their economy won't be... Well, having said that, they kept 5 players alive. So I take that back. They've got 1 round in them. In that, if they lose this one, they can buy 1 more, but not much further than that. WRG still got a healthy bank to work with. As that fast play, that aggressive play, they turned away from their slow methodical, and it didn't work for them. Straight away, they lost that round, and so we see them reverting back to this, running the time down, running the equipment down on XD.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because XT is now going to wait for that expected additional aggression, especially because they lost a round, and as has it happened last time, WG lost a round in the first map and then ended up pushing double as hard for the second to try and almost force that aggression. And the Spoof in this case making sure he takes on Sunny, but it's important that this Makmura's shot does actually land, or he's going to be in trouble, but he gets one and he's able to get out. That smoke was very late on Lightus, he won't be happy with that, and now Makmura is already inside, but he comes out with a nade. The basics are the difference between these rounds, as we're seeing 1 or 2 players just changing everything, and all that matters right now is that it's a 3 versus 3, a 9-3. Coming through the smoke is another one of the XD players. These guys have got to be ready for it. Gets 2 in a row. How many times have we seen these double kills coming from Blaze and from Icarus? Spray downs or a continuous spray movement, and it's really, really been impressive to see.
Nice trades back and forth here. XD coming out on top with the 2 versus 1. Puffy with the AWP to try and clutch it out here. He's aware of one of the player's positions, but not the second, and he's got a really good position here. Oh, he misses the feet. He tries to follow up with the Tech 9, but not able to get it, and now that's given his position away completely, and he's got to try and move quickly. He pulls up the Tech 9, doesn't land the shots. There was some actually pretty scary potential there for a few split seconds, but in the end of it, XD closed it out, and they managed to follow up now 2 consecutive rounds, and if they could pick up 6 on this half, then that's a great half from them. Yep. We know that Cobble has become that T-favored map, so now that they could find potentially 6, I think that may be enough for them.
Yeah, it's exactly the reverse if they do end up getting 9-6. So it's a situation where they went from an advantageous position to coming into a not as much advantage as they'd like to have, but they're not stopping, and they haven't just resorted to giving a whatever attitude as we were speaking about earlier. And what's very important to make sure that they save both those AWPs, and their economy is not as fully equipped as what the T's are. Nice shooting coming up from Synoptical, and again, Icarus getting a little bit too aggressive for his own good.
Yeah, and costing XD as well. They had that man advantage, and he pushed unnecessarily for information, and he gets taken down. So just goes to show a lack of patience there. WRG managed to get themselves in drop. That's another piece of missed equipment. I've noticed a lot of missed equipment from the WRG players, as that's just creating slight mistakes. 4 players in drop. All of them are going to be going from drop. It could be a bloodfest here as Beast finds 1. Spoof adds the support with the AWP. Blaze coming in now, covering the window, and it is a bloodbath indeed as Spoof closes it out. And WRG, such a single pointed attack, really it shuts down your options, and one piece of equipment or one good spray down and your entire round is shut down. And this is going to be sticky for WRG, because if they do go on to now lose 4 rounds in a row, that may do some damage to their confidence, which they've built up so greatly in this half already. I mean, I think they're really going to be disappointed with this half score, even if it is 10-5, because of the strong position they were in. And, well, it's not done yet. Now they've gone back to A. Finally, they've had enough of the B side. They've taken some early points towards. They've managed to get into middle control. And these XD players over to A haven't seen much combat lately.
Yeah, and they were forcing out the rotations, but XD were holding them well because WG were either having, like you say, a one-tracked approach into getting into site, or they were in a scenario where the site was actually taken before they got their rotations in place. And well, if they aren't careful, they're going to have a situation where XD are going to gain a little bit more momentum than they would have necessarily gained from winning a pistol round in, say, the second half last time. They're going to have to make sure that they hold their minds here, because in the scenario of a momentum-driven team, you need to remember you still have the momentum, you just had a break. Let it reset, and a nice shot there by Light is very important as he takes out the second last player. A very important corner to check, but in this case, Beast is sitting in something a little bit more odd as he does take one down, but Light is to follow it up, and now a 4 versus 1, forcing players to be on the one side and not really important enough to notice, as 10-5 is the final scoreline.
Yeah, that final round was pretty big for WRG to pick up, just to not let themselves get too far behind in their mental state. But this next pistol round is going to be really important for them. If they can pick this up, it puts them in great stead to go forward in this map and maybe pick it up even at a 1-1. But if XD pick up this pistol, it's fair game, and this is the side I was excited for. This is the T side. So now we're going to see what Spoof has come up with. And it's straight towards A. They've got one more piece of equipment to work with here. They're going to be going straight into middle. Lightus is going to be spotting this out because he's got this pretty strong position. As soon as Spoof goes out into middle, he gets shut down. But the support has come through from Makmo. He gets Lightus. And there's no more players on the A side. Besides for the man on balcony, is going to be the only extra bit of resistance. That means XD can get themselves into the B site, and pretty comfortably as well. They're going to be able to get the bomb down and get some pretty strong post-plant positions. The rotations are coming through from WRG. Eventually, Synoptical's able to find the frag, so 30 Silver gets taken down, and the remaining XD players are going to struggle to hold this as they capitulate on top of them. But 2 versus 2, somehow Blaze and Makmo find a frag apiece. They get some information from that jump. Puffy's up closer with the USP. He's dueling it out with Makmo. He gets the frag, but 15 and 23 HP on Puffy and Hulkies respectively. Blaze lands an incredible headshot. Surely he's not going to be able to close it out here. Just needs to land one more bullet to get this clutch, and this would be huge to XD. He's not able to do it. He's not able to do it, and Puffy closes it out. Heart in his throat, I'm sure. Gets the clutch in the last dying seconds, and WRG pick up the second pistol of the game, and surely with that put themselves in good stead to close it out.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I mean, very unlucky there from Blaze. That burst shot only landing on the one player. He needed also one bullet on each end. So it was really first come, first serve, and it just worked out in WRG's favor. I think he had actually caught him out completely by jumping on that roof. He wasn't looking at him all. So all he needed was that first bullet, but then hesitant with his HP. So nicely played by both teams. Well-rounded from each, for the first round, at least from a swap around. But in this case, it's going to be, well, that full buy-up with the Tech 9 as we expect.
Yeah, that Galil to work with as well. So a bit of a Superman strategy coming through here. And they're heading over towards B. I mean, we know they got that bomb down and they opted not to actually save for the following round. And just a bit of a statement coming out here that they want to shut this down early. Sinner going for the information play here with the SMG. He needs to be careful, because if he gets taken down, that's a pretty important avenue of resistance on the B side. At the same time, lots of potential playing up so close here. XD players certainly not going to expect it. They do have ample amounts of flashes to try and support them here. They're going to make the play to get into drop. There's no resistance from WRG at that point, but it's how they utilize this map control. And they shut down the exit points, do WRG. As soon as XD tried to get out, WRG completely shut them down. Not even a frag being found across the board here. And that was a complete force through for XD.
Very, very good synergy coming from WRG there. Really, really well done. I mean, that was something that they were missing previously. They really needed that initial play to be followed up with a second and then finish with the third, because they were getting to their first point, they were getting to the second, and either failing the second or not progressing, and maybe getting a little bit ahead of themselves. In this case, really nicely done, forcing the one player onto the other, making sure that the almost visual of XD was in the wrong direction. Brilliantly done.
And after that force fire, they now are going to be on the eco. So WRG with that feel-good round where they can just get some frags, bump up the KPD a little bit, find some loose headies with the SMGs, and opportunity here for Hulkies. He's actually going to get taken down, and that's the plat player, but the rotations have come through. Have a look at the bomb. This is beautifully done by XD. They're pulling one of those basic matchmaking strats, sending 4 players over, but the fake is all in the frags. So even just by getting that frag, he's done his job completely. The bomb's gone all the way over towards A, and on this no investment round, Spoof is going to get his job done. He's going to get the bomb down, and WRG are going to be kicking themselves a little bit off on that over rotation.
No, for sure. I think that Latis is going to have a couple of words to say, but you can definitely see there was a spoof call there, running around with the bomb and says, give it to me, let me get these guys just one more trick. And all that mattered was that Plants got a very, very surprising previous round with that force buy up instead of getting into this third round. But now we're going to be in that situation where, well, they've got a much more economy on them, on their hands, and hopefully going to use that to their ability. I presume the WRG are going to just hold back and make sure that they don't push straight through without being prepared. Because if they do get into that situation, that aggression holds them back, WRG are going to find themselves in a struggling scenario, and especially after a little bit of a frustration from allowing that bomb plant, they're gonna maybe suffer worse if they lose this round.
Well, that bomb plant's given them that extra money to work with now for that equipment. WRG haven't been tested yet against a full buy from XD on the T side, so this is going to be it. And an opportunity for them to put a nail in the coffin here as players go straight through. He gets one, but the refrag comes through from Lighters. He's got the Galil to work with, so not the prime weapon. He's also going to be able to get out, which is very big considering he's down to 19 HP. 3 players over towards long here for XD, and they're going to be getting straight into the side. Lighters has got no clue of this, and that means he's going to get taken down from behind. There's no support from his teammates, so a pretty open position to be playing. And this is when it becomes a problem. The full buys are something that XD WRG are going to have to sort out. The job is not done yet. Although they're on 13, they still need to close it out. And XD with Spoof at the helm, I keep saying it, I feel like that there's so much potential, and as we see him here, he gets himself in first. Synoptical's going to get the refrag, but now that they know exactly where he is, it's going to be difficult for him to get out and get anything more done. He is waiting for Sinner though, because Sinner's in a prime position to get the flank here. He's going to get Icarus, which means he can now comfortably come out of vent room. All of a sudden, it's a 2 versus 2. There's a kid to work with on Synoptical. They're going to be making their way forward here. No shots being rattled off. You have to end this 2 versus 2. Still Flash is slowly coming out as they make their way to the bomb. That smoke is going to go through, try and get the defuse, but he's been taken down now and not going to be able to get it done. So eventually XD closing it up, but some good comeback in that round from WRG, just showing that they are capable of bringing back the 2 versus 4 deficit.
Yeah, and importantly so, because you want that scenario that when you're on the back foot to get that little bit of advantage, a little bit of luck, and falling into the trap of maybe a bit of overconfidence, looking at the scoreline at 13-5, 13-4, they allowed the plant, and then the plant caused them to have a full gun battle against them. And you really don't want those scenarios when you have such an advantage. You want to seal it off, get into that third round, and make sure, or that third map, and make sure that you are able to make full use of, well, first of all, the abilities of your opposition, to make sure that if they're going to fatigue or tire in this match, they're going to do it quickly in the third map, and if not, get them a bit frustrated and get them kind of thinking on their feet. So well done by XD to make sure that this is happening, and now WRG know for a fact they can't just sit in one area and just assume that it's going to be a standard play.
Well, WRG able to figure out a bit of information here. They find themselves 2 Lighters with a nice wraparound here, and although XD have gotten onto the A side and they've gotten the bomb down, the positions are just too strong from WRG. Surely Makmo does get one, and he turns it into a 2 versus 3. He's going to have to get some support from Blaze here, which he does get, but Makmo gets taken down. They know exactly where his position is. 12 HP, nothing to do. He gets taken down, and that is WRG getting the job done, and that's probably going to mean that they're able to close it out at this point. So coming back very, very strongly on their own map here.
Yeah, and it's good to see. It's good to see that they haven't just given that whatever attitude to the scenario and just gone back to a standard roll-through play. They really have gone back to their strat. They've gone back to analyzing what is happening against us, and well, a completely reformed team, and really, really nice to see. And a bit more of the AWPing side coming out now. We've seen very few AWPing situations happen from the WRG perspective.
Yeah.
Only really time it happens when they picked it up from XD. So it's nice to see that that's actually playing their part, and even the SMGs, as we often see that coming into an important characteristic, as a lack of funds can force, as CTs do.
Talking about funds, XD don't have much of them, as they're down to some upgraded pistols, which was dropped by Blaze himself. Got some armor to work with too, but going for they're quite content, and that's a spoof call. 8 times out of 10, the Ts go for the force in this round. They don't want to allow the CTs to get to 15, but he understands, keep yourself cool, calm, rather get that buy up when possible. These Tech-9s can still get some work done, as we see Makmo gets on. Surely he can't get a second, he actually does. All of a sudden, the B sides has been burst open. There's only one player left to offer resistance here. And he gets taken down by Spoof with a beautiful one-tap there with the Tech-9. And all of a sudden, WRG getting completely ousted here, and Puffy, along with Lighters, are going to be forced straight onto the eco. But I can tell you right now, XD are not going to be letting them get away without any resistance. There we go, 30 Silver already finding one. Lighters picks away at 30 Silver, but that means they are now aware of his position and will be frantically after him.
Yeah, it's good to see from that perspective that the aggression is being countered with alternative forms of defense, and in this case, the only time that I've really seen that this map has caused XD to win the round is, or at least on the CT side. Nice shot there by Latas. Take as much damage done to them as you can. Get a third, and there we go. It's forcing that economy. Fourth for that, third for after the bomb plant and the save. But in this case, I was saying XD have really only ended up winning rounds on their T side when WWG are not in their standard positions, when they're not in their default and not able to hold out those crosses and ensuring that their players are covered from the angles that they are not watching.
Yeah.
Then that is when it falls apart. And XD are so great at doing that. I mean, we've seen Spoof Team all the way, like you're saying, Carbon playing back in the years before with Ventus. He really always was a player that would find the gaps where the teams were not watching, and purely by trying different things all the time and at different paces. So yeah, that plays very, very well and dynamic kind of structure.
Well, that structure being applied pretty well here. WRG opting to force, and that's an interesting decision because they're so far ahead that they have all the time in the world to save and get themselves back into it. But that UMP up on Puffy gets a frag, and now they know that the execution's coming over towards A. Makmo, just showing what he's capable of. Beautiful headshot down to Lighters, takes him out of the equation. 30 Silver takes on Puffy, and slowly but surely WXD rather are taking control of this A site. All up to Synoptical to try and get something done. He gets a frag with the P250 as well as retrieving the AK, but Beast and 30 Silver, ex-teammates, able to close it out across the board as they pick themselves up frags. And I know it's a 14-8 scoreline, but that scoreline can very quickly become 14-10, 14-11, and then things start to become a bit precarious. So XD, they're going to want to shut this out. That's why they went for the force, I suppose, but like I said, maybe a little bit preemptive, as they're now in that eco situation where they, I mean, after one eco, they're going to have a small amount of cash. It's going to be the FAMASs and the M4s. They're not going to have any AWP to work with, so it may even be that double eco situation. XD, they're going 5-man straight through plat. One player watching back of drop. It's working out pretty well for them so far. Beast gets one, so does Makmo, so not having any trouble cleaning out these pistols. And this is a pretty good anti-eco coming around here from XD, as they don't waste any time. They keep all 5 players together, leaving nothing to chance and not giving the pistols any opportunity.
Yeah, WG needs to be very careful here. Exactly like you were saying, it's now 14-8, but it's very easy to go down to a 14-12 scoreline. I mean, they only have one half buy or 2 full buys left in them. And if that's the 2 full buys, then you're already on 14-14. So the momentum that XD are gaining is much more powerful than what WRG gets in their just general roll through on rounds, because WRG needs that additional structure. They haven't got as much of, say, an initial pick play where the first couple of bullets are in an immediate headshot. I mean, Makmo's coming out firing on all cylinders and not missing a single thing.
Yeah.
But when you see the other guys from WRG getting their structure right, they're look at that all fast.
Yeah.
Very, very sneaky. Well played by Sinner there. Oh, there we go. He's got all 4 of them in front of him.
But he has a deagle. That's not the weapon you want in this situation. He could land a couple of shots here. He gets taken down, unfortunately, in the end. But just going back to your point, we were saying, I mean, how XD's not playing from... They 1-0 up at the moment, which means they're not playing with added pressure right now. On this T side, they can play freely. They can take their time, do whatever they want. And basically what I'm saying is that WRG need to close this map out if they want to keep themselves in the series, where XD aren't under so much pressure, as we see them now getting to 10. And... well, WRG have double ecoed for this situation. Now they're going to be able to get the full buy-up. Puffy with his favored weapon, the AWP. And no AWP to talk of there on XD. So they're going to be working with the 5 AKs, which has been going well for them. And it's going to be interesting to see if they continue with this aggression. And I think that may be the case. They know that WRG are going to be up with the buy here. And they opt to go for the 3-2 split, leaving the bomb towards the back.
And I think you would expect it from WRG now that they've learned their lessons on what happened in the first map. They learned that they weren't playing against the opposition, but they were playing their own style, and that doesn't always end up working in your favor. In this case, I hope that they've at least planned that expectation that this constant momentum will be changed, because Spoof is one of those key players that's going to change that at constant pace. He's going to make sure the weaponry is not the same, and he's going to make sure you're in different positions. But then the same counter at the opposite end, as soon as you think he is going to do something, he does the opposite again. So as soon as you think that they're going to hold back, you'll actually just go straight through with a rush. As we've seen time and time again, I think it's been 4 bars so far in this first 2 maps of this tournament that they've ended up buying when nobody else in a general scenario would. And WRG, at least coming from a more patient perspective, they're also holding back. They're not just going to, they could have also bought last round out of frustration.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of a situation that happened in the previous map, but this is it. They've changed it up, and I hope that that works in their favor, at least to the situation, that can calm them and keep them back to that structured point. But it'd be good to see some more of this gun dueling as XD enter into sight at silly paces.
Well, they get into the A, but the rotations have come through. The frags are finally actually coming through. 30 Silver picks up 2, and that's massive. The refrag does come through for Sinner, and so do the rotations. But XD have managed to get themselves into a 3 versus 3 situation. The bomb has not yet crossed, which is a problem. Smoke going down to try and get an opportunity. Puppy with the AWP, missing a shot. Extremely unconventional. That's going to give a chance for the bomb to get across as the angle's not held anymore. 1 smoke on Hulkies, 1 flash on Blaze. The entire equipment in this round. Hulkies gets the first as he works his way, and that's Muckmoor, the low HP player, being taken down. The push continues. Hulkies gets himself another, and now it's all up to Beast. He's alone. They know where he is. He gets himself 1 versus 2 now. They are just going to take their time. They can shut this out by taking their time. He does get taken down. Hulkies picks up the 3rd, and WRG find their 15th.
Yeah, and something that had to be noticed there, I mean, WRG were very lucky not to find themselves in 3 one-on-one positions. I mean, you don't want to put yourself into that scenario. They ended up pushing all 3 from the same side, and the XD did exactly that. They all made sure that they were playing individually versus all 3, and then WRG reverted to the exact same thing, forcing one-on-ones. So that seal off of basics this time didn't fall there, didn't say cause their fall, but it is important to notice when they're progressing in this tournament, they really need to focus on those little basics, those little finishes. When you're 14-2 up, when you're 16-1 down, that's the difference. When it's 16-1, not 14-2, 15-3, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Especially in a team that's so aggressive.
Yeah.
There we go. 2 players already down on XD as WRG just hold back, cause a little bit of almost sound play towards the XD players, thinking they're going to get aggressive, getting close in their face, but not good enough as the players go down, and that's 1 apiece for Puffy and Hulkies as we go into this potential last round of the second map, and then we have a Mirage in our hands.
Yeah, XD have shown some good character to come back into this one. It's not done yet. 30 Silver still has something to say. That was the lone A player, which means XD can now get into A. Only 1 man's rotated across so far, so they're not fully committing, but now they take 2 extra. So XD are going to be going towards A. Oh, the bomb actually now going back towards B. So not too sure what they want to do. 3 players are in the middle area for WRG. Puffy with the AWP takes out that interlinking player, and all of a sudden the 2 XD players are completely split. 1 with the bomb going over towards B, and 1 on A with the AK-47. He's managed to get control, but they're thinking that means WRG are going to fully rotate, which they haven't. And now the bomb going back over towards A, so a bit of indecisiveness coming through here. Has to be said, XD need to win this one to keep themselves in the map. This would take us to a 1-1 scoreline. 30 Silver's going to have to go pretty massive here. And he's not going to be able to. He gets 1, Blaze comes back with the refrag, and in 1 versus 3, he gets taken down. So WRG able to complete that second map, keep themselves in it, and it's just good to see that they are capable as a team to go out and lose the first map fairly convincingly, but come back with a fresh mentality into the second one and take it.
Yeah, and that's it. That's all you need. Get yourself a refresher. Make yourself in a position that you really know that the one map is one map. It's isolated. We can change. We can adapt. The adapting doesn't work. We've got to do something else. In this case, it did work. And well, we're, like you said, at a 1-1 scoreline. We're going to take a short little break. We'll be back with the third map.
Yeah, make sure you follow us, guys, at Hayes CSGO 3 for an E. So that's HA3E. No, HAZ3 CSGO. There we go. I managed to get that eventually. And at WAMP16 as well. If you want to give him a follow on Twitter, do that.
Thanks very much, guys. We'll see the hay just now. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here with that third and final map of the first round with WRG versus XD. A really, really good matchup so far, and it's been a play for play and almost the opposition's maps coming into play here.
Yeah, third and final map, Mirage. WRG starting on the CT side. That's what they get from winning the pistol. They get the advantage of choosing what side they start on the third and final map. So here we see CT, of course. Sorry, what am I talking about? The names are swapped at the top. I see. So that WRG are on the T side and XD on CT, despite what the names at the top say. So WRG managed to get themselves one player boosted into snipers here, which is really powerful because you can actually split the map in half, not allow the rotations to come through, and the execution is coming through onto A, which is not so defended by WRG. They're quite happy to play the retake strategy. 2 players in CT, they're not landing any shots, so that's going to allow WRG to get the bomb down. Spoof does get one, and 30 Silver from across the map gets one too. That was Synoptical's job to keep out, and he gets taken down as well, as all of a sudden 1 versus 4 for Puffy. So what was looking like a fairly decent execution for WRG has now turned into a good return for XD as they pick up the first pistol.
Yeah, and I mean, if they take control of this map as they did in the first map, right in the beginning, it's really going to be difficult for WRG to come back. And obviously, a little bit of confusion with that swap of the name is going to probably play a trick throughout.
I will just have to note it a few times here and there. XD going up for the full force here. They've got 5 SMGs on WRG, 2 P90s, 2 UMPs, 1 MP9, 7.
Yep.
Okay. Well, going through with forced up pistols, not too aggressive, so that's fairly uncharacteristic. Usually you base the force buy up on aggression, so in this case they go for the slow players, wait for maybe some pushes from WRG, but they don't. Oh, sorry, from XD. You see, now the names are already giving me a trouble here while I'm casting, but in the end of it, XD holding with the standard setup here, 2 players towards A in the back of CT. Once again, they're happy to give up the initial stages of A. They've got nobody covering connector, so they don't mind playing the retake, but they are holding strong on B. They've got 1 player constantly checking apps, Mukmo supporting him as well. And that looks like where the hits is going to be.
Yeah, and I like this play coming out from WRG. They're making sure that they're not just using their Tech9 or their armor and pistol usage. Force the fact that maybe XD are going to come out fighting, and Icarus is going to sit in that corner next to the van, take a player down, but drop at the same time. Mukmo is going to get one to keep the side alive, and he gets the bomb down, and that's really the end of the round as it comes in behalf of WRG. It was very, very well played by them, nice and patient. Important to make sure that that XD are not pushing, and in the end of the day, coming out on top this XD.
Yeah, XD coming out on top as they got a little bit close there. That initial headshot made it look a little bit precarious, but doesn't pan out too badly in the end as they managed to shut it down. And WRG now on that full eco as they go into the few P250s. They're going to be going straight into the A site to try and get some work done. They managed to find a frag, but you surely don't expect them to get much more done in this situation when there's just such a superior weaponry on one of the sides.
No, you really don't. And when it comes down to that initial pick, if you can get into site like they did and get the play, you'd like to get 1 or 2 more. But XD are holding out their angles nicely and making sure that they don't shut any other players into the position of a death. Get themselves 3 players alive, and then, well, that's the third round for them.
And our names have been fixed, so I can stop making mistakes like that because I feel like that would have gone on for the whole map. So I'm glad that that's been fixed. As we see now, XD have got the 3 rounds, and here's the first full buy coming up. So 5 AKs across the board for WRG, and they're going to have to make it work. I did say that this would be a very strong map for WRG, so... Oh, Mukmo just doing what he does best with the AWP. This man used to control mid so incredibly well for Carbon with the AWP. Just doing exactly that, finding frags, just not even allowing WRG to get a foothold in middle. And this is a problem because this was the full buy from WRG, and they've already lost 2 players without even seeing a single CT. Both those frags through smoke, beautiful.
Yeah, no, it was nicely done. I mean, in perfect timing on the first one, the second one, just clearing out that smoke, knowing that something is going to come through at some point in time. And obviously, as you're saying, time and time again, the brilliant hold that he has. He's taken down 3 already, and unfortunately, WRG are a little bit disjointed in their final push after losing 2.
Yeah, it's really rattled them, of course, when you lose those 2 frags so quickly and your whole play was based off of mid control, then things just become difficult. So you've got nothing to work off, and in the end of it, just getting cut down from underneath them. And Well, only losing one player, XD, which means their economy is going to benefit really greatly from that. And WRG forced into this eco, and we saw what happened to them when they started having some pressure put on them on overpass. They started to struggle. We saw the cracks, and so they got off to a great start on Cobble. They had no problems there. They had the confidence the entire time, and now it's going to be interesting to see whether they're capable of coming back from this situation once again.
Yeah, and it's going to be important to see. So, I mean, something that started off in the previous half as well, the previous map, and that's with Lighters not getting an early scoreline. As we can see now, WRG all round aren't able to pick up more than one each.
Yeah.
And simple basics coming around the corners with knives, even though it was the end of the round, Puffy having the bomb last time, he needs to ensure that he is at least able to take a player down or do some form of damage, especially because they're forced up.
I like what they've done here. They've invested in a few smokes and flashes, and that means that they're going to take the hit onto the A site, which XD have been quite happy to give up. So that could mean that they're going to get a plant out of it. Lighters is able to find an AWP as well, so he might be able to get some more work, but they haven't cleared out Beast yet. He's been waiting under Palace patiently, covered up with smoke for most of the time. Eventually comes out with the frag. Blaze now continuing forward as XD just shutting them down. That AWP not able to get anything done. It's at T-Ramp, so some potential. He gets himself one, and surely that's the cue to back off. The bomb is it's not actually being stuck. They tap at it once again, but Lights is just missing too many shots for this to even be an opportunity. The nade coming through, down to 8 HP and taken down. Not able to save the AWP, but it was okay because they are going into a full buy now. They had ample cash to go into it, so they're going to pick the AWP up for themselves, which is going to go to Puffy and probably contribute to some more towards some middle control. But WRG, this is such an important map, and they're being tested right from the beginning.
No, exactly that. And I mean, if they aren't careful, they're going to find themselves 7 or 8 rounds down, and then getting to that attitude of I don't really mind what happens, and forcing bars out and trying to play your own play will be a major issue for them. So they need to make sure that they at least try to find something out of this, try and find at least a couple of frags, because it's not even ending up where the rounds are being close. They're really being completely outplayed in perspective of just, well, Makmur in this case was really taking a one-handed show, and the last round was his first death.
Well, they're going to have to give them a few more of those if they want to stand a chance on this. Double AWP for the CTs to work with, and both the AWPers are pretty close to each other. Both of them in middle, one focusing towards A, one focusing towards middle. Makmur, they're going to be challenging him here, trying to boost up. He throws a Molotov to give himself some defense. He's even going to smoke himself off, which is, of course, an unconventional thing to do when you're playing middle. Sinner able to get the entry frag onto A, but he gets retraded by Spoof, so 4 versus 4 now, and WRG once again not managing to get into prime position off the initial frags. Hulky's on the opposite side, able to get a Puffy nice and patiently, takes down Spoof. So all of a sudden, WRG just chiming in all over the map, coming together, and that's what it's about, ensuring, like we said, all 5 cylinders need to be firing. And in this case, they are, and this is the result of it.
Yeah, and again, nasty splits. I mean, pushing the one kill of a player, just putting out the perfect positions to trade up for each other, and ensuring that in this case they didn't even lose the trade. They simply got the initial pick, and forcing a situation Spoof having to come out of spawn and peeking into the A ramp. Now, you don't want to be doing those scenarios from XD's perspective when you are in such an advantage, because you're 5-1 up. You're not expecting them to be pulling out too much more. You're stopping everything that's coming at you, and then excuse me, and then it comes down to a position that you actually have no control of the map all of a sudden. So it was well played by WRG completely, well reset and nice and structured.
Standing in the Molotov as Makmur is actually nearly burns to death there, 18 HP at the end of it, and that's a problem because he's the only AWP on them at the moment. Some aggression coming through here from XD, going to try and utilize the smoke against the terrorists here, but they are patient and waiting. It's going to be Blaze. He goes through. They don't expect him to be so close. Is he able to get a frag? No, the support comes in from Hulkies, and he gets taken down. Does get some damage down though, but it isn't enough to find the frag, and in the end of it, it is still 5 players remaining on WRG as they manage to get that mid control, all important mid control, splitting XD in half. 3 players over towards, or 2 players over towards A now, 1 in middle, 1 towards B. Still a minute on the clock, so ample time for WRG to work with as they do choose to go towards A, as it would seem, stacking up of several players here, making the bomb all the way on the top of mid still, so not too hasty in that regard.
Yeah, which is good. Again, holding back to their structured play, making sure you're not just trying to push out any form of aggression just because you've got around, and keeping your heads about it. I was unfortunate from Blaze, but I also think that sometimes it's one time too many, being able to take full control and push so far up, especially middle in this case. Didn't have any support, he had no way to trade up, and they had three Blaze. Quiet down, Spoof in the side corner. No one chasing that corner, and that's a bit of a problem as two players are already down, but it's now a 3 versus 2. Spoof's going to have to take one more. He doesn't. Makmo, though, by himself, going to have to take 2. He's got that off, which is obviously his favorite weapon, and the bomb is really not planted for him.
Yeah, but both players on the same position, so that smoke blocks off both of them. Of course, he's not going to know that. So if one pushes through and dies, he's certainly not going to expect the second one to be there. They're going to try to push through at the same time. He gets one, he gets the second! Makmur going absolutely huge with the deagle. Finding 2 headshots, he's going to get the defuse as well. And that takes so much wind out of the WRG sails.
Wow, that could really be a nail in this half. I mean, after everything like that, it really is a one-man show from this case. I mean, don't get me wrong, the other players are performing, but Makmo has really been the one either to seal it off for the time that you needed, or taking 3 or 4 kills off the bat, and it's really, really good to see.
It's lovely to see him showing up in this third map, the all-important third map. He comes and he's 11-2 out of the blocks. He's controlling middle so well for the CTs, which is the most important piece of map control on this map, and imagine having an AWPer like Makmo in your team controlling it makes it far easier. So XD continuing forward. Oh, Puffy just missing a rudimentary shot there. He gets a second opportunity and he takes it. So Blaze gets taken down. Funny enough, because Blaze was actually aware of the position there in the end of it. So, oh, Spoof, he's pushed up. Puffy's not going to expect this. He's rushing straight through. He's running with his knife out. Spoof with the P90 spotting him out. Going to take his time. I think he wanted to try and pick up the knife there. In the end, not going to be an opportunity. So he evens it out back to 4 versus 4. Lighter's in a very forward position here. Nearly takes down 30 Silver. He knows he's got him down low, so he's going to try and follow it up. Not able to do it, and now the cavalry has arrived. Support comes through. AWP, Famas on Beast. And 3 players over towards B now, but that is exactly where the execution's coming. Synoptical's gotten blind. They're not aware of it. He takes down 30 Silver. Now the remaining players are in market, and the bomb is going to have an opportunity to go down here. So WRG with the man advantage going to be defending the site.
And they've come back quite a couple of times. I really like this. So if WRG aren't holding their angles, that's where the fall will happen. It's not that case this time, as both Lighters and Synoptical pick up the very important frags to leave Spoof all by himself and just going to look for some exits.
Yeah, well, considering their economy, he needs to keep that AWP, and not going to have any opportunity to buy up in this next one unless they want to go for that one drop pistol. So they'll have 3 rifles and 2 pistols. Spoof going to be running into the last player. Yeah, hits a nice shot to keep himself alive. That's going to give mean they can keep the AWP, spots out the second, but now they are approaching from both positions. So he's going to have to deal with one and then the other. He's able to deal with it, and almost reminiscent of Lighters with the AWP on Cobblestone, just with those exit frags.
And just doing all the damage, really, forcing that full buy and
not
allowing them to
keeps their economy in check. There's so much that actually benefit that gives them, and we can see off the back of that XD are going to go in for the force, so you can completely understand why that's the case. And well, they understand that they're on the precipice of making WRG reset their economy, and they're going to keep 2 players towards middle here. Makmu is getting really aggressive now with the AM4, and this is a clinch play, because if he goes down, that's one of their 2 rifles. So pretty ballsy play coming up, but in the end, WRG going to revert back to A, where they've got a ton of equipment to work with. There is 3 players over towards A at the moment, so fairly well stacked up. Going to give themselves a pretty good chance at this. The AWP is all the way in middle, so fairly easy rotation from his perspective.
Yeah, and it's nice to see as well the setup coming from XD, not just pushing out because of the fact you have a couple of weapons short, making sure that they can at least force the players into sight, but they're getting in their face, which at least WRG should be expecting. And down almost 2 as Icarus gets one, Beast gets another one, almost a third. He does get the third of the WRG players, and now they're in a bit of trouble as the last 2 are on that A ramp. They're going to have to look for the plant as soon as they possibly can, otherwise those rotations are going to come out alive. They're already too late. Spoof's already taken one down, and now Lighters are having a nice controlled being side take in the previous round. Really comes down to not even be able to take A.
Yeah, getting picked off completely, piece by piece. No refrags coming in. They don't take any map control off the back of it, and XD managed to carry on going forward. So you almost felt like WRG might have got themselves back into it by finding that important round, and XD on such a torrid bye. You didn't fancy their chances too much, but in the end of it, they pull through, and now WRG on the opposite end are on that eco. They've only got themselves 2 rounds, and of course there's still 6 more to go in this half, including this round. There's still time to catch up, but you can't leave it too late.
No, you can't at all. And I mean, Mirage as well, with the perspective of how XD are a momentum-based team, once they start getting even more into that momentum, and on such a short rotation time, such a short set of rounds, often that ends up being very quick. But in this case, WG is at least holding back for a little bit, and now XD are going to try and get at least something out before they get taken down. And, well, the anti-eco is not really working out for them as they come out. Until that point that I say it, of course, then 4 players will drop in a few seconds.
Yeah, I know. As soon as that happens, they completely turn on and start wrecking. So XD doing nicely there to ensure that things don't get too out of control. They don't allow WRG to get control of the site. They don't want to be in that retake position when you're down. Of course, you can accommodate it if you get there, but you don't want to put yourself in that position when you're against an eco. So doing well in the end there. WRG on another eco. So did I miss something there today? Forced by last round, maybe they went for the pistols and the upgrade was my bad. Okay, well, in the end of it, it doesn't actually work out for them, and now they have to eco. So that just gives a great opportunity for XD to get further into the spoof with the AWP is doing tons of work, and he was really criticized towards the end of his playing career that he wasn't able to keep up. And well, he's just showing that he seriously is capable, as he's performed in all 3 maps so far. WRG down 2 players, make that a third as Blaze picks up his first for the round, and they're going to split up the remaining players. Makbua, no problem taking down Halkies, and Synopsicals saying, I'm not going to have any of that.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's any point, and I think the reason actually last round wasn't noticed about that situation of their ban is because they didn't even get to use anything. It really looked like they took control of B quickly with getting into the site, but before they got into site, there was 3 or 4 players that had dropped, and that was basically as they were dropping out window. So XD really have got their necessary wits about themselves. They really are holding back and making sure that they're doing everything to play against WRG and not just to play as a general map. They're not going into a standard rush push. They're not trying to take too much advantage of the map, and they really are using their strength points. Spoof, it didn't start off in this map so well, but he's come back and he's just maintained, as you have said previously. I mean, he was in the end, he was 6 for 1 or something like that, 1 for 6, at the 1 for 4 at the point, and now he's up to 14 for 5. So really nicely done by him.
Yeah. Leading from the front, following up. You can't. Makmua, he starts out explosive. Of course, you can't expect him to continue that pace for the entire map. So you need your other players to feed off of that and start building up too. So it's great that he's done that.
I think something that's also key is exactly that you say that somebody can't maintain that complete explosion because players are not always going to be running towards you, especially if they're pro players or something along the lines of being able to analyze your opposition. But the key after that is not dying, not conceding that many deaths to opposition, even though you're not picking up as many frags. That allows your team to work around you, and that forces your opposition to go to a different place to where you are because they know that you're going to be picking up at least 2. So you don't want to be in that scenario, which allows you to keep alive and keeps that area completely clean.
Well, how about we chat a little bit about the games we've got coming up after this. So following these 6 o'clock matches, well, they started at 6, so it is. 9 o'clock is the next starting point, and we have got Damage Control versus APG, which will be on the main stream, on the stream we're on now, and then Bravado versus Flipside Tactics, South African version, of course, and that will be on the mainstream. So 2 great games to follow up after this. Going to be great to see Bravado, what they produced. They had a boot camp together, all 5 of their members up in Johannesburg, and I'm very excited to see, and I believe we may even be casting that game. We may have the fortune of casting that game, but let's not get ahead of ourselves as we are in XD versus WRG 9-2 at the moment. WRG an opportunity to get the full buy once again as they make their way pretty hastily initially towards the B side. 3 players packing up that direction, and XD are playing 1 player towards there, so maybe a bit of a read coming through from WRG. They understand that 30 Silver is the only player offering resistance there, and they're trying to play up against that. Spoof getting a bit overzealous, he gets taken down. And that's a nice opening pick for WRG.
Yeah, Spoof was lucky to get away with it last round. He also got a little bit aggressive, a little bit too much showy, allowing the full body to be seen. And in that case, I think he had a nice cover. He didn't need to necessarily peek over the smoke. He could have just waited it out, but obviously we need WRG haven't capitalized on these 3v4s or 4v5s. They've ended up being the situation where they lose their player just as the bomb goes, or before the situation happens. Sitting there, nice and patient, forcing out that movement from XD. And it looks like a situation that we might even see another 9-6.
Well, not if Makmur has anything to say about it. 3 fairly low HP players, 2 extremely low HP players on WRG, so just a few bullets needed to be landed to find those frags. And Synoptical, one of the more... Okay, so he's gone into ladder room, and Makmur is probably not going to be expecting this, so... Yeah, he's going to get taken down. 30 silver now by himself. Definitely going to be an opportunity to save. Their economy is certainly in a rebuyable territory, and... so they're not out of this yet. I mean, we say 9-6. I think WRG is still gonna. They'd be extremely happy with that, would they? So I think XD definitely gonna have something to say about that.
Yeah, I think XD are going to go back to a bit of the drawing board. Their cash flow obviously being maybe 2 rounds away from being depleted, so they're not by any means out of cash. And, well, all their moves and all their plays that they're originally been playing, it doesn't have to be stunted, but maybe something a little different will come out. I think we might expect a little bit of something more aggressive with a 2-man play, maybe even into Palace, if they can do that and take a little bit of control. But the key there, again, is to make sure that they're not going and overextending. Once they're getting into the position and getting into the sight and the control from the perspective of XD, make sure you keep it and don't just take advantage of what you've already gained.
Well, WRG actually to take the first points of damage, Synoptical brought down to 14, but we've seen them working fairly well with low HP so far.
Yeah, a little bit of low health reactive.
Yeah, or 30 silver, getting aggressive. That's not the first time he's done that as well. So waiting patiently, he gets taken down, and that's going to mean the B site is extremely accessible, as that's exactly where WRG goes straight through. Blaze is going to offer some resistance. He gets one. Please give support with the second. Even back to a 3 versus 3 by Lights. Hulky's on fairly low HP, so is Synoptical, but does not make a difference at this point, as they still manage to get themselves into the B site. 2 players through apps, 1 player coming through cat, both with the CTs in markets. Lights is getting that information, and well, XD haven't been able to find themselves something yet on this retake. They're still waiting patiently for some peak to come out, but WRG are sitting stone still at the moment as they wait for the retake, and XD, they're going to back out of this one. They're not going to go for it. They get quite happy to try and save their weapons, and I'm kind of interested by that. I mean, 2 versus 3, generally you back yourself from that situation, but maybe both of them being in market, 1 on low HP, just didn't want to risk it, and they're going to save the weapons. So 9-4 scoreline now, and just enough of an opportunity for XD to buy going into the next one. If they want to, they're going to have to drop 1 and maybe a FAMAS or a 5-7 here or there.
Yeah, it was important for them to keep these 2 guns saved. I mean, in this scenario, the only way they're going to be able to buy up properly, or in any perspective, yeah, is in that way, and not getting overzealous, as you like to often refer to them. It's important to make sure that they keep that control and they keep that structure, because in the end of the day, it's not about this round. It's obviously about the next 4, and that includes the first 3 of the next half.
Very important those rounds will be, as Yoda would say, and. Well, WRG mixing up now. They're going towards A. So we've seen quite a few successful rounds over towards B. This time, XD are able to pick up the early advantage. Makmur picking up where he left off, finding a frag down to Sinner. So how WRG respond is going to be critical, because they've been winning their rounds off of the early frag. So now the man down. They revert with 3 players towards A. They haven't got the mid-map control, so they're not conscious of what's going on there. Blaze is pretty... He's actually got the information now for his side, so slight advantage for XD. Still plenty of time left on the clock though, so not too much can be assumed. Blaze getting a bit aggressive there as he goes through, and luckily doesn't lose his life, as the top shot was missed by Puffy. Beast takes down the player in Palace now, and well, it slows down and the bomb gets rotated over to B. So not going to be completely expected here by XD. WRG are going to make their way straight over and going to be able to get the bomb down. They won't expect the 1CT. He's hiding. No, he gets wrecked by Hulkies. There was a great opportunity there for 30 Silver to capitalize on that, but in the end of it, not capable of. Puffy takes one with the AWP. So now a 2 versus 3 retake situation. They're not going to be able to save from this. They split up. They know unknown and... well, their positions are known, should I say, rather. Some decent post-plant positions here for WRG. Spoof trying to get something done, not able to do it. All up to Blaze now to 1 versus 3. He knows the position of 1, gets the second, but the repeat comes through straight away, and he gets taken down. So WRG done fairly well to come back into this half, considering they were 9-2 down at one stage. XD going to be kicking themselves a little bit as well. I mean, from 9-2 up to a potential 9-6 half line is not optimal.
No, not at all. And after these three maps in a row, all three had the same situation. One working for XD coming, and then WRG coming back, then WRG in advantage, and XD coming back.
Yeah, it's true.
But this third one did the exact same thing. So if it isn't for that 10-5 scoreline, it really is going to be a very identical end for all three halves.
Spoof getting tagged down there, so as if they don't have a disadvantage enough, he's already brought down to 30 HP. Makmur somehow he went through lowers, coming up behind lights as he's going to get the frag, and WRG have been doing that. They've been sending the lurker out often, so now that he's been taken down, XD can focus all their resources on the A side. Somehow 30 Silver comes out on top of that duel, and now there's 3 extremely low HP players on the side of XD. WRG going to pick up 1. Bring it back to a bit of an easier situation here. 4 versus 3. Sinner finds 1 as well. So now 3 versus 3. Getting a bit precarious here for XD. As soon as I say that, nice jump shot there from Blaze as he picks up 1. He follows through with his P250. Gets that frag as well. Puffy with the AWP. All that's remaining. He's spotted out 2 now. So he's got the information. He lands a nice headshot there. He gets a second. Surely he's not going to close this out. He knows where Makmo is. Why does he go for the AWP? He gets the frag. 1 versus 3 out of absolutely nowhere. Shutting out XD and really, really destroying their confidence in that one.
Really trying to create a habit of making the scoreline, and a nice comeback, perfectly timed. Puffy, little moments of brilliance from all the players coming out and forcing that scenario just to get into a position where at least they can replace that damage that they'd been caused earlier where they were 9-2 down.
Yeah, they'd be extremely happy with what happened. You said it. You said a 9-6 half, and that's what ended up happening. So a bit of commentator's curse happening against XD there, and well, they've got one opportunity to get themselves very far ahead here, and this is the pistol. So Spoof going straight into mid with the Glock, challenging against the 2 USPs. Somehow no lives are lost, a bit of damage being dealt, but he's the lone player trying to maybe cause a bit of distraction here as Makmur goes through lowers. They've got no equipment, 5 players with armor. Oh, Makmur punishes Puffy, who goes for the information play. Lights is able to come back with the return. He gets himself 1, and Sinner is very close by to offer some assistance. He gets himself 1, and the double, shutting down the T's as they try and get something done on the A side to try and bring this back, but not going to be possible. Beast is all that remaining now in a 1 versus 4. He knows where the player is. He goes around the corner. Surely he's eventually going to get the shot, and he does. There's still a minute left, and he's got control of the bomb. So there's hope. There's an opportunity, and he's got a flash. So that's going to try and get him out into A, maybe try and find an extra frag in the end of it. Swapped out for the USP as well, just to give him that bit of extra range to work with on the heady. But really, I mean, so little space to work with. He's been shut out from CT. He's got no window to get into A. He's going to go for it. He's going to try and get the CT, but Hulkies is waiting very patiently. He runs into his open arms, and he gets taken down. So WRG just continuing the fight back as they bring it now to 9-7. And this is the CT side where they're certainly going to be stronger, and XD are going to have to work for their T rounds.
Yeah, no, that's the thing, and if they're not careful, I mean, it's going to be already 9-all if they don't take any of the pistol rounds, which is generally an expectancy. But with the Tech 9 and the aggression that can come out of XD, it really is a different scenario to try and expect that.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what we're going to see here. Tech 9's 2 smokes to work with. It's going to be that fast A execution. Try and find the initial frags, get the bomb down, maybe some SMGs in their hand. WRG adopting the common strategy of the day, 5 UMPs. I mean, 6 months ago, you wouldn't even have seen 1 UMP in this buy-up. You know, it's just crazy to see how it's changed. But so is the nature of the game, and XD taking their time. They do burst out onto the A site now, so now the jig's up. They know exactly what's going on. Do WRG, they fire through with the UMP, finding some nice frags. Blaze is able to come through with the Tech 9. They haven't cleared out the CT position yet. As I say that, he gets himself the second. That's going to enable the bomb to go down. And now up close and personal is it's going to be a little bit difficult for WRG to slant back into this one.
Yeah, WG are going to have to make sure they keep at least the angles on and try and get that initial play of XD being a peak, and that's exactly what happens. But then Blaze is in a perfect place. Icarus gets one, and that's the perfect steal off. And
Out
XD
of
now
nowhere.
takes that eco into a full save bye.
Well, that's that's a great scenario for them, considering they lost the pistol, and WRG off the back of that is not going to be happy, considering that it's the third map, and we spoke about how important it is to win those anti-ecos. Of course, okay, this was a force from XD, but you have superior weaponry, and so WRG shot all the way back down to a full eco here, a few upgraded pistols, but really nothing to speak of. And XD is surely not going to repeat the same mistake WRG just made. They're taking it slowly, methodically. They've also got 5 SMGs though, but 30 silver making quick work of Puffy, and Sinner's able to get one, but he does get taken down.
And nicely done by XD. I mean, they made sure that they held out the point when they really weren't expected to win. WG, like you say, would be kicking themselves over and above the fact that they got the initial pick onto the site. And, well, it didn't end up working out because the perfect cross. And now Halkies is going to have to just battle off with his last little bit of weaponry, a little P250 battle, maybe get some damage. But obviously XD are definitely going to try and hunt because they don't want anybody alive.
Yeah, there we go. He gets taken down, and White Rabbit Gaming are in a position where they can buy, but it's going to be ugly. So, yeah, let's see. They're probably going to go for the eco. They have to, surely, which they do. So, XD now an opportunity to go 12-7 up. And when we were in this similar scenario on Overpass, we saw XD run away with it on the T side. When WRG, they had the 9-6 half, and XD went onto the T side, and they completely wiped them. So, WRG, that'll be fresh in their memory, and they need to make sure that history does not repeat itself in that regard.
Yeah, it has really been a double swing matchup from each map perspective. But I mean, if they're not going to learn now, they're going to learn very, very quickly that CT is way too expensive to be losing those types of rounds, to be losing types of rounds that you don't have the opportunity to even almost trade up in damage, because the amount of economy spent on the players is minimal. So the frustrations creep in, and hopefully it doesn't go all the way through, as now it should be just a routine clear out of sight after the 3 players already down. Halkies does get one, but at the moment just a bit of a consolation as the site is swarmed. There's no information, and Puffy's going to have to pretty much play by himself.
Yeah, he gets taken down, but XD giving a lot of respect to WRG. They use a full execution onto the A site. Even though they had the information, they're playing up against an eco. They don't take any chances. They use all their smokes completely perfectly and shut out WRG wholeheartedly. But here WRG is on the buy up, and have a look at this. XD have gone for, okay, so they drop one of the P90s, opt to go for the AK-47 instead, spoof on the P90. I mean, a map like Mirage is, it's not, you wouldn't consider it to be the best weapon for T-side, because there's a lot of long aim duels on this map. So interested to see where he actually takes this. In the end, he does take it towards B. So not too aggressive with it as of yet. That AWP on Puffy is going to have to get a lot of work done if they're going to want, if WRG want to stay in this. Lighters finds himself the first. Oh, Beast gets one. I saw a double line up there, and he does find it, and that is huge for WRG as they're losing players left, right, and center. It's all up to Lighters to try and keep his team in it. He's being straight through the smoke. He gets taken down onto 11 health points, but somehow he does survive. He goes back for round 2, and he gets taken down. Blaze, well, he goes down in the end, but he did fairly well to get his team to the position that they are now in. Hulky's completely unaware, and there's that P90 coming in, finding a frag, and XD shutting down the buy. And is that the last laugh?
At least until the 15th.
At least until they get 16 rounds, it's fairly safe to say that XD have done very well for themselves. I mean, they're going to 14 now, considering, I mean, they should win this, surely, going up against the Eco now.
Yeah, no, they should. Obviously, it's come out though that each time that they should be winning these full ecos or against the full ecos, they end up something happening crazy, and that's exactly what XD did against WG now as CT. So it's going to be important to see, and WG need to just stick together and get into a group up to make sure that they at least can get at 1 or 2 trades, get onto a site, but also not in the point that you're lining up.
Yeah.
They're finding their positioning to be very, very static with regards to its directional play. I mean, it's really on the situation that you're finding yourself in crosses and in squares almost, where all you got to do is either look to the one direction or look to the same direction, and you're going to find a player either with a double tap or with a continued spray. So it's important to make sure that they don't fall back onto that mistake and don't fall into the habit, to make sure that they aren't in that routine, that they know exactly what's coming.
Well, Blaze had no idea what was coming there. Sinner pushing all the way through middle with the 5-7, finds one. Beast well aware of what's going on there. He gets the frag as he tries to get a second flank going on. And that is going to trigger XD to go onto the B sites as they do make their way now. Only a few upgraded pistols to work with. XD taking some damage before they get in here. They haven't actually found the frags yet. There's one player right below them. They have no idea of this. Hulkies, he's able to get one. Eventually, 30 Silver coming through and taking him down. 3 versus 2. Job not done yet. Makmu with the AWP. He's going to have the next points of contention. He takes him down. And now it is all up to Mr. Lighters himself as he's in apps. He's got armor 5-7 and he's going to play for the exits.
Yeah, unfortunate there from WRG's perspective. They got that brilliant play out into the middle, getting up in personal and getting into the T-spawn quicker than they could expect it. But unfortunately, only finding the one player, and the rest of them, once came back through into apps, it wasn't enough informational play to know that they were definitely in B or heading to B. It just knew that they were not in A. And, well, for all he knew, there could have been somebody in Palace.
Yeah, well, WRG going to have to turn something on now. This is their last opportunity to get back into this 15 frags on Lights as he's leading the way. So at least he's picked up considering what was going on. 23 on Blaze. So, I mean, he's probably the least experienced CSGO player in this matchup. And he's leading the way on this third map, which is a pretty good sign. XD still following on with the slow play. They haven't been putting any emphasis on mid control as the Ts. They've been very content with going over towards T ramp and putting some players towards lowers and even apps and just leaving middle completely open. WRG tried to abuse it by pushing, but they get shut down because XD are aware of it. So XD continuing with the normality, running the clock down. And WRG know they're playing from so far behind. They're not going to try anything out of the ordinary. And have a look here. XD faking over towards A, throwing some smokes over, just trying to pull that rotation, but WRG not biting onto the bait as of yet. Still one player constantly spotting apps and a second over towards Catwalk, and that's exactly where the execution's coming through. 30 Silver going to be leading the way on the minute mark, going through. No lives lost as of yet. Oh man, his team mollies. I mean, he runs straight into it, still trying to find something, not going to be able to. They haven't gotten out just yet, and there's a third player who's come through into market now, which means that there's the extra man in defense. Hulkies is going to find one on the corner. There's the AWP walking through, and all of a sudden, WRG just shutting out the push before it even begun.
And they needed to do this. They really needed to get the control of this and protect themselves in that advantage, and must be careful now not to lose it, because obviously they don't have much of a lifeline to play with. And exactly like you were saying earlier, that they aren't focusing much on middle control, but every time they've been in middle, they've taken a frag. And that's from XD's perspective.
Yeah.
They weren't focusing on middle, they weren't getting into perspective of trying to fight it, but they were getting the initial pick, sitting in connector, sitting on the ramp, somewhere making sure that there was at least a shot off before moving back, and then leaving it to them. Let them play in there, and all they ended up doing was getting boxed in a scenario, trying to push through connector or being split up. It worked once when they had that boost, when Latis was as T side, he was boosting up, but in that perspective it wasn't the same scenario. So it's good to see how when they swapped around the second half, it's a completely different game style.
Well, XD still with ample economy, had to get back into this one, even the following one, especially if they get the bomb down they'll have. So quite a cushion to fall back on here for XD, and this time it won't be the fake towards A. This is going to be the full bang hit when they go through with it. And have a look at Puffy. Once again, XD having no emphasis on middle. Puffy exploiting that. He gets the information. So that means WRG don't need to have that cat player, which is pretty big, because now he can fully commit to watching apps, which makes a difference. But in the end of it, won't make a difference in this regard, because the bomb's over towards A. Or is it? As I say that, they start heading over straight to B. So of course, the nature of a commentator going against everything you say. Look, once again, I said going to B, and then they turn and they start going back towards A. But Puffy, the man who went through middle, he's taking his time. He's pushing really slowly and might catch them in the back. In the end of it, poor timing, and they make it just around the corner. Still playing the waiting game. Beast not going to be expecting this even remotely. He's going to rain all over their parade. He picks up the first. No idea what angle Beast was holding there. Puffy's not able to get anything more done. So the execution comes through on the back of that. They manage to get themselves Tetris Palace pushing through further. 30 Silver doesn't complete the jump, and that maybe cost him the frag. In the end, he gets it. Makmu, frags being traded back and forth here. Lighters holding strong on the A side, keeps out the bomb, and Spoof in a 1 versus 2 with only 18 seconds left. He's going to have to move. Doesn't have much time to get across here. The bomb is right at his disposal. Up close, his Lighters going straight around the corner here. He lands the shot, so 10 seconds left. There's enough time to get onto the site to get the plant down. 7-5. He's really cutting it close here. Hulky's over towards stairs. Going to let him get the bomb down, but shut him down as it goes down. That's exactly what happens. But with that, off the back of that bomb plant, they will have sufficient economy to get another buy.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they're going to be looking for, just round by round, play by play, trying to get themselves back into the ward. Once they hit the 10 mark, get towards that 14, they aren't all round individually playing, let's put it this way, sorry, they're not individually playing, they're using an all-round perspective. And what's nice about that is that it doesn't matter who's firing on the round, they're able to seal it off and are able to at least get that initial construction or structure towards the retakes.
Yeah. Well, still a while to go here for WRG. I mean, this is just the beginning of the job, and this is that has to be flawless. They've got no opportunity to make mistakes going forward here. So, continuing with the conservative initial CTs, Lighters has really found his own though. He's started to come into some strong fragging power here as he picks up another early in the round. Sinner's offering support from Cats, and here is XD now trying to utilize the middle area, but Sinner resisting. And I wonder if maybe XD, knowing that they're more this puggy style, they're not going to have the coordination to take middle, as we see them now going for it, getting completely shut down as Blaze is all of a sudden the remaining player, and WRG ever so slightly make their way closer.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, they're not allowing, WRG are not allowing XD to do the same thing over and over again, and they really are forcing themselves into a box situation like XD were doing to WRG in the first half. They're allowing them to get into that middle perspective. They're taking the initial plays. They're almost learning from what XD did to them, and now XD had the full advantage. They had the roller mentality. They were really able to bulldoze their way through. But something came out of WRG, and that really was just the never die attitude. And I think that's got a lot to play with a combination of obviously Lighters in the side being able to just maybe talk more rather than just expect, because of the fact that in the situation that we're playing with 5 players that have been playing with him as long as he has been playing, it's a different scenario. You have a different thought of communication, a different mentality as to what to tell the players, and in this place they're listening. They're all listening to each other by the seams of the fact that they had to come back and they were on their last lifeline.
Yeah, but have they left too little too late? I mean, there's only so much one man can do, but you're right. When you're in this comeback situation, you need that cool, experienced head like Lighters to come through and just keep the players pushing, as XD now just going to even out their economy a little bit here with the Tech 9s and the armor, maybe try and play that aggressive rush. But once again, Spoof is all the way over towards A with the bomb in apps, and all 4 players are rushing straight through B. So they're just going to try and make this work once again as they go straight out onto B. Sinner gets the first, and somehow 30 Silver gets 1-2. Sinner offering resistance though, but now that is pulling the rotation. So rotating all the way over to B site are all of the WRG players, which means Spoof now may be able to get onto the A site, get the bomb down, but there is one player still lagging behind here. He's aware of this. This has happened before. He knows what this means, and he waits, and he gets it. So in the end, Synoptical not going to be falling for the same trick twice. And the 2 remaining XD players are on 13 HP collectively.
Yeah, I think there was a call that came out there. I mean, they had both rotated very quickly off of site, and I think somebody immediately noticed that this is happening.
We haven't seen a bomb yet, guys.
Yeah, exactly. the last time this happened to us, we really were kicking ourselves because we lost 3-4 rounds in a row after that, and we don't want that situation to happen. So, again, the communication seems to be coming out nicely, and what's important, obviously, is that WRG are just ticking away at that 14, and they need to get as close as they possibly can.
Well, this might bring them to the 11th. Having said that, XD players, 37 seconds left. They've still got a while in this round if they want to try and save these rifles. But XD must probably be getting a little bit nervous now at this point. You could see a pause coming through soon. Just try and break that momentum a little bit. WRG, we've said it time and time again, momentum-based team. They're finding that momentum now. That's a problem. They're on the CT side. They're on Mirage. It's one of their stronger maps. So we could see that structured comeback all the way. XD haven't confirmed overtime either yet, so still need to get to that landmark before they can drop that sweat off the brow.
I think it'll do WRG well if they can prove to themselves they can come back from this and actually get a 16-14 win or go into overtime and take it. It's going to be a really great confidence builder, showing that they've gone from a map that they should have won to completely getting annihilated in the first half until the point that let's say they were 8-2 down. And that point you're thinking, wow, what's actually going on here?
Yeah.
And then it's come down to a point where you were down again in your map choice.
Yeah.
And you come back and take it. It'll be the strongest that they could actually bring out from this match.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, this is the first round. They're against XD, one of the weaker seeds and one of the weaker teams in this tournament. And this is their first round. They were expected to come out with the win here. XD replying with some hyper aggression over towards B here. This time the bomb is following with Hulkies managing to get the frag again. He does get taken down this time, but Sinner on catwalk rather manages to get the frag. So WRG just shutting them down, and this has been quite a few questions answered. XD have tried a few different things: the mid, the fast A, slow B, fast B, and WRG have replied. And so XD probably going to be scratching their head a little bit now. I mean, that was the hail. The Holy Mary, the Hail, I can't even get my word. The Holy Grail. The Holy Grail. The Holy Mary.
Holy Mary Grail.
I know. Anyway, in the end of it, it comes out. So there was a Holy Grail play straight through onto B. It didn't work out in the end, and well, they're going to have to try some different things now is basically what I'm getting at. Spoof, to save this AWP is also going to be quite a challenge. I mean, 4 players remaining. Surely they're not going to let him keep this rifle so easily. At the same time, sorry, they don't want to drop. I mean, we've seen what's happened when players have AWPs and they save, they get frags, and WRG can't afford to drop here. They need to build their economy up. So in case they do go on to drop around, that they're capable of fully buying up into the next one.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You don't want that scenario that you're trying to fight for your life on the 15th round, only going for the draw, and then on the end of the day, you're actually fighting with a half buy because of the fact that you didn't end up saving your economy. So yeah, it's going to be really important to make sure that the XD do come out trying something different, or maybe going back to more of a standard play. When they pulled their patient players out and they were more constructed, it really changed up the mentality of WRG, gave them a little bit of unsurety, and made them rotate. And with that situation, you're forcing players to communicate additionally with other players, missing certain footsteps. And in this case, XD are really coming out with an aggressive nature and not really pulling back and restructuring.
Yeah. And this is when you get tested as a team. This is when you can actually see how long the players have been together, because this is when it goes to the third map and it gets pushed to such a hectic margin. You see the lack of game time together start coming through. And then when you see a unit like WRG who have been playing together for a while and they understand how they're working, they're capable of making these comebacks happen. Having said that, job's not done yet. It's not the best buy coming out here from XD. 2 Galils, 1 UMP, not even a full set of equipment here on 2 of the players or any equipment to speak of. So they don't have much to work with, and they're going to make sure that when they do use their equipment, they have to use it effectively. There's going to be no means of faking or pulling attention over to B. It's going to be the full push, and they're going to have to fully commit off the back of it.
Yeah, and XD in this round are really spread out, so they need to be very careful that that doesn't have a situation where they aren't even able to regroup. We've noticed that a couple of times in this matchup that the bomb has been in a place not as favorable, more on the XD and on WRG side, but XD in this case really want to make sure that they can regroup in a strong position and not just use the fact that they've got map advantage, because in the end of the day, WRG are holding back, and that holding back has worked for the last 5 or 6 rounds.
Well, WRG getting fairly nervous probably in this round, considering that XD have not shown face anywhere, considering how aggressive they've been. XD changing it up completely. They've got 1 more smoke. They've just used 1 of their smokes at B. This is trying to get the fake. So he's going through all by himself. He's used all equipment towards B, and Puffy with the AWP shuts down Spoof. So that's a problem, because that was such an important part, is that Palace aggression onto A. And now all of a sudden WRG aren't baiting. The fake has gone through onto B. WRG have said we are not pulling any rotations across. They're waiting patiently on A. With 17 seconds left, the bomb is finally making its way across. Puffy gets the frag. Hulkies and Lighters don't even let them get a quarter onto the site as they shut them out completely. And WRG have brought it back within 1 round.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were saying, chipping away. Now a 5-man alive in a situation where the WG really didn't look like coming back from 14-8 down. They didn't have a situation, or 14-9 even, they didn't have a situation where they looked controlling or in a controlling position enough to have a hold onto XD. And now you're having a situation where XD have just lost all 5 men alive. They've lost to a 5-man alive round, at least, to put it, and re-peaking. An often scenario that I've noticed in this last 3 maps is that the re-peak has been the cost of players all the way from Lighters down to players, but there's also been an unknown situation where these double players are coming up. Icarus, brilliant shot, nice. already done, jumping out of the stairs. Getting a second now is Puffy, as well, WRG have taken the advantage again as they just sit and hold back. Although the site is already taken, it's going to be very important to make sure Makmo is going to come across. He gets one on the reload for Sims, and a second, and so does Beast, and now it's all up to Hulkies, as he could technically get them right back in it, but at least their economy is at a point they can buy off this next round should it be needed. They do know where he is, and he hasn't changed it up. The bomb is going for the plant, and a lot of pressure now. Now they're nice.
Beautiful nade coming out there from Hulkies. 1 versus 1. He's got a smoke, an incendiary, and a flash to work with. Ample equipment to try and keep Makmo out of this. Makmo's got the AWP. He's going to try and get him on the cross. Flash doesn't work. Makmo lands the shot, but not the frag. So still some work to get done here, but he's capable of doing it. And that means XD get themselves to overtime. And sometimes all it takes is some Tech 9s. They didn't even fully invest in that. It's just you need the Tech 9s force you to be aggressive. You find yourselves in the right positions, catch the CTs looking in different positions, and in the end of it, it costs them the round. And XD will be extremely happy that they've gotten themselves to this point. But are they capable of closing it out? WRG, that's going to be really demoralizing for them. And to have to come back from that is not an easy thing to do, considering they still need to win 2 more rounds. XD, 2 more rounds to close this out in the opposite end. No, yeah, 2 more rounds to close it out, rather.
Yeah, it's going to be a tight one. I think the hearts of WRG are going to be in their throats as they just want to not make any of those simple errors and not allow themselves to be taken in exactly like you're saying. The Tech 9 is all it took, just a bit of a reset, and there it is again, a Tech 9 causing all the damage. But Puffy, if he has anything to say about this, will be able to try and shut down as much as he can of the push. But like we said, XD, once they get aggressive and try to get onto site, they really are a force to be reckoned with. And our Beast walking in with that AWP and the bomb, really leaving Spoof stranded, and now we're playing for an overtime.
We are playing for an overtime, but at the same time, well, there's 1 more round after this, but Spoof is in a really, really good position. They're certainly not going to be expecting him to take this angle on getting the bomb. So, oh, yeah, there's a burn CT. Okay, so he's been spotted out. Now they know his position, and all of a sudden, Hulkies is going to destroy him as soon as he goes through, and he does. So, we're going to be going the full distance. 30 rounds we are heading into now, as XD may close it out or WRG may take it to overtime and complete this long-fought comeback. As, well, what sort of economy do XD have to work with here? As, well, yeah, look for yourself. I mean, 3 Tech 9s, 1 AK, 1 UMP, barely any equipment, and, well, that's all they had in the round that they did win, but you can't keep on reverting to that, I suppose, and WRG, well, extremely close.
Yeah, it's nail-biting stuff, and it does come down to that, can the Tech 9 do it again? Because, as we know, many people want it to be as nerfed as possible. The others are loving its advantage. And with this team, if they can get anywhere near your face, especially from the perspective of Makmon, and as we've seen with Blaze, I mean, even Icarus, if he's getting into different random positions, he's getting double kills before anybody can even kind of shoot back. So it's really, really strong from their perspective, and WRG need to be careful.
Well, yeah, here comes the execution. All 5 players, and they're not offering any attacks anywhere else on the sites. They're not putting any more presence. Literally all 5 players committed fully to A. And, well, off the back of their first initial flashes and stuff, they don't push. They're trying to actually act like it's a fake. So after that, they do all push through, going straight out onto the A sites. Bomb is getting closer. There is no frags being taken down yet. As I see that Beast gets one, Synoptic will getting the refrag. Puffy with the AWP getting more work done. He's really done well for his team here. And eventually he does go down, although the bomb is still on the ground, hasn't been put down yet. And, well, 2 versus 3. WRG look like they may take this to overtime. It's a pretty difficult bomb to retrieve considering the position of it, but they do still have 2 smokes to work with. Try to help them get onto that. Beast and Blaze, the 2 players in this for XD. First smoke goes out.
I actually think they've been lucky enough that that bomb's fallen underneath the bench and hasn't been spotted, because all the players' positions were just making sure they didn't rotate. There wasn't anything covering that bomb angle.
Yeah.
And it was really well done by XD just to take their time and be patient instead of rushing through the CT. And, well, firing out, getting a little bit of damage onto Beast, but no, nothing much more than the box and the crate itself. And we're going to have to see a 3v2 retake, which is something obviously to hold them on the line. And there we go, 3 versus 1. So now if Beast can do this, it's going to be a screaming match, I'm sure, as they take that 16th round, but it looks very much in favor.
Yeah, he could be T-Ramp. Okay, he decides to push through and he gets taken down. So in the end of it, no shenanigans to be had today. And we're going to overtime. So this first game has really delivered. I mean, we've gone the full distance, the 3rd map. And on the 3rd map, it's up to 15-15. And, Well, a great test. WRG complete the comeback in the end, so they'll be really happy with themselves considering what the situation of the game, 14-7 I think it was at one stage, so to bring themselves back to overtime must be pretty good feeling. But now 15-15, MR3, 10k across the board.
I must admit, if we have a look at the last year or two of events and live tournaments, even online or LAN, it really hasn't been a situation where the initial rounds or throughout the tournament you get many 3-1s or 3-2s in the scoreline. It's really just a clean sweep and an odd match here and there gets, especially not in the opening rounds. Now this has been an absolute nail-biter, a tough cracker of a game as we look at the 1-1 trade-off, exactly the same situations that's been happening all the way through. And like you said, WRG will definitely be happy with this, but again, we mentioned it earlier, it's not done until you get that 16th, and in this case, now it's been pushed all the way to overtime.
Yeah, and one of the teams is going to be looking for 19 rounds in this first overtime at least. Who knows, it could be going to a second, third, fourth, so let's just continue where we are right now. 4 versus 4, 1 minute 12 seconds left on the clock, and a bit of equipment to follow up on now as they've managed to get control of middle, XD, and that doesn't happen too often, as we've said before, so Lighters, oh, that's a nice one-way, beautiful one-way, just to give him a little bit of a window there, and he takes down the bomb, so that's ample information. Hulky's on the opposite end here, is going to take down 30 Silver, as well as the second player who makes himself now known, and XD not looking like they're continuing too well into overtime here, as WRG continuing this juggernaut of a CT side.
Yeah, they really have got a good hold. I mean, they've been playing out their CTs very well. They've been able to reset themselves nicely. But in this case, they really need to make sure that they try and get 2 or 3 out of this to not force themselves into having to take more than 1 or 2 CT sides. I also think it's possible that XD could be tiring a little bit. They are, like we said, a recently formed side as they are. And a lot of them haven't played CS at this concentration level consistently for this long length of time. So we're also almost into the 3.5 hour mark.
We are indeed, and we're in a 1 versus 1 right now. Beast has turned it from a 3 versus 1, and he's going so close. Sinner's right here. He spots Beast down. 37 HP for Sinner, so I mean, that was really close in the end. Not able to get it, so WRG pick up the first round of overtime and throw the economy of XD to the dogs. I mean, at this point, they will be able to get the rebuy, especially if they get the plant, but that's the nature of MR3, that if you lose the first 2 rounds, your economy in the 3rd round is not in a great position, and then having said that, they need to make sure that they come back in this round. At least they can't really rely on having to win 3 CT rounds. Puffy not going to land a shot through the smoke. All 5 players here going straight into middle for XD. As the smoke now comes through, they're going to have control. They need to decide where they're going to split off the back of this. Is it going to be catwalk? Is it going to be connector?
And interesting plays, obviously coming out from that middle control, just as we started saying again that there's no middle control. Commentator's going to put it straight into the playbook at least, and well, we're going to have to see how they can hold this out, because WOG haven't got as much information as they'd like to have. They are holding well, and now they're almost storming all over the map.
Yeah, they're struggling here. You see, that's the problem with all 5 players going through middle, is you don't offer any more avenues of attack. So you're really single-pointed, and which means that WRG can just focus all their resources on one place, and that's exactly what they've done. They've put all focus on connector. XD have pushed through connector 1 by 1 and be taken down 1 by 1. And now it's all up to Blaze. He gets himself 1, but now his position's known. In a 4 versus 1, he gets taken down through the wall. Puffy, no problems, and well, WRG looked like they might make it a clean sweep. So from playing from behind pretty much this entire best of 3, they are putting themselves in a really advantageous position now.
Yeah, they've ended up winning 10 of the last 12 rounds. And I mean, that momentum is really, really key to going into Terra's side. You've got your confidence, but it also mustn't be the breaking point of you, because it's very easy to get yourselves into a little rut or get yourselves into an overconfident position and then think that nothing's going to kill you.
Yeah.
And it does. So as we've seen over and over again, the least time you expected XD come out with pistols ranging through the smoke and end up causing a hell of a lot of damage, and now it's going to be up to the constructed players. And I think a reset's going to be very important for WRG. Come out from this one, use that momentum, use the back foot that the XD is on, but allow yourselves to play your game style and don't try and do something that you have been doing consistently and over.
Yeah, don't want to get red. Well, XD now 2 Tech 9s, 1 smoke. So that's either going to be the jungle or the CT smoke, but they can't have both, which means there's always going to be an open position for the CTs to give some extra resistance on the A site. Puffy gets 1, which was previously followed by 30 Silver. Muck finds the second. So now 4 versus 3, and XD continuing with this aggression all the way through into CT, and it's going to actually pay off for 30 silver as he gets himself a frag. He continues forward though, and Hulky certainly predicting that he gets the frag, and 2 versus 3 is actually pretty decent retake positions here from the CTs. One of them coming from ramp and the opposite coming from CT, so they may be able to sandwich the players in here on the A site. Problem being, there's one T player at connector, 1 T player in jungle, so that means, oh, okay, so he does find him in the end. Remaining 2 players through from the jungle side. They have got 1 smoke, 2 flashes, and a molly to work with. Sinner, he is going to be able to complete the spray. They're not going to expect the last player to be here. Spoof, it's not planted for him. He's going to have to go around the corner. The Tech 9, he gets the 1, but the defuse comes through, and I mean, you can't commit 2 players to jungle and connector if the bomb is planted at default. The bomb needs to be planted for that situation. So in the end of it, XD once again just showing them their immaturity as a lineup, and not capable of getting a single round there in the first half of overtime. And now WRG just need to find 1 lone T round to complete this full comeback to winning the match 2-1.
Yeah, that was very interesting to see that out of all the players that would have been the one to communicate correctly, I think maybe just a little bit of cracks showing, as you say, because they came back from that previous round and they really haven't won more than 2 in the last 12, so, or even 13, 14 now. So it's really important to not lose those basics again. Unfortunate, but I think that's a very, very basic error, not to ensure that the final plant person or the person keeping the quietest is on the opposite end of the plant. WG walking into sight and grabbing a shot there. Beast will not be impressed with the fact that he hasn't had any cover, or that there was no smoke. So again, a little bit of a problem showing through from XD, but also the perspective that they've really heavily invested in this round. 2 AWPs and a full bind on all sides. Obviously, as you would expect on the side of utilities, but you losing this round is really going to put you on the back foot in general. But obviously in this case, not going to matter. So go for your last round every time.
Indeed, as WLG running the time down now, 55 seconds, so just continuing the same play style that they had in the first half on T side. And Makro, he checks it. Great game sense there just to ensure that that boost could have come through, checks it, and it has. So finds that frag, now the bomb making its way back over towards B, and the fake is from Puffy onto A. 38 seconds left, but they've done this time and time again, so surely WRG are conditioned, I mean XD rather, they're not going to be over-rotating at this point because they know that there's always the lurker from the side of WRG.
It's definitely forcing the hold out of the rotations though, which is working perfectly into WRG's hands. All they would need to do is get the lonely player on B, and there he is, but Icarus is on point as he's going to wait for Puffy as it is. No, it isn't, it's Hulkies, but he goes down now, and now the bomb is down, but Puffy is also in a very good position if he can get this play. Spoof misses the AWP, which is also
7 seconds though.
And 7 seconds, he's going to have to go for the kill if it's possible. He doesn't expect him to be in the corner, and it's a little too far and a little bit too late.
Wow, man, in the end, too close for comfort, but XD make it work. 18-16, and oh man, surely not again. This just can't be comeback after comeback. We need to have a result at the end of this. So WRG once again going to be fully buying into this. They've got the 5 AKs across the board to work with and 1 AWP. And it's going to be interesting to see when they revert to that aggression, because it has been that time running down strategy. So once again, they haven't been putting, I mean, they were the team to put emphasis on mid, but since the overtime has begun, they've only been sending 1 player there. Makwa just continues shooting people through smoke with no troubles.
I'm not even lying when I say it's ridiculous on his timing, because when it comes down to the situation, WG was AWPing into middle. They did 4 or 5 shots, and it came from both Puffy and Lighters. All of them landed in between 3 players even. A random 3 set would be running individually. He'll shoot in between all 3. Here comes Makmo and just shoots a singular bullet on a quick scope, and it just drops him. This last time he did that, he got 2.
Yeah, he followed up. He just got 2 in a row. Ridiculous.
So it's that initial play that can cause all the damage, and like we were saying, following up with the 2nd and 3rd play was where WRG was falling behind in the past, and let's hope that isn't the situation here, as they really need to try and take this round, as they don't have much of an economy for the next one.
Well, they'll be falling into the same trap that XD fell into as the bomb goes towards B once again. They still do have 4 players to work with. There's still 2 players on A from XD, which means this could be a 4 versus 2 execution into the B side. Lighters finds the first, which means it's going to have to be a hell of a lot of work done here by 30 Silver. He does get the first, but he's going to need to get more than that done, and he doesn't. Puffy finds the frag. 3 versus 3. Great return there from Puffy to find the second, and now it's starting to look dire as Puffy gets the third, and we haven't actually spoken about this man enough this game. Puffy is a really important aspect to the WRG lineup. With that AWP, we see him getting the fourth and closing it out, so eventually WRG get back into it. They close it out 19-16, and they take a very long, hard-fought 2-1 victory over XD in the first round of this Autumn Cup. Mega8 Autumn Cup, rather.
That's it, sponsored by MTN.
Sponsored by MTN.
So that was really great, and a really, really well-fought, hard battle from both teams. I think they'll both be pretty tired right now, and there'll be a little bit of talking, probably a little bit of smoke break, and then back into the scenario of probably a little bit more boot camping.
Well, yeah, at least they came out, they grinded the win in the end. We're going to take a short break, but following this, we have got DC versus APG, as well as Bravado versus Flipside, which I believe is on the mainstream. So if you want to go watch Bravado versus Flipside, go have a check at that. And Adam and I will be back with DC versus APG later. Enjoy until we return.
Feeling kinda strange, feeling kinda off. Don't know what's really going on. I feel like something's up and I can only guess the cause. It doesn't matter when, doesn't matter where. Always hits me when I'm unprepared. I just feel like it's something new every day. Where did I go wrong? I hate having to worry, but I'm so lost. I'm always in a hurry, and I know that things in life will always settle down. And if they don't, then I won't let it get to me. And if they don't, then I won't let it get to me. I just wanna talk about nothing to someone. Anything is better than something to no one. The imitation of the dark ain't what it seems like. If anybody's out there, I'll wait on your reply. I'm talking to an echo, echo, echo. Only thing I ask is to hear other speeches. 'Cause everything I say tells me all about my weakness. I'm not alone in silence. I hear the sounds bounce off the wall. There ain't no peace in quiet. I speak, but I speak on my own. I'm surrounded by these faces, only feedback from the pavement, and I'm drowning from my own returns. I just wanna talk about nothing to someone. I'm talking to an echo.
evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with the next matchup, and this is APG versus Damage Control. I am Wham. This is my co-caster Hayes, and we'll be back in the game shortly.
Yeah, well, let's talk about this. Damage Control versus APG. We've got Cobblestone, Cash, and Inferno as our three maps, rather. And I think that is a great map pool. Damage Control, I mean, this is an online event. We know Damage Control are probably better on LAN than online.
And during the day.
And during the day, I mean, yeah, this is quite a late fixture, quite a late best of 3 to be getting involved in now. 9:30 already, so not too bad. Well, Cobblestone first map, picked by DC. And we know what, picked by...
Yeah, DC.
One says picked by DC, and the other way it says picked by APG. So I think it's picked by APG because DC would have picked Cash, as makes more sense. So Cobble, very interesting map. I think this is a pretty strong map pool for DC. Having said that, they're pretty good on all three of these maps. Especially Inferno. I'm really excited to see that.
Yeah, that Inferno matchup is going to be great, and yeah, DC aren't one of those teams. They voluntarily themselves say that they don't enjoy playing late in the evenings, and most of them have a full additional day's work over and above. So because of that, we want to make sure that they would like to get us started as soon as possible. And in the end of the day, it's going to be very important to see how APG are with this new lineup on their first formal event this year. We're going to see how they're going to feature.
Yeah, well, they did pretty well in the qualifiers going through. They beat Energy and they took Bravado pretty close. Let's get some game sound.
I think we will get that.
Is it?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So they did well in the qualifiers, and now going forward into the main events, they need to translate that momentum. So it's going to be the A hit here from DC. Bomb going through long, and APG just going with the standard setup. 2 players towards A. They've given up control of middle and long, and they're just going to be holding for the take on the site.
I think we're going to see a lot of that play-by-play analysis of how Damage Control are going to take it very slowly and force out the rotation from APG. But as I say that, they come running straight into site. There's a smoke that's landed, and now Hellhound can't pick up the initial pick onto Maniac. And Ensign has got a good position as well, but they are swarming the site. The rotation's coming in hard and fast. Maniac takes the first blood on the map, and that's going to be all up to how much DC can take back. It's been a 1-1-1-1 until the situation that now DC are taking control. Explicit's brilliant move there through the connector. Unfortunately, not expecting Convict, and it's really up to the bomb plant. Also a double setup on the site, not something maybe as expected, but also a hell of a lot of damage come from that nade.
Yeah, that was a very big nade there, like you said. Maybe not going to expect the double setup here, so going towards balcony, trying to find himself some information. Spots out one of the players. Now he spots out the second, so he might have thought that that's both of them. He's not 100% sure, of course. I mean, that was one player who peeked left and right, just slowly making his way, figuring out. He does have a kit to work with, so that extra 5 seconds really does help. Okay, so he's not aware that they're both on the site, so now he's starting to make his way on. Spots the one, does some decent damage to him, but yeah, he left it too late. Not enough time left on the clock for him to get this done. Going straight onto the site, he gets taken out by instant. So Damage Control pick up the first pistol round, and that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, it was really, really interesting to see how that was held, and well played by DC, just giving a little bit of an advantage on themselves by not pushing straight into sight, giving them that opportunity to at least gather themselves and force out a rotation from APG, maybe creating a little bit of a change in positions, and that's exactly what happened. And well, DC held out nicely, keeping both on site, being lucky not to be taken down, as they did almost force out 2 one-on-ones. So it was well played by DC, and a good start to them for their first win of the LAN online final.
Yeah. Well, first round picked up, and important one at that. So APG on really not much of a buy here. Once again, we've seen this. It used to be a thing in Counter-Strike that if you lost the first pistol, you would immediately force back into the second round. But now we see teams adopting this light buy. We see only 5 P250s across the board, so that they're keeping the bulk of their cash to go forward into that first full buy round. I guess teams are just noticing the value in saving their economy for that full buy round, keeping those extra pieces of equipment, you know, getting the double AWP up, all worth it. So in the end, an A stack was the name of the game for APG. Damage Control went on to B, and they found an open site. Once again, 5 UMPs across the board. Yeah, all 5 of the players picking them up, and this is exactly why the gun is so capable. Long range or medium range to short range, it is so incredibly effective.
And especially against that anti-armor, I mean, they've got no armor on themselves. They found out now that they're doing in more of a safe situation than trying to force it up. So it really takes the extra advantage, the extra cash flow that comes in. It's really great for them. So we can see how DC can hold this out. They don't want to lose any weapons here. They'd like to make sure it's a clean sweep. And APG, if they have anything to say, will not allow them to exit that site easily.
Yeah, but how much resistance can P250s get against UMPs? Not too much, I suppose, but
But
in
if
the
you
end,
say it, it's going to happen.
yeah, if I say it, then they're going to give tons of resistance. Anyway, in the end, keeping all three of them alive. So APG, that round went completely as expected. All 5 damage control players remained alive, which means these 5 UMPs are just going to transition straight into the next round, and that means damage control is going to have a pretty strong economy going into that first full buy round along with APG.
And that's exactly the key here. I mean, people going in with the UMPs, with a full 5-man stack, trying to get as much cash flow as they can build up from that 3rd and 4th and maybe 5th round if needed. And then additionally from the APG side, enforcing that situation, they want to get that off early. They want to make sure they shut out the long distance, the range, and allow DC's slow play to play into their hands. Exactly as we saw in the previous game, something very, very key. WG did it very well. They kept back, they held their positions, they looked at the long angles and made sure that XD were fighting into their side. So I think in this case, APG need to make sure that they don't play into damage control's mentality, but rather switch it around and let DC's slow play fit into the way that they're wanting to hold.
Yeah, and there's certain ways that you can do that. So you know if you're going to be playing against slow play, you know that you can take the early map control and contest them on that map control, get up at these spots where damage control aren't going to be rushing in the early round, and not give up any free map control. But have a look at this. This is a long stack here by APG. They're definitely not going to be expecting this on DC. Spartan's able to get one, but still the cleanup crew comes through for damage control as they pick up 3 frags on their way through. Still 1 player remaining here, and he gets that frag as well as the bomb, but not going to be able to get anything more done on the back of that. Convict, their last remaining player here. And he's got a fairly good position considering nobody's going to be coming up the ramp as of yet. Explicit's even going to take the long option. Thank goodness he didn't go up ramp as I said that. So they're going to be able to retrieve the bomb. And Convict gets another one. So they actually found 3 frags. Although they were all UMPs, damage control won't be too upset with that. But in the end of the day, a frag's a frag, extra money going into it. And here is that first full buy, so APG going to have to show us what they're capable of, and I think that APG may be one of the dark horses of this tournament.
I completely agree. I think they're going to be underestimated, especially on the fact that they haven't, as 5, played really consistently in the last 2 years as a team at all, and never mind, a lot of them haven't played on the higher pro level for a while. But I think a man to watch is definitely going to be Zio. If that guy can pull out a couple of extra AWP shots that are least expected, which is what he likes to do, it's really going to cause a hell of a lot of trouble, and we're going to see a great battle between him and Style.
And talking about AWP on Zio, I mean, oh, beautiful flick, instrumental flick. He not able to land follow, but that grenade, not able to do it either. I was just saying, Custom and Zio have been in teams left, right, and center together, and Custom has always been the AWPer. But since they've picked up this APG, Zio has transitioned into the main AWPer and Custom's gone back to the rifle. So just interesting to see their capabilities between the two of them. But here comes the hits to drop. Maniac finds the first, blunting that attack, but Apocalypse is going to be looking for the return. He gets swatted out as well, so now not going to be able to get much done with that element of surprise. But having said that, this is the fake play. He's trying to just keep the rotations, keep the B players where they are, as the hit is coming over towards A, where there is one lone APG player.
Yeah, unfortunate there from Explicit. Unfortunately, just walking into the drop-down area, he really no flashes or anything to come by, no smokes off, no double peek, and at least not at the angle, and he was finished off quicker than anybody else could get there. So it's going to be key to make sure that they do use full advantage of their players, use all the ability that they have, slow down the clock, and at the moment they're running down to 30 seconds, so the move is going to come out straight onto that A site, all 4 of the players coming out at the same time, and it's going to be important to make sure they shut off the right areas. Custom is sitting very comfortably until he gets a little bit of heat under the bump, and there we go, 1-on-1, and all it comes down to is Custom finding his way around this van as he tries to take a shot to Style. Doesn't get the first time, the pistol does all the work, and now it's going to come down to this 2 versus 3, and now a 1 versus 3, as it's all left up to Style with 13 HP, and he's just going to get a little bit shut down.
He wanted to suicide there, make sure that he's not going to die after the count, so there was no chance of him getting away anyway, so calculated play there, calculated suicide, let's say that. In the end of it, APG coming out on top. They may even have, they saved the double AWP in the end of it, and Convict is one of my favorite AWPers. Once again, I think he's incredibly underrated. He had a stint on APG in the old roster where he was the main AWP, and then Cannibalistic took over, but when he was that main AWP, he was extremely capable, and I saw him landing some really impressive shots, so I'm excited to see him here with the AWP in hand, and APG, not wasting any time. First buy round, getting back into it, and making damage control, not showing them exactly, or not allowing them to get too far ahead of themselves here. They make damage control try out a few strategies. We know how much damage control love running the clock down in their executions, so APGs will hold their equipment a bit longer, and wait for that execute to come through.
And as you were saying earlier, or just now even, it was the fact that they've got such a utility amongst their players with regards to Zio, Convict, as well as from Custom. I mean, all three of them could end up AWPing at any given time, and if DC aren't careful, it's really going to be a battle of the wits to try and eliminate the most key player when we don't actually know who's actually going to be picking it up. And obviously, in this perspective, if Convict does go back to that original AWPing style, well, Style is going to have a little bit of a trick on his hands.
Well, they'll definitely have some competition, but yeah, the execute comes onto A once again, but damage control doing much better this time as they find those opening frags to get themselves onto A, and not an easy side to retake, especially when those smokes are blocking the entry. There's still another one on Hellhound to work with. Bomb eventually going to go down 5 versus 3.
A very interesting play. DC are pulling it 4 out of the 5 or 2 out of the last 3 players onto the site when planting, just to make sure he's fully covered if anybody's in the corner, etc. But it's dangerous in a normal perspective because you expect the site to be naded, flashed out, or flamed. But when you know that there's nothing left on the opposition's team because they've used everything, which is also a good counting system, make sure of it, you're easily able to clear site, and there's no ways you're going to be able to enter if all 4 of them are checking out that angle.
Yeah, it's just about being patient and basic CS, you know, just ensuring that you're not going to lose the round to something silly like one of those plays. Spots him up close here, Hellhound spots him out, and he's going to find that frag, so not able to save it. And it's a bit far. I mean, if you're saving a rifle, you shouldn't be so isolated and up by yourself. There's still 2 other teammates with you a bit further. Rather play back with them. They can get the refrag if something like that happens. But damage control, pick up a round and put APG straight back onto the back foot, and I thought we might actually see a solid, or I'm not that it's not going to be solid, but from the first buy round we saw from APG, it was looking promising. But damage control answer right back with those Molotovs on the A. They clear the site with the entry frags and not wasting any time and make it too easy for themselves. APG now going to go for the eco. And yeah, I mean, it's still so early in the first game. You don't want to let the game get away from you by forcing and then finding yourself in one of those positions where you've got no economy to work with. Well, those pistols are going to have to get a lot of work done here. I mean, once again, damage control, it's like that Na'Vi play style. It just really works if you've got good team cohesion, because when you're pushing into the site in that final 20 seconds, you need everyone to be checking their own individual angles and making sure that you're not doubling up on a certain job. So damage control, after playing for so many years together, they've just got this natural ability to do that, and it's a difficult thing to play against as the CTs, as we see them this time. After having some early presence towards B, they rotate back over towards A, manage to get themselves through middle. Even though there's 2 players there, they both get taken down by instant, no problems, and that's now an open A site.
Yeah, and forces the quick rotations out. As you were saying, they need to be able to ensure that they get some form of cross-up and some form of cohesion going. At least DC already have that, but from the perspective of APG, you don't have many weapons. You've saved a couple, and now you're also forcing to try and keep those. It's obviously not going to be conducive if DC keep getting that slow Na'Vi-styled play coming out. And the way that they do play together, if they do have that bad day, or if they have that day that creates a scenario where that follow-up or the positioning is not right, I think we have Custom that's timing out here. Unfortunate from his perspective.
He's holding a good angle there.
That wall
That's
is
the problem with online events, though, is that any individual can drop, you know. Convict going to try cover him here with the AWP. He gets the shot, so... But up close and personal, the damage control players, they're not letting him save, but he might not be giving them much of an option in it. He picks up 3. So without the help of Zio and Custom, both of them get taken down. Clearly they are playing from the same location. Yeah, that's going to prompt the pause. But damage control doing well to pick themselves up the 5th round in the end there. Only consolation is that Convict is able to keep the AWP going into it.
Yeah, and on that note, while we wait for them to reconnect, I think that people are going to hear enough of our voice this weekend. Let's show them an interview with goals.
Okay, go for it.
My name is Ashton Goals Miller. I currently play for Flipside Tactics, the CSGO team, and I'm currently an entry fragger. At first, when I started playing, I mean, I was about 16 years old, like 10 years ago, And you know, once I started getting into competitive gaming and the hours, you know, just got more and more. I think it was kind of difficult for my parents to understand. I mean, rightfully so. I think it was pretty much the same all across the board. I mean, you know, everyone's out playing sport and doing their thing and whatever, and I'm, you know, sitting at home investing time into a PC game. But I mean, as time went on and I started competing at a higher and higher level, and as the growth in SA started really to pick up, they became more supportive of it. For me, tournaments have always been about spectator value, and I think you know, people getting the general public that aren't necessarily into games to realize, you know, how big this thing is and how awesome it is and how exciting it is, and you know, to understand the reasons why we're doing what we're doing. I've been competing for a very long time, and I've been nowhere, I've been somewhere, and at the end of the day, you know, I'll always have a winner's mentality. I'll always want to win. You know, go for nothing but the best, absolutely nothing less. And only now we're starting to get the recognition and starting to get to the point where it's actually turning some heads. And for me, that's absolutely phenomenal. I feel like I've, you know, been a part of making that happen in a very, very small way. And at the same time, I definitely want to jump on board that ship and make sure we just keep on flying that esports flag very high. Run with it or run from it.
My name is Tian Kurtzen, I'm also known as TC. I'm currently 24 years old and coaching for Bravado Gaming. So basically I completed my degree at the end of last year, so I started working this year. With regards to my family, they're not against gaming, but...
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to cut that short as, well, as we say that, obviously again, commentators jump in there and one of the gentlemen has gone to the bathroom. So
Right, so you interrupted the people's video so that we could show them that they're not ready yet. Adam, you're horrible.
I thought it was a good plan.
Well, let's just chat about, I mean, the recent what's gone on here. I mean, damage control coming right at the blocks, pretty strong. I mean, have a look at the economy on APG. It's okay, but it's not amazing. They're not going to have much equipment to keep damage control at bay. And, I mean, that's probably the one way to counter damage control is by holding your equipment late in the round. Because they're going to be having these late executions, you need to just keep your Molotovs and keep your smokes to actually force them out of the round by making them run out of time. So, problem with that is they don't have the money to get that equipment, and so this is when it starts to become a really really strong position for damage control. They could run away with this really quickly, and Cash is probably their strongest map. So if APG wanted to, or in my idea or my understanding, if they wanted to win this, then they would definitely need to pick up Cobblestone going into this best of 3. So considering the start, they do end up going for the second eco. They're not going to be investing fully into this round, and well, it's all going to be based off the back of that AWP on Convict.
yeah, it's very important, as you were saying, to at least maintain your game about you. I mean, in the end of the day, you know you're going up against DC in a very strong window DC-sided map, and as we said, we've seen them go time and time again playing Cash. In the beginning, it was actually a little bit of a problem for DC because they had a couple of players, one on Ensign, who hadn't really played the map much. But within two events, that guy had already developed way beyond what people have expected and caused the upset where they were beating teams in top seeding in the previous DGC.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
I don't even think that's a thing anymore to say that Ensign hasn't played the maps. He should at this point be completely molded and understanding everything about all these maps at this point. So, I mean, he is the IGL, and we've seen he's such an incredibly dynamic and confident IGL. It really suits the damage control playstyle. So it was great to see him come back into the roster, and it's really brought a fresh wind of play into the damage control. But now up against the anti-eco once again, all 4 players going over to A, and well, nice from Custom, he gets one, and he's pushing up to try find the second. Style isn't able to land the AWP shot, but reverting to the P250 is enough. Hellhound not actually spotting it out initially, and Convict gets one with that AWP, so 3 versus 2, and they're not able to get onto the site yet.
Yeah, very important not to lose too many weapons in this round. I mean, as we've seen, they've won 5 out of the 6, and their economy really wasn't that strong, more than 1 extra buy after this round. So you want that scenario that you're not losing too many players and buying up heavily each time. And in this case, they've saved the 2 expensive weaponry, and now they're able to buy for 3 rounds in a row. So it's really, really well played by them. DC making sure that they keep everything together.
And on the opposite end, if you guys are interested, Bravado versus Flipside currently ongoing, casted by Nathaniel Burning Red and Michael Extremes. So if you're interested in that game, going heavily in the favor of Bravado at the moment, go have a look at the mainstream. But right here, we got Damage Control versus APG. We're going into the, well, this is only the second full buy round, actually, or third full buy round, I must say. APG need to bring it back at this stage. They can't, like we keep saying, they can't let it get too far ahead of them. Once that deficit becomes too large, Damage Control are just going to have too much momentum to try to pull back again. So they've got all that equipment we spoke about, and they're using it fairly early in the round. I mean, Damage Control aren't even applying any pressure or faking or faking the push. They're really sitting quite far back, but APG are very quick to use their equipment.
Yeah, that's true, and it's helping DC play out their slow strategy gameplay even easier. They're not forcing themselves to the last 20 seconds. That chicken was not allowed to live.
Yeah, Convict made sure of that.
At least if he's testing his walking aim. But in this case, that DC really, I mean, we've seen in several events or several matchups that what happens is they run out of time because they lost themselves until the last 20 seconds. And in this case, it doesn't work out. They've been allowed 30 seconds. That 30 or 35 seconds is all they need.
Yeah.
But APG maybe a little nervous as well. The utilities coming out a little early, a little bit of extra pre-firing not happening as they wanted to, and maybe not as clicky on the fingers. So we need to make sure that they warm up and see how it comes in. But if they aren't careful, they are going to be in quite a bit of trouble if they get this lead as well. DC lose their first 2 players before Explicit takes down Spartan, one due to a nade, the other one due to a peek, and they're going to enter into this B-bomb side, force out the rotation, but Custom is coming back around from the back, should I say, from their spawn, and if they're not careful, they're going to have to watch it out. Nice shot for Style as he jumps through the smoke on Zio, really a pre-fired shot, and 8 seconds comes down. As I was saying, 10 seconds difference between the 20 and the 30, and that's where the difference is. Style again with the SORP, making sure that there is not much of a resistance coming from APG. 13 HP though, not going to expect a side play. Yeah. 2 versus 1 at the end, and well, DC keep moving towards a 10-round advantage already.
And DC, they stole that from the jaws of death. They were really close. I mean, at one stage, they were 4 versus 3 down. APG had the man advantage. They actually were 5 versus 3 stage.
Yep.
So 2-man disadvantage, and it just shows you the capabilities of these 5 players. In that case, it was Inson. He got the frags, but he got 2 frags actually out of that. But what I'm saying is that any given situation, it doesn't matter which one of those 5 players is in it, they can salvage it. So just a great example there, and Damage Control bringing it back. Now they're against the Eco once again, and they've seemed to have made pretty light work of these so far. 4 versus 3, Zio able to get 1, but can't translate it into anything more. And Damage Control continuing on this good plight. And we speak about teams needing to be very good at basics. Damage Control must be the best team in South Africa when it comes to that. We see Bravado making more mistakes against anti-ecos than we see Damage Control making against anti-ecos. So when it comes down to it, they just got that enough patience, and they understand how each other works to make sure that there's no gaps or holes in their defenses against the eco rounds.
Exactly that. It's all clinical, it's really structured, it's well thought out. There's nothing that they do as a rush. I think that at some points, actually, they're also a team that would get to an whatever attitude when it really goes badly, when they really aren't gelling, because their major success is that gel. And they don't have that in there, one player that's going to come out jumping through smoke and landing the massive headshots. But I'll say it and I'll say it again, you can't kill somebody in CS if they can't see you. And that's what DC are very good at doing, or preventing you from not seeing them.
Yeah.
And that's really great, because as you were saying earlier, the utilities are being used early by APG. DC are also one of the best teams to be able to structurally walk into sites, because they never just solo go in, and if they do, they suffer. We saw that in Drop Down a couple of rounds ago, and then they pick it up and they make sure there's always 2 or 3 guys, and we've seen it. They're almost lined up on the map, but at a perfect place and time to make sure that they can support each other. And now the fourth or 5th buy round actually, and well, nothing really to speak of from APG besides that first one.
Yeah, I feel like this half may already be too far gone even. I mean, asking them to come back and win 3 or 4 more rounds here just feels like it may be too much of a task. But having said that, Zio, once again finding the first frag for APG. We've seen them in this position before though, and they weren't able to initially capitalize off of it. But perhaps this will be the time. There's still the AWP on style. There's still 3 remaining players around him to support him. So, job not done yet. Explicit once again. He's managed to get him to drop time and time again. Getting smoked off from the B side. That's not a problem for him. He was going to head over towards A anyway, as it was.
Yeah, Explicit's got a really good lurker role going, and when he gets it right, I mean, it doesn't matter what they're doing. He's forcing 2 players to stay on A, which allows a 3 versus 2 scenario. DC are very good at that, but unfortunately, Zio in a key position, and now that he's Explicit going to expect that as he took his time, and unfortunately, you can't get out of drop with 1 player, and then they're not going to swindle that stay onto you. So there we go. Now it's going to be a 2 versus 5 scenario, but nothing that we couldn't say can come away from DC, but they're not going to be able to have such an easy role as now Instant is going to have to fight off against 4 pretty strong HP leveled teams. Well, the only low player that they find at the moment is Custom. He goes down. Well, Instant's already turning on the heat, and now with the control of the bomb, he's going to have 17 seconds.
No control.
I feel like he's... Oh no, it's actually a little further than I thought. Sorry, I thought it was up on that long entrance. But now a forced save going to come out. At least he gets that AWP, and I'm pretty sure that they're not going to do too much hunting as, well, APG know that they don't have the economy to be able to do that.
Yeah, at this point, it's more valuable for them to keep their weapons alive than maybe one lose player and kill the AWPer. Damage control with a pretty big economy at this stage, so they're going to full dive straight back into this one. But I just wanted to chat a little bit about drop control, because we're seeing Counter-Strike terrorists adapt, Counter-Strike terrorists, Counter-terrorists adapting by not challenging drop. They're sitting outside the window and they're sitting outside the door and they're holding it from there, because getting drop control as terrorists is all great and well, one thing, but you have to use it, you have to get out, and that's where the problem comes in. So now we see Apocalypse going there early once again. He finds the headshot onto Maniac. So now it's a problem because there's one player watching the door, nobody watching the windows. They have no idea if that's being utilized at this point. And damage control rotates straight back over towards A off the back of that. And I mean, that's just the natural thing to do. Of course, once you get that frag and show that presence over towards B, you pull the rotation, and they're just playing off the back of that.
Yeah, and very key players. Again, clinical from DC, just using that strategy mentality that something's going to have to change up now. And in the end of the day, if they don't change it up, Explicit's going to come crawling through the back, through connector, and just take some players from behind. If not, he's forcing 1 or 2 at least players, in this case 3, staying on the B site. And, well, DC are going to have a really, really simple pathway through into the A.
Yeah, and this is a full buy coming out from APG. They were also in reset territory. Explicit looking to follow up where Apocalypse left off and dropped there. Once again, I mean, that's his home, it seems, at this point. DC have been favoring this A side quite a lot. They've been tended to magnate towards here quite often. Smoking off connector there. We're stuck on the smoke grenade, guys. For some reason, the camera won't be going off. So we're just going to have to talk about what's going from the kill feed. As you can see, Spartan bringing it back there to a 3 versus 3. This is quite interesting. We get to see the x-rays where there's the bomb. It's not done. Okay, smoke dissipating, and okay, we're back. Okay, so once the smoke had died, it gave us control of the camera once again, and somehow APG actually translated this into an advantage for them, and style goes down. So they managed to bring it back after losing those first frags. Don't lose their control, and damage control gets taken down another round.
Yeah, damage control must also be careful of leaving it too late, because obviously APG are going to keep picking up that they're going to their standard play. But what's nice is that DC are coming out with that initial early frag, the quick play up, but to drop down or into the middle area, anything that can cause a bit of havoc or force the change up in APG's setup. And well, if in this case, they're going to look like they're going to go quite hard into B and push out and not get expected to be doing this. This is not a normal play from them. Apocalypse is of 1, but doesn't check the statue down as Zio does come out and takes down Elhan, but not enough time to finish the second one. And now two low HP DC players will try and enter the side as the one drops down, which is Apocalypse, and Style also quite low down. Instant though into the drop down area, forcing a double look position for APG, nicely being underflamed.
That was close.
A little bit of a roaster.
I feel like that definitely gave him a warmer up, but now 2 versus 2. APG have gotten quite far into the side here with a lot of time remaining. They know that the last player is remaining in drop. He gets one. Oh man, Custom throws the smoke off to block the door, but he's at the other door. Custom makes no mistakes. He gets the frag, and APG showing some decent character here to bring these rounds back. I mean, damage control are really putting it to them at the moment. So 13 for Instant and 14 for Hellhound. Those 2 players, between the 2 of them, have been causing a lot of havoc. But we spoke about in the last game that you can't expect 1 or 2 players to continue to fire through a whole map. Then the rest of the team needs to use that momentum for themselves to get back into it, or to not get back into it, but to contribute. And so after now Damage Control losing 3 rounds in a row, they are going to be forced into that light buy situation just to even out the economy a little bit. Some Tech 9s and upgraded armor on a few of the players, so certainly some potential 3 smokes as well to give them that extra advantage.
Oh, and nicely done by Custom as he gets down a double spray, as well as Apocalypse and Style going to go down. So those Tech 9s not even being able to be fired off and get into the face, but really, really well held by him. He listened for the perfect timing of the steps and just getting involved. Oh, a good flick though by Inson as he'll take a gun and run away for a little bit to create a little bit of a distraction. But something, as you were saying, and we actually heard it on the panel earlier, that they were saying that it's very unlikely that you're going to have a team that's going to cause an upset or be overpowering unless it's their norm. It's going to happen the same thing here. You're not going to have a couple of players that are going to be able to consistently and sustainably continue with a 10-1 or a 8-2 scoreline. And APG are taking quite a lot of control here. The bomb is not in Explicit's hands, and he's got a minute left. So if he takes down 1 or 2, which is a low HP custom, and this is very doable, he's just going to have to make sure he's checking his double points here, because that cross-up is going to be really dangerous.
Yeah, that's the trouble at the moment. Spots out with second player, so he does get taken down to 46 HP at the expense. They are now aware of his position. He's got the bomb, and he goes around. He gets onto custom, which means he now knows where the remaining player is. He has enough time.
Yeah.
He does have enough time. The 30 seconds is enough to get himself towards B. Spartan, I think, is just out of range to hear that, but he's got a spidey sense tingling, and he's going to commit to this rotation. So Explicit, the problem with having such little time left, he's going to have to sprint straight into the B site. Spartan's hearing him. He's getting all the sound cues that he knows. He's just going to wait for the perfect timing on the cross. Explicit thinks he's got it. Mr. Spartan has played this 1+, and he comes out on top. So well done by Spartan, taking down Explicit, and APG find themselves their 5th. So all of a sudden, they actually start putting up a reasonable scoreline from what was looking a bit dire at one stage.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, in the end of the day, DC did enough damage there to force the economy of APG to, even if they win this round, to be with only 1 or 2 players alive, they're going to struggle to buy. But in that way, at least APG has come back and shown that the 8-1 scoreline was just another replica of our previous game matchup where they were coming back consistently. And that's great to see because it provides that complete competitive nature in this game and shows the fact that it doesn't matter how out you are until 16 on that board or overtime winnings. We've tried to make sure the commentators added into that. It happens. So you need to make sure you get that 16. You need to make sure you finish it off. And DC are really good at the initial plays if they can get it going, and they get 2 again to take an advantage. But is that going to be enough? As last time they ended up just losing out to that 1 versus 1 final scenario.
Yeah, it's weird how it's come to that, because Damage Control was so dominating in the beginning, but now this time they've managed to get into the interim parts of A. They're not too deep into the site as of yet, and they've just played a little bit too slowly after they've gotten themselves the initial advantage, which has given APG an opportunity to rotate. Apocalypse gets 1 refragged by Convict, and have a look at Spartan. He's pushed all the way up behind, so he could be the linchpin in this round. There's definitely a double for him on the cards. No ways he's going to expect Hellhound to be so close in the corner here. He checks the wrong corner and he gets taken down. So Hellhound salvaging that situation, and all up to Convict now in the 1 versus 3 no hit. He gets decapitated by Hellhound, the headshot man of South Africa. And well, APG, the 6th round would be really healthy for their scoreline, considering how they started this off. I still think they'll be content with 5, but 6 would give them a nice edge, or extra edge going into the second half.
Yeah, that's exactly right, and I think DC will be kicking themselves in the end of the day. It was good for them to lose the 1 round after having 6 in a row, because then it forced that economy break, and you stop losing getting those loser bonuses. But in this case, they let 3 or 4 rounds get out of hand, and now it's really they're going to have to start off well, because if they don't get that pistol round, it's going to tie up the scores pretty much. And well, it seems like it doesn't really matter what happens. Everything seems to be down 6 this evening.
Well, we could get a 10-5 at this point. Damage Control finding the first. Convict got an aggressive up to the smoke here. He gets taken down, and that's not something you can do, because I know that you've got the weapon deficit, so you need to try and get something done, but you know that slow play style that damage control have means that they're going to be waiting on the other side of those smokes. So even though you're trying to push for that information, you're going to be punished because of that slow play style. So it almost seems like a waste of a life, unnecessary to do something like that. I feel your life is better valued waiting on the side for the execution to come through.
Yeah, that's exactly it. DC are one of those teams that if you end up pushing too early, you're going to fall straight into that positional play. If you do push too late, you're going to just find their lagging player. And that's because they intentionally lag a little bit slower with that concept of keeping the structure exactly on point. And APG, unfortunately, didn't do it too many times for their sake. They ended up losing just on the plain gun battles. But if it ended up happening that way, I think they would have learnt up quickly, because if they aren't careful, the APG are going to try and do something similar by trying to force the lurker to come in behind, and then a slow DC player is just going to do the exact same thing. And now we're going to see a movement into that long APG, not doing it as quickly as a normal Glock train as we like to often see it, not maybe even going down through this low as a back to be a VP strat that came out.
Well, that's exactly what actually VP did do on the pistol round, 100%. So APG, they've got one smoke and one flash. I think this is kind of the fake, the push and the fake, maybe try and play on the damage control minds here that they've gone back towards B, and it's kind of worked, but damage control aren't so sure what sort of setup they want to have. They're constantly floating back between B and A at the moment. And so in that regard, the strategy is actually working out pretty well. And they've also sent 2 players over towards B now to really enforce that fake. They haven't got any equipment though. It's just going to be the raw Glocks to try and create a diversion over towards B. They've started firing some shots off now, so that's sent Explicit over, and that means it's just left Style and Ensign remaining on this A site. If Custom could get a frag here, that would be massive, but not to be the case yet. 38 seconds left. APG mimicking damage control's late execution into the round. Now they're going into the A. The hit finally comes through, and Ensign knows what's up. He finds one. Style gives the support in the second, and as Spartan tries to get through, he gets taken down from behind by Explicit, and it's fallen apart for APG at this stage. Damage control have managed to lock down the site, and with only 22 seconds left, APG are going to have to move fairly vigorously to get onto the site, let alone get the plant down.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really structured, and they're going to have to run into that plant. I don't think he's even going to have time for that. He's just going to try fight off. He does spot them both out, which does give him the time to plant, and DC are going to allow it, as they don't really have much of a choice at this point. I think Hellhound shot through his dead mates into the opposition, and both died simultaneously.
That was insane. Like, I think the terrorist bullet hit his teammate, and his bullet went through a split second afterwards, like this crazy crossover. If bullets could hit each other in Counter-Strike, they probably would have in that situation. But in the end of it, damage control picking up their second pistol round of the game. So that's a really difficult thing to try and play against. If you've lost both pistols, it's not an easy thing to do to win the map. So APG just not giving themselves much of an opportunity in that regard.
Yeah, no, definitely. They really haven't been given much of the opportunity to try and fight back after that. But just have a look at this. I mean, the round at the moment is 6 or 11-5, and if you look at the average damage, it really isn't that far off until this last couple of rounds, which obviously would change up because of the win of the 3 in a row.
Yeah.
But that's really interesting to see that it's been really close between all of them, and in that regard, nobody's able to build up a massive economy. Not in the first half, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be that easy this half if the way that the play styles end up just complementing into a lagging player or forcing themselves into the open.
Well, those Tech 9s are going to be going into the open now. They get that drop control, but like we said, it's the next stage that's the important one, as Spartans controlling the window. Still 1 minute left, so they've managed to get themselves quite far up with this time left on. Now that's going to hit. Explicit finds one. 2 players coming from Cat and 2 players coming from Drop. Spartan finds himself another one, so now it's starting to look a little bit of a difficult situation for damage control. These Tech 9s can cause a ton of chaos. That grenade's going to go a long way, doing tons of damage to 2 players there, and APG now, it's just falling apart from them. These flashes have just been too superior and not allowed them to get settled on the sides. Eventually Apocalypse coming around the corner, and damage control shutting it down, but not a bad round, not a bad effort from APG in the end of it.
No, not at all. They really had that advantage, and Convict doing a bit of random Tech 9 spraying in the smoke, getting that low HP Explicit as he was sitting there. But it really is nice to see that even with the Tech 9s coming through from any team, that this regard, it pushes all the way through, allows you onto sides, and unfortunately that nade coming through the connector area forced the bomb out of the hand of the plants, and that really was where it all went wrong.
Yeah, full eco coming out here from APG. Not much you can get done in this situation, especially not when Style and Instant are just chiming up together on this A site. Style picking up a 4K, and well, we talk about confidence players, and Style is certainly one of them. I mean, he probably went through a phase where he was one of the best players in South Africa, and maybe he's fallen a little bit away from that, but he's certainly kept up a level of Counter-Strike, which is a very, very high standard. And well, we just get a bit of a glimpse of it there as he gets a 4K on the anti-eco. And this is APG's last opportunity to keep themselves in this game in terms of losing. If they go down to lose this, then they're in no position to come back on this map. I said game, I meant map.
Oh, that's good. And we were talking about it earlier that DC are really one of those teams that because of their structure and their synergy, I guess the length of time they've been playing, when it comes down to a scenario of them showing up, there's really not much that can stop them. The only problem is being able to be consistently constructed and consistently using that gel. If you come back on a Saturday or a Sunday, the second day or the third day of the event, it's very, very unusual that that same exact playability will maintain, even though they've been playing so long together, because often you overanalyze, you go into the situation where, okay, this was working, this wasn't, why are we doing this, instead of actually just playing the game style. In this case, it's not happening. DC are really, they've come up all guns blazing, 9:30, 10:30, it doesn't really matter what we were saying about them and not enjoying the evening. Again, it's only because we said that, they're enjoying the evening game. And now it's gonna be coming down to, if they win this one, it's pretty much their map.
Yeah, then they go to Cash. I mean, like I said, that's going to be a difficult prospect for APG to overcome, but job's not done yet. They've got the bomb here. They're working their way towards B. There is only 3 players here, so they could have the 3v3 execution, considering that they have got 1 player over towards A long. 30 seconds left, running the clock down fairly low. That's a late Molotov, which is going to keep them at bay for at least another 4 seconds. They're going to be pushing post 20 seconds, and they've got 2 smokes. Okay, so they've got a bit of an extra equipment to work with. Here's the lurker over towards A. He gets taken down by Style, but the execution's over towards B as Hellhound to lock it down. He gets 1. Can he follow it up with the second? He can, and Explicit gives the support. Aperture have not put much emphasis on this T side. And just thinking back to the games I have watched, it's been them that have done well on the CT side and then followed up with a few rounds on the T side. So considering that they didn't get that 10 rounds on CT side, they didn't give themselves much of an opportunity into it.
No, not at all. And they really haven't necessarily showed up with that synergy. It's been unfortunate with several of the players, but I mean, in the end of the day, excuse me, it's just one of those maps, and I think if you had to look at it, as you say, it's not going to be easy for them to fight DC on Cash, but neither is it going to be on Inferno. I'm sure Hellhound's waiting to be able to play in Pit again. He's been frothing at the point that it's been a year and a half since he's been in the map pool, and that's pretty much where he got his headshot name. So, well, it's going to be a challenge all the way here. It's an uphill battle for APG. It really is, and they're going to have to turn something on or try and figure out what is going to break DC's momentum.
Yeah, uphill battle in this map, and it's not going to be slowing down. They've got the Tech-9s to work with here. They've used all their equipment to get on that plat control, get into drop, and it is going to be the B hit. So Apocalypse gets 1, he gets a second, so just going above and beyond what he needs to get done. It's all up to Explicit now to try and retain and work off of that good job done by his teammates, and he does exactly that by getting the frag. Convict's going to find the return as he was on low HP, but the cross is not covered. As I say that, the smoke does come down. Molotov to return. And now APG to try to get the bomb down, but they're going to have to hurry because Style is coming through on that lurk, and with the bomb still not being put down and extra pressure being applied from Hellhound, it just leaves no room to breathe for APG. So getting completely shut out of it, even though they're able to get into the site, they're not able to follow up. Excuse me, even with the plant. What's up with us?
I'm not sure.
I think it's water.
Water and air. I have to claim it, even though you live here.
I do live here, and it's a lovely place to live.
That's not no arguments there. I really must admit, though, that it's been a situation that DC have forced APG to come out into positional play where they're forced to double look. And when I say double look, obviously I mean the crisscross, where you're forcing to look at 2 different players at once, struggling to make your decision as to which one's the most dangerous. And that's the key. It's not necessarily putting 2 players in 2 positions, but putting 2 players in positions that make them both dangerous. And once the one player's gotten all the attention and doesn't get dropped down initially, they're causing all the damage from the other side. And I mean, that's why they're winning the 4 and 3s. That's why they're winning on 3 and 2s. Zero just walked straight out into side. I think
through a Molotov as well.
I think that was a bit of a I'm done with this round.
Well, understandably at this point, I mean, it really making a comeback from 15-5 is not an easy thing to do. So damage control 5 versus 3 up at the moment, and looking pretty well set in this round as APG just slowly make their way towards A. They have one smoke, one Molotov to try and help themselves to get into A. You just feel like it's not going to be enough at this point. They need more Molotovs to clear out those corners to work into the site, but maybe it's just going to come down to the raw aim. Jules not enough. Instant perfectly timed push. He picks up Maniac, who was their remaining smoke and Molotov, and it was all down to Spartan, who gets taken down by Explicit. So damage control starting this tournament or this this event off with a really strong showing, picking up the first map 16-5.
Yeah, a very good first map from DC's perspective, and really well done by them. We're going to jump into an interview while we wait for the last map, or the second map, sorry. It's already been 5 for the night, including this, and we're going to be up with that shortly. See you now.
My name is Tian Kurtzen, I'm also known as TC. I'm currently 24 years old and coaching for Bravado Gaming. So basically I completed my degree at the end of last year, so I started working this year. With regards to my family, they're not against gaming, but they're also not like completely supportive of it, but they are still supportive, like when there are competitions and so coming up. They're completely supportive and so on, but it's not like in a sense of, oh, you know, leave the studies for a while, or, you know, just focus on the gaming. It's not in that kind of sense supportive. It's just like, being like, oh, you guys are going to do well, you know, that kind of normal parent support. In South Africa currently there isn't really a lot of teams that can compete internationally, so I think a lot of people aren't willing to take that step down to a coaching role if they still see, but I can still frag and keep up with these guys, you know, why should I be coaching if I can still be competing with these guys? So that's kind of the mentality at the moment, and I suppose until the scene does get more competitive and we do get more higher priced tournaments like the influx that we are seeing this year, then we'll probably see more people step down into the coaching role, and yeah, which will also help the scene develop in a sense. So I think one of the most important things that new players and newcomers can do that are trying to get into competitive is like watching videos on YouTube from pros, the videos that are available, that are out there, watching their streams and so on, seeing how they play, listening to how they communicate and so on. I think if you're looking to get into competitive, you need to be trying to play around 6 to 8 hours a day. You need to actually look at what you're doing wrong and go back and improve that, and then play again and go over that demo, see if it's getting better. Focus on fixing your game, not just by playing, but actually reviewing your mistakes and so on. And then, as I said, watching streams from the pro gamers, watching how the pro people do it. I mean, they're pros. They're the pros for the reason, and they're at the top. So you can definitely learn a thing or two from them.
goblins from Mars. Ryan Oaks. We glowed up. We glowed up. We glowed up. Oh man, look this way. We all done glowed up. Pulled up, tell 'em pull the curtain. Roll 2, no 3. Got a fifth of bourbon. Got foreign bitches that shepherd German. That I want the break from. I need to learn. And they told us all that we'd end up broke. We sucked it up and we did the most. Now we taking over. We want the globe. So it's to the west to go take the coast.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back with APG versus DC, their second map, second round of this event, and I am Wham, joined by co-caster Hayes. Welcome up, Hayes.
Yeah, welcome back everybody. Now, finally, nearly 11 o'clock at night, we're making some great progress through the games as we go forward with APG versus Damage Control. Have a look at Style with that Desert Eagle. We know he is incredibly well known amongst the South African scene for the utilization of that weapon. As quite an interesting setup here from APG. 3 players over towards B, 1 middle and then 1 on A. So they've gone for that full retake strategy over on A. They're quite content to give up the entire site and then play back. But Damage Control initially going for the middle control, even on the pistol round against the USPs, happy to get up there. Convict is going to be the first one. He gets an easy shot there, but he does get taken down, not able to follow up with the second. And Damage Control not entirely decided where they want to go with this. Still a 4 versus 4 and a minute left on the clock.
Well, APG holding their angle as well, as DC aren't able to get any headway into that A site, even though it was on a retake percentage. It's, well, as I say that, of course, we've got the bomb now jumping onto the van, which is a really odd circumstance because they really weren't even able to check out A, and I think that was one of those situations they really weren't comfortable with whatever they were doing,
yeah,
and they ended up just trying anything.
It just seemed like they got a bit confused with what was going on. They lost a frag here or there, dropped some equipment, and it just became a scramble in the end of it. So APG start this map well, and this is Damage Control's map, so it's quite a nice confidence booster going into it. Starting on the CT side once again, so they have that going for them. And once again, they're going for 1 player towards A. Okay, so they've got the highway player this time as well, but Damage Control with their upgraded pistols, they've got the upgraded armor, they've got 4 players over towards B. Or 3 rather, sorry, yeah, 3 over towards B. As I say, that 1 more rotates middle.
Yeah, it's one of those setups that it's going to have to make sure that they hold out, at least from DC being able to cause the rotation, because this map's too small to be able to have a DC concept where you won't be able to rotate between sites. I think APG will come out on top if DC do leave it to the last 20 seconds. Retaking the sites for them is going to be a little bit easier in this perspective, and at this point in time they really haven't done badly to stop them from even getting into sites.
Well, Zio, the gatekeeper of B at the moment, he's got been forced into a bit of a corner. He does get 1 and a third. Okay, so he gets 1, 2, and 3 in the end of it, locking down B really strongly with that SMG, and his teammates coming in with the frag as well elsewhere in vents. Style managed to get into B. He's got the bomb as well, so if he could find the frag, he may actually be able to get the bomb down at this point. And that's a very low HP player who's dancing around the box along with him, but he's got support from Heaven now. Style not able to land shots. APG picking themselves up the second, and Damage Control without a plant are going to be in full eco stage.
Yeah, and necessary. I mean, there's no need to come out and do something like XD was doing with a buyout on the third round once you've lost it without the plant. So DC again, always clinical, always going to go back to a set strategy. But maybe something that could play down to them is the fact that they expect to do well on this map. They expect to take more control out of the situation than they did in Cobblestone, and in the end of the day they did brilliantly on Cobblestone, so they mustn't rest on that laurel and make sure that they actually fully commit to the sites. Don't look too hesitant, don't confuse yourself on your plays themselves, because in the end of the day, if you're going to force yourself into an awkward position, this is a potential awkward position. Spartan's really taken down two. He's fighting a third as he's completely blind, takes down Instant on the bounce, and well,
nice.
That's just pretty much all four going one way. And like I say, a precarious position you're going to find yourself in if you don't commit to the situation. And in this case, it didn't matter because Spartan shut them out before they could get there.
And this is where the problem comes in, that they've got the full buy here. Sorry, not really a problem, but more a situation that they need to find a solution to. They've got the full buy. They could, damage control could have a problem too, but
solutions will be found.
They're going to have to be as we go into the first buy here on the second map. Damage control, an opportunity to get onto the board here, and they're really going to be testing APG specifically when it comes to middle. We know how strong damage control are at taking middle, getting the vent control and hitting the vents to B strat. That's one of their favorite things to do on T side cache. So APG replying by getting Convict really close here to the boost spot and not giving up middle control in the early stages of the round.
And DC going straight back into that standard setup, splitting the players up, getting themselves into a comfortable position, at least having somebody crossing up on somebody else. But this convict position, as you were saying, very, very deadly should that boost not work out in DC's favor, because then that full middle control will be gone. And I think DC might struggle if they aren't able to have a little bit of visual, at least, on that middle.
Well, with still a minute left on the clock, there's enough time for them to adjust. But have a look at the equipment on APG. They've been holding it much later into the round, as we see 3 incendiaries still packed up in the infantry. So Convict in this up-close position now. He now gets found out. He tries to swing around with the UMP, gets one, but he does get taken down. So at least he does get the frag to give his position a bit of justification. Spartan playing far back in middle. Zio in this corner once again. Surely they're going to check it. Instant goes straight through without checking it. He gets taken down. Zio fully flashed, is able to get the frag onto Style as well. So 4 versus 2 now. Completely unexpected, probably from a damage control perspective. And they don't leave themselves much time to get into this B. Even all 3 of the APG players have rotated across. Fairly unwinnable situation at this point. Bomb still in checkered 1v3. He's snuck through, but he's been spotted. So game's up. APG pick up their 4th and pretty solid CT round at that.
Yeah, well played by APG. They're holding out really, really key positions, something that they weren't able to do in Cobblestone. They weren't able to keep a situation where if DC had to push anywhere, they would have to check almost every corner. DC were able to get an initial pick, or they were able to flame out or smoke out an area that it didn't allow APG to get up in their faces or close up. I mean, even at the end of the day, Custom was at the bottom, was a Convict that was at the bottom of middle, and he didn't even get the initial frag coming over the boost, but he got a player with the bomb in the middle coming out of the doors or out of the main. So it's really quite interesting to see that DC aren't able to follow up on that. And straight up now, Spartans are really getting 2, and Maniac gets 1, as well as the final 2 players. One is not even in sight yet. The bomb's being dropped at the entrance of A as A main player goes down. Maniac picks up his 3rd, and Spartan and Maniac have really held A very well.
So APG replicating WRG in dropping the first map and then managing to come back very strongly straight into the second one, which is exactly what you need to do when you want to keep yourself in the best of 3. You need to give yourself that confidence by starting the second map well, picking up the rounds and getting it going. Once again, Spartan started very well. He's 9-1 at the moment. Instant yet to find a frag. So damage control, still lots of opportunity in this half to try and get things going for them once again, but Spartan's going to just try to unnerve them as he goes with the AWP. He knows that the shots have been fired, but that player backed off now. He's actually gone all the way back. So going to try and set up for some smokes here onto the A site. But Spartan's pushed into A main, so he's got the information through hearing on what's going on outside A main here.
Yeah, 3-man setup for those smokes, as you can see from Hellhound, Apocalypse and Style. They're just going to get ready for that A setup. There's no indication towards B, so we know that this is going to happen. There's a 4th in the row. If somebody had to walk out now and see this,
yeah,
that'd
that's
be
a
quite
nice
bit of a
frags.
problem.
Well, there's still 2 players over towards B from APG, so that could be one of the problems. But this is one of the fakes. This is a full smoke execute onto A, and then they go over the drop. Spartan had some nice information there. He saw that nobody was coming into A main immediately, so that's why they didn't rotate. But Hellhound, one of the boosted players, has got control of He's got control of Highway as he does get taken down now. The AWP on Spartan finding the frag, and well, damage control doing pretty well here to come through. It seems pretty messy though. I mean, like, they've gotten the job done, but I just feel like APG could have gotten some more done in this round. Maybe giving up their lives a little bit too easily, but in the end of it, damage control making it work. Custom remains in a 1v3, and he's not done yet. He's got the economy to go back, so he's not interested in saving. Got the kit to work with as well. One flash to try help him get a bit closer onto the A site here. But with the Incendiary, 2 Incendiaries still to work with, just seems like too much of a difficult task to try and get done, and he is going to get taken down. So in the end of it, not causing any more trouble, and damage control picked themselves up the first.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate from APG's perspective. They didn't land like 1 or 2 shots that could have obviously changed that round completely, maybe the difference between all the other A pushes. But DC made a very good effort to make sure that it sounded like a very quick play to change it up, and then really went back to strategy, which was great because it also forced Albert, who's taking control of A, to really be completely isolated away from that hallway, as you like to call it.
Yeah, the H has got me there. Hellhound on Highway. So APG with their economy able to get a full buy and check once again. They want to be trying to unnerve damage control here. Convict going straight through the smoke, and he finds the pick. So they 1 man down now, and that drops quite a few pieces of equipment, so which could be quite an important puzzle piece for damage control at this point. Apocalypse going to try and even it out from the boost here. Comes out on top, taking Convict down without losing any points of health. That's going to free up middle, and on the back of that flash, Zio's going to think that it's clear. So Explicit an opportunity to make his way forward here undetected. May even allow a rotation around. Damage control undecided at this point. They're happy to sit back and wait, maybe wait for some aggression, because, well, we've seen APG have been doing that. They've been pushing players through unconventional places, and damage control with their slow nature are slowly making their way over towards A.
Yeah, they do favour the A site, I must admit, from DC's perspective. They haven't really tried to go towards B as a full hit yet. I mean, in the end of the day, they're not even pushing too much control on middle. And I like the way that APG are holding their angles. They're not forcing themselves into that forced push or that situation of trying to get an excessive roamer. And if they're not careful, I mean, Explicit will keep roaming through, which is forcing that player, in this case Zio, to stay behind in that B site, and for as long as he possibly can. But again, DC taking a little bit too long to get onto the site as the flames are obviously preventing quite a run-in. A jump over the top isn't enough from Apocalypse, as Instant though does finish him off. Explicit able to get 1 and a second. Very, very important kill there onto Maniac. But here we go, Zio from behind. So key.
Yeah, he's never going to be expected here. He gets the easy frag onto Explicit, and now it's the 1 versus 1. Style versus Zio. 2 incredibly experienced Counter-Strike players in the South African scene. Oh man, you see, that's just the style. That is so well played by him, and he gives Zio no opportunity in that round just by making his way to that position. And really nice game sense coming out in the end there in the 1 versus 1 clutch situation. And after winning 2 rounds back-to-back now, it throws APG into that full eco scenario.
Yeah, it's exactly that. He even allowed him to hear him for a little bit. He allowed him to hear that final footstep, which forced him to peek him and almost shoulder peek him without allowing him too much damage.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he did. He took his head off, or he took his shoulder out, and as Style will always do, he's not going to miss many of those first shots, not off of the initial flick. And yeah, well done by him.
So APG on the full eco now, just trying to get something done, pushing through Squeaky with 2 players, hoping to find a capitalization on one of the T players, but damage control sitting extremely far back at this point, happy to just give up that map control. They know how much time is left on the clock, and APG is bound to push, of course. I mean, when you're down the weaponry so much, it's essential to try and you need to work and find advantages, but they've got themselves in a decent setup here in Squeaky Door, and if the execution does come towards A, it's certainly possible for them to find a rifle and play off the back of that. So putting themselves in good positions at this point is an essential part to trying to win eco rounds, as we see once again 2 players over towards B, potential for the double peak there. Explicit, the lurker, trying to get something done yet, at least pulling some rotations. There are 3 B players now, so the A site is of fairly weak resistance at this point.
Yeah, and as again, they favour towards that A site, even after doing as much decoying as they can towards B. Mania taking down the bomb as well. So that's a bit of a problem for DC, as now the rotations are coming hard and fast. He's not getting the spray control down as Instant, and that's a bit of a problem because that takes more time for them to get onto that site. And now the rush is going to have to occur because there's only 30 seconds left, and well, Maniac is in a very strong position. He held this position for so long. Oh, and he got the hit, but he kills Instant through the door, which is another problem from DC's perspective. And, well, unfortunately not working out in APG's favor too much so yet. I say it too quickly because every single time that we try this pistol scenario comes out on top. And, well, the bomb is planted, so it's not going to be easy for Hellhound to get this. It's not really planted for him.
Yeah, and a perfect flash out there from Hellhound shuts it down and allows Custom to pick up the frag. So in the end, APG able to pick up a full eco, which is a really massive thing. We were praising Damage's control ability to fight against those eco rounds, and in the end, if they drop it, then that's all down to leaving too little time to work with. It's a thing that you can do when you're up against buys, because you know when you're going up against, you know that they're not going to be in obscure positions. They're going to be in the more conventional places. But when you leave yourself so little time against an eco, they're not in the places you expect. So they end up actually picking one frag here and one frag there, and all of a sudden there's only 3 players or 2 players left and it becomes chaotic. So Damage Control in the end causing their own demise, and they're going to have to come back and reply strongly on the back of that one.
Yeah, it's going to be very important here for them to take this round, because at the end of the day, they had a confidence boost of taking one, but it really wasn't good enough because APG are holding their angles, and as you were saying, they're giving up control, is Damage Control. They're giving up control of the map. They're allowing DC. Very nice shot by Stahl, as he normally does with that deagle. And APG are taking all this advantage from the map control, but because of that, the fact that everything's so close quartered, when you're coming through on the random corners or coming through a situation where you're fighting 2-on-1s or coming through smoke, as we saw Convict do it earlier, it was just a situation that you can't fight that back. There's not enough time. The player's able to get in and out quick enough. As I say, that a movement onto the B side, one of the first of we're seeing, already one player down on 0, and there we go. Custom is also down. Now a 3 versus 0 on the side, so completely open B. And, well, I believe maybe a potential save might come out, but not if the call is made.
Yeah, the economy on APG at the moment not great. If they are able to save these 2 rifles, they'll definitely be able to buy up, considering the economy on Custom and Convict. So pretty essential for them to keep these rifles going into the next round. And Damage Control, I mean, just because you're on the terrorist side, I feel like inclined to them going for the hunt and trying to not stop this from happening. But in the end of it, Damage Control probably just content with picking up the round at this point, because it's been a bit close, and probably a bit closer than they were expecting. They're managing to make it work in the latter parts of this T half though, so bringing it back slowly but surely. But I feel like they're going to be looking for at least 7 rounds on this T side.
Yeah, no, they would want at least 7. I mean, they have got a good CT control, but the way that APG can come running out when we've got players like Zio or Custom that could come out at any given time, and they play so well together in most situations that if you have a situation that you're fighting for your life again, as we saw with WRG earlier, it really is one of those nerve-wracking situations, and it doesn't ever come out in your favor. It doesn't always come out in your favor.
Just an interesting point there. Convict has got $3,350, and he's chosen to go with the Deagle armor, and he hasn't dropped a rifle for Zio either. So might be I mean, I can't explain any reason you would do something like that, but in the end of it, that's the scenario. And Damage Control have gone for the middle controllers. They're making their way up highway now. A isn't really defended for highway. There's one player in A main and there's one watching Squeaky, so not going to be able to offer much resistance on that front. Damage Control taking their time though. Instant taking the B player down, which is Zio. One of the pistols now down, and Damage Control are going to be able to get onto the A site.
Yeah, and they got very quickly onto that A site. Really well done by them, holding down the B angle. Zios goes down early, and well, that's one of the situations where he could have had a rifle. And if he had a rifle or a form of closer weaponry which forced him like an SMG into the faces of DC, that wouldn't have happened, not as easily at least. And then Stahl, of course, is going to come and do whatever he can as Convict goes down, who also didn't have a rifle.
Yeah, but he could have. Yeah. And he was shooting with the Deagle there. His Style managed to rotate 180 and get the flick. If he has an M4, he gets that frag every day of the week. So
basics.
It's exactly it. So at the end of the day, APG making a small mistake, and now they lose a round, and they're going to have to eco. So Damage Control have just blasted their way right back into this game. Completely wiped away APG's 5-round lead at one stage. They were 5-0 up, so Damage Control bringing it back nicely.
Yeah, unfortunate, and we were mentioning it earlier. It all comes down to those initial basics and just those additional thought patterns of what is going to be the biggest damager. That's checking corners,
Spartan not
unlucky.
even able to keep the rifle.
Yeah, and very unlucky. there
Anyway,
for
checking
Spartan.
corners, continue.
Yeah, so I was saying checking on corners and getting those initial frags are so key. Now, when you don't have the right weaponry and you're making the bad buy choices or a miss buy choice, you put yourself and your whole team into a disadvantage. And 2 disadvantages lost in that second round, and now force them onto a save. So just as you say, it's something that they really need to be careful of, especially when they don't have a map in their advantage. Let's put it that way.
So APG, considering they on the pistols here, they're trying to stack it up over towards B side. 4 players there at the moment. I mean, I don't mind that at all when you're on the eco. Just give yourself every opportunity to win it.
Yeah,
Spartans just spotting over towards A, but damage control doing what they do best, grabbing that middle control and then working it off from there. And then that gives you a new avenue of entry into the A site, and you can get the good information that there's actually no one on here from this position alone. So that's going to bring the bomb around. And well, I mean, you don't want to be running into a B stack as a terrorist. So with such close quarters and opportunity for shenanigans and chaos, you avoid that if possible, or rather not put yourself in the position for that to happen. So damage control doing exactly that as they slowly, meticulously make their way onto the A site.
Yeah, I do like that setup from APG. It's not something where you just take a pistol and rush in through to try and either end the round or get a couple of frags. You really do strategize the point that if they rush into the site, we're going to get a frag or 2, maybe even more. And if we don't, then we're going to end up having to retake, which is just going to be a scenario of this exact positioning.
Well, eventually the Hermit Crab makes its way out of the B site and looks for a frag there, maybe a lurking damage control player, but not leaving any stragglers there in the end, as damage control don't lose any players as of yet, and they do well to pick off the APG players as they make their way to try and get a few exits here. There is some potential for some frags here from the APG players as the damage control players are exiting into their territory, but not going to make much of a difference in the end. AKs reign supreme.
Yeah.
And damage control get their 5th, and APG now in that same situation where they were on cobblestone, where they just can't let damage control get too much work done in one go. If that momentum starts getting picked up to the pace it was at on cobble, this can end very, very quickly.
Yeah, and it's actually going to be really brutal after coming back from that 5-0 start. I mean, APG would expect of themselves to be able to seal off at least the win for this half. If DC come back and take the win for this half, I think it's really going to be demoralizing to a many level. But we'll have to see, because these players all as well can play very well individually on the APG side. They don't always go on the structure of the team, and they have odd different situations and circumstances. Spartan and Maniac obviously quite new to the higher level of CS in South Africa, so it's going to be that situation, I say new, but newer than the rest of these players that are in there currently. And well, DC are experienced and ready for absolutely anything, and if that includes waiting every single round until the last 30 seconds, they'll do it.
That's just where you have to have you be consistent and know, if you know what works for you, then you just stick to that regardless of the map. They've got this ability to run the clock down, and it doesn't matter what map is. Like I said, they're capable of doing it on every single one. So this instance it's on cash, as you can see, and 54 seconds into the round, they haven't made much progress. They're running it down using the equipment on APG. They've kept a few smokes for themselves for that execution, and here it is coming through now onto the B side. Hellhound gets the first, and that's Zio. So now he's left his teammate with no support on the B side. So it is custom. He's going to have to get a lot of work done. He gets one, but Style returns with the AWP. Apocalypse has come through middle. He gets Convict from behind, and all of a sudden APG are completely shut out of the round. Spartan's going to try to get something done, but he gets obliterated by Ensign, and Maniac is all that's remaining in a 1 versus 4. So APG just stuttering towards the end of the half here, or at the same time damage control just picking up their pace and not making those small mistakes that they were making, which were costing them the rounds.
Yeah, and unfortunately to say that in the end of the day, this Convict non-buy has ended up costing them 3 or 4 rounds now, not only just the 2, because obviously your morale changes as soon as that somebody else in the team notices what happened, and then you lose the round to those 2 duels. It really causes a rather frustrated, let's say a frustrated camp.
Yeah, for sure.
So we're going to have to see APG pick it up in the terror side and make sure that they stop us bulldozing DC. They've now started with their slow fast play, if you want to consider it, really, really structured. And in the end of the day, I say slow fast because it goes till 45 instead of 30 now.
And at the same time, when the hit does come through, it's an extremely aggressive and fast hit. So pause coming through here. I can guarantee that that's the tactical pause from APG. Damage control with the bank the size of
The rest of the half.
They've got the bank, a really strong bank to work off of here. Fort Knox is what I was going with. They've got the gold blocks working for them. Maxing out the cash.
I was going to make a political comment. I thought we shouldn't make anything about coal jokes.
I think
right
it's
now.
too soon, hey?
Coal jokes.
Coal jokes.
Yeah, something about Gupta's. No, never mind.
Well, there's plenty jokes that we could make in that regard. But yeah, we don't want to be here all night. So going back into the game, Damage Control picked up 5 in a row now and taking the confidence right away from APG. So they're in that situation, they're going to have to eco once again now, and it's just getting too far away from them. And you know that CT side is going to be a really solid one coming out from Damage Control. So APG, like I said as well earlier, they're that side that does well on the CT side. They rely on those rounds. So if they go on to lose this half or not even get to 9 or 8, it's going to be a difficult prospect to come back from.
Yeah, I mean, Style is really on point with his AWP. You don't want to be challenging that as a terrorist trying to run into the site. You really don't want Style to be the difference between you getting into middle or not. And he, at the moment, is really not allowing much to go past him. And yeah, with this bank that they have here, they're pretty much going to seal out their buys for the rest of this half. But it's going to be a challenge to see that APG going to need to have a proper reset. DC also are often in that point of view that they don't like tactical pauses, regardless if it's for them or not.
Yeah.
And they sometimes actually just do it to call it. They've often tried to do it on the 15th round when they've already won, just so they can try and cause form of havoc.
Yeah.
But just because also, I guess, in the end of the day, it would suit their slow style play to give them a couple extra minutes to chat. And that's not their favorite thing. So
yeah, I would love to see tactical pauses being used more aggressively. So not always a defensive, you know, when you're losing rounds in a row. Sometimes if you picked up 5 in a row, you call attack pause, you bring things back to block 1, and you work off that basis again. You even make your opposing team stew in what's going on in the past 5 rounds, and they sit there and ponder and make themselves feel worse. And as explicit, the lurker player for Damage Control just picking up 2 of the APG players. So making pretty quick work of this T round at the moment. A being left completely open by both teams at the stage. It's the rejected site, as we can see. B being the magnet at the stage.
yeah, and not working in favor of APG. The one round they ended up 4-man stacking it. DC go towards middle and A. This round they end up pushing it, and Explicit's got the aim spray on him. So it's unfortunate, and APG maybe like you said, losing a bit of momentum, losing their footing, and now maybe running out of a bit of ideas. So if they aren't careful, that DC are going to come back with a 9-6 in their favor, and then it's, well, I think that it's pretty much all she wrote if they don't pick up that pistol.
Yeah, pistol's going to be an imperative stage, but Maniac, I don't think he's done yet. The 1v4, he couldn't clutch. No, I'm just playing. Let's not get excited or ahead of ourselves. Yeah, he's managed to get an AK, and I think that he's going to be delighted with that. Just make away with a little piece of a rifle here.
Yeah, maybe a Bluetooth diffuse.
Bluetooth diffuse. I don't know, man. That sounds terrible.
It sounds like
You
it should
just
never happen.
ninja from anywhere on the map.
Should
You
never be allowed.
go hide and spawn. Tap into the bomb.
And it's only allowed once in a match when you're 15-1 down.
Okay, well, I'm glad you're not Gaben because your rules sound terrible. So hopefully none of those are enforced. But carrying on to this, Damage Control just continuing this wrath of domination as they pick themselves up 6 in a row now. AWP on Style, AWP on Spartan. So just to see, the AWP can be passed, interchanged between pretty much all 5 players, at least mainly 4 players on APG, Maniac being the least seen on that weapon. So quite an interesting dynamic across the board in that regard.
Yeah, it's nice to have, though, because that's that situation where you're forced to have a consecutive AWP that doesn't work out. If your plays, if a lot of your strats or a lot of your defaults are based on the AWP holding a good position, you're going to be in trouble, especially in a situation where your team hasn't been along together, and you want to have a situation that you have a control aspect. And when you're playing in Style, it's not going to be that easy.
And at the same time, when things aren't going well, like right now, you can change it up and revert it. Give the AWP to somebody else. See what they can get done with it. What other opportunities can they bring to the team? And that's what it's about. So now Spartan tasked with the weapon. And, well, 5v5 still. Nothing done yet. Once again, going for this middle control. Damage control. Apocalypse brought down to 8 HP. Custom does go down in the vents. Still decent time left on the clock here. Maniac ensuring that middle control is retained. So for a change now, Damage Control not going to be able to pick that up in their hits onto the B side. So Vents is going to be left open at the stage, and Bomb's still waiting out here patiently. APG not aware of it just yet, but now the hit comes through. Zio getting taken down to 18 HP, but he is able to find the frag. Hellhound gets that middle control though, so not done yet. Beautiful shot from Spartan with the AWP. Takes the head off of Styles. So 2 versus 2 now, 20 seconds left. They haven't managed to get control of the B bomb site. There's both of the CT players are here at the moment. Convict as well as the crosser from Spartan. Convict peeks out at the perfect moment. He gets explicit, and Spartan trying to get the shot through the smoke, but without the bomb at the moment is Hellhound, and so he just goes for the push through the smoke, trying to keep himself alive, but in the end of it, damage control going to drop around eventually, finally, and Hellhound's going to make them pay for it even. He's going to take the AWP, and that's going to cost APG pretty heavily. They've got no money to pick up another AWP.
Yeah, it really didn't matter to Hellhound if he had died that round, but it was much more relevant to APG's perspective of being able to rebuy it. And also, I was going to say earlier that AWP shot from Spartan was very key and characteristic in that win. Even though that Custom was a Convict that was on B, he was holding it well. But without that AWP shot getting into fence, it would have been a 3-on-2 and could have changed everything.
Yeah, you take away that angle of attack, and then all of a sudden you give your teammates on B an opportunity to defend it. So going to need a few more of those players though, and you must say, regardless of if whether DC drop this or win this, they're going to be really happy with this half, considering how it started and what really transpired. But 1 round left in the half. Still great equipment to work with on the terrorists, and going back towards A, it's been a while since we've seen them over here, and getting some early highway control, pushing straight up. He's not even going to be aware of it as Maniac. He gets taken down, so he's going to have a few question marks on that one and why he wasn't covered. But it's Custom and Spartan to get the returns. Hellhound with beautiful shots. He picks himself up to 3k. No problems in that one. Beautiful 2 headshots involved in that, and Convict down now in a 1 versus 3.
And exactly the positioning we were talking about earlier. I know this is a simple situation, but a 1 versus 3 can be easily turned into 3 1v1s if the bomb isn't planted correctly. And in this case, they got a perfect positioning, almost planted it for main, realized, wait, we've cleared through main, we've cleared out the truck. We need to make sure that we plant this first. And there was the difference between this and what we saw with that XT game.
Just being conscious about what's going on aware, and that's just what the wealth of experience of the damage control players brings. Convict able to get 1, but damage control are the ones who close out the half and win the half in the end. So picking it up 8-7, really impressive. And like I said, considering how this half started, damage control definitely going to have the momentum going into the second half. Pistol round's going to be really important for both the teams here. We see 4 sets of armor on the side of damage control, 1 grenade and a kit on explicit. So interesting to see whether they go for the same sort of setup where they go for the retake play on A, or whether they opt to contest it from the get-go. And it looks like it's going to be the option to contest. We see Apocalypse getting quite close there on the A, and that's exactly where APG is going at the moment. They've got the smoke to try help them get onto the site, but it is going to be a brawl once the execution comes through.
Yeah, and only a 1 man sitting directly on an A as they see that situation happening in front of them. It's going to be very, very difficult as, well, a 4 versus 1 here, but he's kept alive for all this time. Very, very well played by him as Apocalypse holds out. Instin's not able to get more than 1. Was surprised even to get 1, but double stack up towards Steel, and now very low HP Zio is going to have to hold it with his teammate Custom, as they do like to follow each other all the way around. It happens well to play together. Hellhound in a perfect retake position as he takes down 2. That should have never happened, and now a final Custom is going to be playing from this corner. We've seen so many retake plays. If he can get this right, it's going to be amazing. He doesn't land the 2nd and 3rd shot, and that's all that mattered, as now DC are going to take it into a potential 11-7, 1 or 2 bar rounds, and they could run away with this.
Yeah, we said that the pistol round was imperative for APG to keep themselves in this best of 3 matchup, and now that damage control have taken it away from them on the CT side, you feel like there's just going to be there's just too much momentum going their way at the stage for APG to salvage this. But I am speaking fairly prematurely, as we're not too far into the game yet. I'm just being a bit of a pessimist in the regard of APG.
I see some unfortunate scenarios occurring. Yeah, it hasn't been. I mean, since the 5-0, they've really only won 2 in the last 11 rounds. And when you start seeing that momentum isn't carried over, or is carried over, nice shot there, getting some DC damage down. If you don't carry a changeover mentality into your next half, and it starts off the same way, it's going to be very difficult to pick it up just because there's a bar.
Yeah, well, have a look here. Here's a fake. There's 4 DC players. There's 3 APG players in the squeaky door with the bomb at the moment, and nice fake coming out. Zio finding the frag, and that's going to really make the damage control players doubt themselves. Styles going to have to give the supports on highway here to his teammates in A, and he does that. So in the end of it, not going to get that extra avenue of attack. Instant gets spots the players out, so they're getting some information on the post-plant positions here. Beautiful nade. Oh, Style steals it from the last second, and 2 players remaining. I guess they can't expect to get too much done, but having already got the bomb down is definitely a positive for the APG players. They're going to have a nice economy to work with going into the next round. Hellhound closing it out as they're going to be able to find the defuse now. And APG going to be able to have the buy going into the next round, getting the plants in the first round, getting the plants in the second round. They could even go for the AWP. Spartan with enough money to get that, and light armor not going to do it. So 5 AKs.
Yeah, a gun battle, a rifle gun battle. Can't use just the word gun. They will play with those things.
Well, in the end of it, APG now all the equipment that they could wish for, and really this is their opportunity to prove to themselves that they're capable of doing this, considering that they are so far behind and damage control are on that favored CT side. So APG just running the clock down a little bit here. They're getting that map control fairly more aggressively than damage control was there. As we see, Zio, he's gone into the B holes here, not so shy, openly peeking before the smoke comes through. So they're looking for a frag somewhere. They just want to create that chaos. They haven't put any emphasis towards middle at the moment. So the CTs getting that information is Style, getting more aggressive. Maybe hear some sound cues towards a main.
Yeah, it's going to be important to make sure they keep holding that strategy and keep holding that gameplay, because DC obviously are not going to change it up. So if APG don't find something else to do, they need to make sure that they aren't letting down, they aren't giving in, they aren't giving up. And as DC is just going to be ready to keep going at the same thing over and over, and they can sit back and they can wait and wait, because you aren't challenging them. But as I say that, of course, Zio is going to challenge them, win a 2 versus 1, and now the A-bomb side will be stormed. Oh, Instant very quiet on the side. It can cause a lot of havoc. It's going to force the bomb not to be planted, and now it's a 1 versus 4 as he goes down on side. Apocalypse is in time to make sure he gets the assistance. Maniac is going for the plant with no support. I'm not sure what's going on. APG have fallen apart, taking a complete run around as DC was sold into the B side, leaving one man on A. But all that Instant needed to do was keep the patience, and that was where we saw it. We didn't see that as much in the previous game or the previous map. Brilliantly done by him. Well held. And now APG, I think, are in a little bit of turmoil.
I wish we had a highlight function after seeing what Zio just did with that double frag on B. Such hectic heroics coming through there, and they're still not able to close out the round. So that's really devastating for them, and I think that may have been one of the final blows going into this, as no more economy to work with in this round for APG. And I think they were 4 versus 2 up, maybe 3 versus 2 up at one stage, all up to Instant there, denying the plant, and great salvation by damage control in the end. And like we said in the first map, any one of their players are capable of standing up when the situation calls on them, and they can pull through for their team.
And that's the situation that you need. You can't have that situation where you have only one player. I mean, APG had that perspective from the AWP, but not from the all-round play. And Zio making a critical forced rotation by shooting down 2 players in a matter of seconds. But just the patience. It comes down to structure, clinical patience.
It also shows you what APG are capable of. I mean, it is an 11-7 scoreline, but it is closer than what that suggests. Having said that, APG now on the pistols, they're going for this deep play, explicit controlling checkers, gets the double frag, and that leaves the rest of the APG players with question marks over their head, because they've got no idea what to try and get done after that, as all 3 of them are in the B halls and just kind of waiting up, hoping that one of the damage control players will rotate out of the site, and they're going to all 3 push in together. Custom with the Deagle finds explicit, but Hellhound picking them through as they slowly make their way. Ooh, another nice shot there, picking up Hellhound as well. So not going to be able to get much more done though, but in the end of it, some nice damage dealt, but not enough, surely, as damage control would really beat themselves up if they were let this get to a 3rd map at this stage, considering the current scenario.
Yeah, no, I think so. I mean, something I must point out, most teams, when they get into that momentum-based situation, which I find DC are not really that momentum-based, they can start 5-0 down and have the same ability straight after that. What ends up happening with DC is the more confidence they get, the better they gel. I mean, that flash was perfect to checkers. They made sure they got those areas out. Their sprays are happening nicely. They're starting to land things that weren't landing earlier. And all that ends up happening is that the cohesion between their team gets even better, which makes them so much stronger, versus a team that can just bulldoze through because they're all running in a 5.
Well, imagine DC with even more cohesion. That's quite a scary thought. And having a look at them now, I feel like they're going to be pretty strong contenders for this entire event. I mean, they've pitched and they've shown that regardless that it's online or land, they're capable of performing at the same standard. So Apocalypse controlling Highway now gets some information out, some extra damage as well. A few of the APG players have been brought down a little bit low, and this is one of those extremely important buy rounds for APG to try and keep themselves in this. They've only got 2 more smokes to work with in the remaining 55 seconds, so not the ample amount of equipment that they'd be hoping for. Spartan finds a nice angle onto Apocalypse, and all of a sudden 4 versus 5 with the man advantage going to APG.
And APG really do need that advantage, but need to be careful again not to try and waste that advantage. They were often in a scenario where they're winning, and that's exactly what happens. Somebody pushes out alone and then drops a player. Then there's nobody refragging. A 3 versus 4 is so much stronger than 4 versus 5, even in your favor for 5. Just to make sure that you now know that each bomb site in this situation will have only 1 player, rather than 2 and 1 and taking a chance. But now it's down to Convict and Zio as a 3 versus 2 situation occurs with the Hellway being fully used, and now
I think you can
challenge.
stop that now. I think
it was only twice.
I'm pretty sure it's gotten old already. Twice is enough. Well, 6 players left. Zio gets that frag onto Instance, so that's going to allow him to get the bomb down. Convict is going to spot out a player as well. Really nice headshot there. He's able to escape as well. 2 extremely low HP players now on the side of APG, so an opportunity for Hellhound, and he knows that. He knows that. He's using that to his aggressive, because he knows that they're going to be hiding. So even is he sticking out? Yeah, he realizes, and he knows he has to go back, but he decides that he could rather take the frag. And a little bit, tiny lapse of concentration there from Hellhound, and that's a small mistake. That could have cost him his life in the end of it. So in the end, at least he doesn't get punished. But those are things that you need to be aware of. And well, APG only 7 rounds. Damage control just continuing this monolith of a cash map or series, really. I mean, 16-5 first map, and now 13-7. 5 rounds so far in the CT round. CT half. APG still looking for their first round of the second half.
Yeah, you were saying earlier about how strong DC's CT lineup is, and now they're 5-0 in the CT side. I mean, it's really not something that's to be challenged lightly. You need a few more rounds in the first half if you want to make sure that DC are going to be battled out to the end. And the way that they're doing it now, and the way that they're holding their angles, in the end of the day, exactly like that. They're so good at their basics. Even though he made that error, he made sure that he came back to the position, whereas most teams or most players may even stop that as a fake just because they were in the wrong place, or continue because, well, I was already on 3 seconds.
Yeah, and just commit to it and then die afterwards. So good presence of mind in the end there. But Damage Control find the first frag in the round there nicely. I don't know if you picked that up at Explicit with a nice duck play there to get the frag on the player and check it. And 1 minute left now. APG have gone up themselves over towards A. They lose a second when Apocalypse was keeping that control in mid, and that's going to prompt the execution to come out onto the A side. Explicit's going to have that information, so he's rotated all the way from B onto A. He finds himself the frag there. Too many flames to work with here, but somehow Custom and APG chime up together to get 2 frags. Both extremely low HP as a result, but they may be able to get a bomb down here, which would mean they've got sufficient economy to buy up once again. So that's exactly going to be the case here. Oh, it's not. At the last second, Spartan not able to get it down, and that leaves Custom in an unwinnable situation considering his HP. 14-7 scoreline, and well, you just feel like it's a matter of time at this point before Damage Control close out this best of 3 series 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, brilliantly played by them so far. They haven't finished it off just yet, but they've showed their abilities, they've showed their way, and they know that the most important part of it all is to get into the finals day. In the end of the day, they haven't been in a final for quite a while, but they've got themselves all the way up to 3rd and 4th playoff. They've got themselves into the winner bracket finals. They really have done well overall. It's just finishing off. So now if they're able to bring this kind of gameplay through, I still don't think that the first 5 rounds here, if it was in favor of, say, Energy or Bravado, that it would have been necessarily as easy, as constructed to come back. I think Bravado, Energy, or maybe even a WRG will come out with a little bit of excessiveness. And, well, now we have a 4 versus 4 scenario. We have Apocalypse is getting sprayed down from heaven. He doesn't really know where to look first, because Medic's going to come around, just get the final bullet onto him, clear out that A site, and now they have to play for the retake. Spartan isn't on much HP, though, and it's going to be flamed away from that forklift area as the bomb is going to be planted. Something you don't expect Easy to do is push through the smoke, and that really, when that happens, and those type of shots and nades, Sal just Well, he's trying his luck. He doesn't have anything to lose yet.
Yeah, it could cause a bit of chaos. I mean, they're not in the extremely high HP. He lands a shot, but it's not a headshot at that, so not enough to get the frag. And APG finding themselves the first frag and their first round on the T half, and just because of the damage that they've done here in the past rounds, the damage control are forced straight onto an eco. Even though they won 6 in a row. So APG an opportunity to find their feet a little bit and maybe make a comeback. We saw WRG earlier make a really impressive comeback against XD. So maybe something along those lines. But having said that, there's still a long way before that even gets into motion. And so APG just got to take it one step at a time and ensure that they close out this anti-eco, keeping as many people alive as possible.
And that's the key here, making sure you keep as many alive as possible, at least taking a gun or two to save, because in the end of the day, CC is so expensive, you'd rather be able to keep yourself an extra gun or two should you lose a couple of weapons in the next round. And in this situation, they haven't ended up picking up any kills, and APG are going to come around 5 men alive, which is what they need as well. They need to get to they need to get the double digits. Once they start in the double digits, you can start chipping away at that score.
Yeah, and you start getting a little bit more confidence and this and that. So damage control on the opposite end, they have an opportunity now to shut this out. Finish this game off and close it up. But if they lose this, they're in double eco territory. So a bit of a precarious round here, and they'll be aware of that. So conservatively will probably be the name of the game, but they've sent 3 players initially towards middle. So they want to have emphasis on this mid control. Zio with a great shot, they're taking down one. He gets the flick onto the second, switches out to the Tech 9 and he finds the frag. He even gets out with 12 HP. So in the end of it, APG already find themselves a 2-man advantage. All off the back of Zio once again.
Yeah, the last time they had the advantage, they actually lost it in this 3 versus 5, so they need to be careful and be sure as to where they're going to commit now, but just cause that additional extra hold back on the opposite side. Leave one player to force B to be guarded. If it isn't guarded, go and plant it, and otherwise take that control of A, because in this positioning that they've got right now, and the way that they've already cleared out 2 of the players, you know that the rotators are not the standard A players.
Well, damage control, like you said, they're not out of it yet. They've got 1 player in A main. They've got 1 player kind of scouting out towards middle and 1 on B. Of course, that's the natural setup. Instant's going to get action first. He spots both the players, not able to get them though. He does some extra damage, but doesn't find the frag in the end. And so now the rotation's going to have to come through. Style is the first man to get across to the site, and it's up to him to try to deny the plant. His teammate is rotating over, so here he is. He gets himself the first. He's going to be having more angels than that. He gets the second. Not able to get the third, though, but he's put Hellhound in a winnable position as Zio is on 12 HP and 76 for Convict. They're not aware of his position, and he's managed to get up here without getting spotted yet. He spots 1 player, but Convict with that jump would have seen him out, and the AWP on Zio is going to be difficult to get across. Although that molly gives that trajectory, gives him an idea that there's 1 in A main, and he knows that there's 1 in quad, so pushing in between the 2 of them here. Not going to be expecting it. Zio holding this angle. They're going to get the frag as he comes around, and he does. So APG pick themselves up 3 in a row now, and damage control, okay, it will be a single eco in the end of it, but an eco nonetheless.
And a dangerous eco, as they've hit the double digits now. It's going to take a little bit of extra time and a little bit of effort here, and DC could see themselves in a very difficult position. They need to make sure that they're not losing any more like this, because if they do also take 1 more and then lose, excuse me, and then lose 2 or 3 in a row, they're not going to have any economy left, because they're not even going to have the losers bonuses.
Well, I'm sure damage control will be frothing to finish this off, considering actually how long they've been at this position now. And could actually be playing on them a little bit that APG has been denying them that 15th round. They've managed to get around pretty strong though. I mean, they've got some players counter boosted there in the middle and just waiting for the opportunity to go over. The APG players are in A main, so there could be a bit of a chaotic push at the end of this, but Custom's waiting patiently, and he's going to get that frag. He's even going to stay back to see if they push through, which is exactly what they do. So he gets those 2 frags as well, just locking down, ensuring that there's no crazy flanks coming through. Explicit gets taken down, and well, APG find their 11th, and starting to find their footing on this T side. It's just, you wish that they started doing this a bit earlier on the T side, and maybe they've left it too late, but there still is a tiny bit of light at the end of the tunnel, and they are running, crawling, sprinting, and crouching there as fast as they possibly can.
Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, they're doing whatever they can. If it has to be in twos from one player or threes from another, they're doing whatever is necessary. And DC are going to have a little bit of thing to think about. They are going to have to think a little bit extra about what is going wrong that wasn't going wrong, but not overanalyzing. Just maybe go back to your standard default. Don't overpress. Don't over peak, and don't look for unnecessary kills. Because in the end of the day, APG have really been picking up those unnecessaries or the simultaneous pushes, and. Well, DC definitely have that ability to make sure they seal this off, and they really don't want to be playing a third, like you were saying. And I also do think, though, it's just a little bit of time. We just need the one round. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be too difficult for them to get the second in a row.
Yeah.
I think once APG lose one more, they're really going to lose their idea of winning this map.
Well, they're still going to be grasping at each and every straw that's remaining to keep themselves in this, and 55 seconds left. APG and DC fairly similar playstyle as they run that clock down and wait until the latter stages of the round as they start to make some movement. They still haven't gotten this mid control, so leaving it fairly late in the round, they are going to go out eventually. So they go out into middle off the back of those double smokes. Bomb going to go through vents. They've got two players in the B halls, so this is all suggesting it's going to be that B hit, which has got two players over towards it at the moment for damage control. Explicit one, but it's not going to be enough. He's able to find the dink though, so giving some extra damage. Style with the spray through the garage door. He gets the frag, so great information being passed across there, but the job's not done yet. 3 versus 4, 20 seconds left on the clock. Alon's going to have to come up bigger. He gets one. Can he find it up at the second? He's not able to. Convict gets a return. So still small windows he had to work with for APG, but they haven't crossed, and there's only 10 seconds left, so they're going to have to go straight for the cross and get straight onto the site. And surely you just feel like there's not going to be enough time for them at this stage. Convict, oh, I saw potential for the double there, but in the end, not going to be the case. So damage control get themselves to that 15th and edge ever so slightly closer, or rather say they are a small amount of space away from the win. Yeah, let's put it that way. That was probably the worst way I've ever worded a team about to win a game, but I'll just go with it and continue to work off the back of that as damage control are on 15.
You're lucky you kept Corp talking there. I was going to look for any
that's why
reason.
I did.
No,
I don't need any of your replies. Yeah, I don't need your nonsense coming into it. Well, APG going to just try and keep themselves into this one. They've got the AWP to work with, not able to get much work done in the previous round as Zio, and we saw when he doesn't get that work done that they're not able to win the round. So maybe relying too heavily on one player in that regard, but putting more emphasis on mid control much earlier in this round. As a minute 20 seconds, they've managed to get complete control, and damage control have got no way of ensuring whether they're going up highway or through the connector, the Z connector. The bomb is all the way back in T-side mid at the moment. Apocalypse gets one, which is going to throw such a spanner in the works because that was the extra supporting player. So Spartan all by himself now to try and get something done. At the end of the day, all he's going to be doing is faking because the bomb's going over towards B and the damage control players aren't aware of this. They're actually starting to rotate out of the B side. So some unfortunate timing, but maybe this equipment's going to give them a better idea of what's going on as Zio with the AWP not able to land that shot. Huge shot coming through there. Explicit and Style finding the frags, and it's all up to Maniac and Convict to try and keep APG in this. Doesn't look like they're going to be capable of doing it as Apocalypse and Hellhound close it out. Damage control picking up their first game 2-0 as they make some fairly easy work of APG in the end. Their first map going extremely convincingly. Second got a little bit precarious towards the end there, but not going to let it get away from them as they get their first win on the first day. And we've had a great evening of Counter-Strike. So if you enjoyed our casting, please be sure to follow us on Twitter. I'm at Hayes CSGO with a 3 for the E. And my co-caster is at WAMP16. So give him a follow as well. And join us tomorrow for some great best of ones.
Yeah, and for those of you that have only joined us during this game, this is the Mega8 Autumn Cup sponsored by MTN. Thank you very much for joining us. That was a great start to this event. I'm Wham, and a goodbye from our co-caster Hayes.
Yeah, enjoy your evening, guys. See you tomorrow.